ABC News, good afternoon. I'm Mike Lorrigan. A man is dead and another has been arrested after an alleged assault at a popular fishing spot in Melbourne's southeast this morning. Police say they responded to reports of an assault at Frankston Pier and found a man injured and unresponsive just after 6 o'clock. He died at the scene. Another man, not known to him, was arrested on the foreshore nearby and is assisting police with their inquiries. The state government has refuted claims the public hospitals system will tank due to looming budget cuts and says it's providing record funding into Victoria's healthcare system. According to 9 newspapers, a leaked recording reveals executives at some of the state's largest hospitals are considering pulling back on a number of key services, including closing down wards and cancelling breast screening. Government Minister Danny Pearson says every hospital is in the process of preparing draft budgets for the Department of Health and any issues will be reviewed through this process.
Individual health services are off doing their work now in relation to planning their draft budgets, and that work is ongoing. I mean, ultimately, they need to identify how they want to spend that money, what sort of procedures they'll be providing to the Victorian community, and ultimately those draft budgets are provided to the Department of Health and will be signed off.
The Prime Minister's refused to weigh in on Joe Biden's poor performance in the first debate of the 2024 presidential campaign. Some Democrats have questioned whether the 81-year-old should contest the election after he appeared to repeatedly stumble and lose his train of thought during the televised debate against former President Donald Trump. Mr Albanese was asked whether Mr Biden's performance casts doubt on whether he's fit for office.
Australia's relationship with the United States is very strong, and the relationship between the Biden administration and my government is very strong. The American elections are a matter for the American people.
The leader of the right-wing Reform UK party has been forced to apologise after his supporters made a racist slur about British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. The BBC's Ben Wright has more.
Reform UK likes to describe its supporters as a people's army, but the secretly recorded footage of 2 campaigners in Clacton making racist, homophobic and Islamophobic comments has again put the party's foot soldiers in the spotlight and its leader Nigel Farage on the back foot. Nigel Farage has described Mr Parker's comments as very prejudiced and very wrong. Rishi Sunak said the racist comments about him were hurtful and made him angry and called the language used by the canvassers corrosive and divisive.
Thousands of people have gathered in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, to attend the funeral of the first of 23 protesters who were killed this week during anti-government demonstrations. 19-year-old Ibrahim Kamau was shot dead by police on Wednesday when protesters stormed Parliament to stop MPs voting for a finance bill that would have increased taxes. Kenya's President William Ruto has since withdrawn the legislation, saying he has listened to the people. This man claims Ibrahim Kamau was murdered by the police.
No, this was actually an extrajudicial killing. He was unarmed, he was just protesting for his rights, and he was murdered by the police. So we had to bury him and say goodbye to him. His life was cut very short as a very young man, got a great future, only 19 years old, and was murdered by the state.
To sport now, Geelong will look to avoid slipping out of the AFL's top 8 when they take on Essendon tonight at the MCG. The Cats have lost 6 of their last 7 matches and will have to reverse their form without the injured Tom Hawkins. In today's other games, Fremantle travels to Sydney to take on the Swans. The Bulldogs take on North Melbourne at Docklands. Collingwood play the Gold Coast at Carrara and Adelaide hosts GWS. To the weather, a severe weather warning has been issued for elevated terrain above 1,400 metres for Dargo, Mount Borbor, Falls Creek, Mount Hotham, Mount Buller and Omeo. Blizzard conditions are forecast to develop early this afternoon and will ease in the evening, and a severe weather warning remains for damaging winds for people in parts of East Gippsland, North East, West and South Gippsland, Central, Southwest and North Central forecast districts. For the state, cloudy with the scattered showers across the state, easing over inland western districts during the evening, areas of rain over the southwest during the morning, then over central and eastern districts during the afternoon and evening. For Melbourne, cloudy and raining throughout the afternoon and evening, mostly contracting to the eastern suburbs at night, a top of 13 today. Tomorrow, a shower or two, a top of 12. It's currently 11 degrees right now. This is ABC News.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
The Parthenon of Athens is famous as a temple and a treasury, but is it also a crime scene? In the days of the British Empire, things were taken.
It was a ransacking, I'm afraid.
From countries worldwide to museums and all kinds of strange places.
Join Mark Fennell on a new global quest.
It's about the theft of history itself.
The epic new season of Stuff the British Stole. Monday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Saturday of round 16 in the AFL Premiership season. All the fallout from Friday night in a match which was a little closer than most predicted. Brisbane getting home on the back of a late winner for Hugh McCluggage. Patrick Dangerfield free to play tonight for the Cats against the Bombers. But should he be after his dangerous tackle charge was overturned by the tribunal during the week? Andrew Dillon, at least according to the headlines, has put State of Origin back on the agenda. George Wardlaw concussed at training. And it's pretty hot in South Australian footy with the Power and the Crows both under the pump. All of that to come right here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
McCluggage from the boundary line, 45 out. He's going to put it through. It's a goal! Hugh McCluggage! What a catch! The Lions by 6 points.
They'll restart play and the siren will sound. And those in maroon at the Gabba are about to blow the roof off this joint. Brisbane win by 5 points in a Friday night ripper. Starting the run to September in fine fashion.
They took the scenic route last night, the Lions, but they got the win that they were after. They moved to 5th on the premiership table, a match in which both teams squandered a number of key chances down the stretch. We'll pull it all apart over the next hour and a half. Corbin Middlemass alongside the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby. Hello, Luke. Hello, Benny, and all our listeners. Winter. It's arrived. I was down at a junior game today. It rained all right through it. The kids handled the conditions quite well. In fact, you know what kids are like. They don't feel the cold. So it was terrific to be part of watching a junior game, but it's great to be here. What are we? Just over halfway through the season, and the ladder, fortunately, is still not set.
Live from the box at Docklands ahead of North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs. Our first game for broadcast today. For some of our other audience, you'll be off to Fremantle in Sydney. So 9 games condensed across 3 days, which means we've got the double-ups today and tomorrow. The Premiership Pie, Luke Ball, as you heard in the opener. Hello, Bally.
Hi, Corby. I mean, it's good to be under the roof, let's be honest, Mick, isn't it? Drove straight in, the car straight under. Get a drop of rain on me. And so this little stretch of rounds here, I think we've got about 4 or 5 in a row here at Marvel Corp. As the weather turns, as you said, Mick. It's okay as a player when you're out there and you can run around and warm up.
We need the rain, Bally. Just think of the farmers. Come on.
I'm talking about sitting here in a
you
nice
think yourself
commentary box.
Now, that's unusual for you to be thinking about yourself.
I used to love the rain as a player.
Yeah, you did too.
Yeah, that's right.
You played very well.
Yeah,
played very well on the web.
But no, it's nice to be up here and a cosy commentary box. And we'll get to it, but we're looking forward to this game as well. We'll talk about last night, obviously, but looking forward to the Roos to see if they can keep this momentum going.
Should have won the last 2. Should have won. Froze, and then Melbourne froze. So, when you get beaten by under a goal in 2 games, your time's coming.
They'll have to do it today without George Wardlaw. Jen Watt is going to join us, the Chief Executive of the North Melbourne Football Club. So all of that on the way. The SMS number 0437 774 774. Just on last night, so closer than many expected. I'll just take you through this sequence of events, Bally. I know you were sort of watching on at home as the concluding moments happen. So this is the final term. Hipwood misses a simple handball over the top, 3 streaming towards goal. Ball bounces through for a behind. Danaher marks and has a shot straight in front. Not to be. Danaher passed to Cameron, botched completely, but Cameron couldn't hang on to it.
Dropped the sitter, yeah.
Langdon snaps 35 metres out for Melbourne, misses. Oliver snaps 35 metres out for Melbourne, misses. Bailey was run down 25 metres out straight in front, couldn't get a kick away, not to be. I mentioned the Danaher mark and behind, 35 out straight in front. Lohmann finally kicks a goal, forward pocket, so that edges Brisbane, I think, within a point.
Yep.
Ashcroft misses a snap about 30 metres out from a forward 50 stoppage. And then we had the deliberate against Alex Neil-Bullen, in which McCluggage was able to go back and snap the goal, as you heard in the opener, and Bailey Fritsch ultimately had the last shot of the game, not to be for Melbourne. So the D's had 3 different looks, couldn't convert. And Brisbane, it felt like, had 6 or 7 opportunities, and in the end, they took at least 2 of them, which is what they needed to fall over the line.
Yeah, all good players too that you mentioned there, and you just had the thought, didn't you, as that last quarter was unfolding, that Brisbane were going to get them, but then when those mistakes happened, as you said, you thought, okay, maybe... and look, Melbourne were magnificent. We'll talk about them as well. Their first half was, Simon Goodwin said after the game, Nick, that's the best footy they've played this year. And that was the Melbourne, that won them the premiership, a couple of years ago, wasn't it? It was brutal around the contest, led by Jack Viney. I just thought it was magnificent. Just loved watching him last night. The leaders stood up, Gawn. It was an interesting battle, not a high possession game from Gawn, but he had a huge influence, certainly in that first half. And Oliver, good to see him somewhere near his best. I think, he's worth talking about as well because he had a good game. I think what's clear is that for this year in particular, and we know why, we can't expect Clayton Oliver to get anywhere near his best. And he ran out of gas like a player who hasn't got himself to the level of fitness that we expect from him. So they were magnificent, Melbourne. You just felt like Brisbane were going to reel them in, but they didn't want to win. And in the end, it took a bit of brilliance from McCluggage to kick the winning goal.
Simon Goodwin was asked about Clayton Oliver last night on the back of his 29 disposals, finding through that attention from Jared Berry. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, look, he's worked incredibly hard, and there's been a lot of criticism out there about Clayton. And I think he showed again tonight why teams go to him. He's a very important player that's got a high level of skill, and we're rapt to see him back to his best tonight.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. So the Friday night fallout, 1300 558 222 on ABC Sport. I've got one for you, Coach. So interestingly, Chris Fagan put this on the agenda last night post-game, that at halftime his team had been completely outplayed in the second quarter, particularly from stoppage. I think it was Melbourne's best second quarter or best quarter stoppage performance since the 2021 Grand Final, when they tore the Western Bulldogs to shreds and ultimately won the premiership. But he named 3 guys in particular, in Lachie Neale, Josh Dunkley and Hugh McCluggage.
Big 3.
And he spoke about that afterwards, about how we went about doing it and putting their name on the whiteboard at halftime.
Yes, to be honest, I put Huey, Lockie's and Dunk's stats up on the board at halftime and the opposition's and said, boys, we need a lift. And to their credit, they gave us a massive lift in the second half. So that just goes to show you what great character they have. And, they've been up and firing for 3 weeks in a row now, and, probably had a little bit of a downer tonight. But the good thing is they found a way in that second half and ended up being our best players. I very rarely do it, to be honest. But tonight I thought it was necessary, because what I do know about those blokes is they do respond when you do that to them, particularly when you don't use it as a method every single time things aren't working out. But I thought it was appropriate and they responded, so it just shows their character.
Talk us through the philosophy here, Mick, as to how often you've done it, when you do it, and how do you trust it?
Yeah, you've got to do it. And as he said, you can't go to the well all the time. You've got to make sure that you have an opportunity to do it at the right time and see if you can get a response for it. The other side of the coin is this, that when you've got a player, when you've got on top as a team, and you know why you got on top, and it's because of the stoppages and because of the good players of Brisbane are down, then you have to readjust again. You have to look at your side, and I'm talking about now the Melbourne bench, looking at what's taken place. Yes, we're on top, but and why have we put so much work into those 3 players? Because we know that they control the outcome. So you've got to then and I'm not saying that Melbourne haven't done this, but they've got to readdress it again and go, right, these are our stats, they're their stats. Can we maintain that? And do you reckon they're going to be sitting over there sulking, or they're going to do something about their game. So it's so important then to reinforce what you want to do to the three of them, or one of them in particular, if that's the gateway to success. And Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, you've got to have. If one starts to move off, now we look at this. We're looking at North Melbourne today. 2 weeks ago they played Collingwood. I reckon they must have thought they had the good job done, and they dropped the tag on Dacos. And Dacos kicks a couple of goals. Now he Powell may well have needed a 5-minute rest, but you do not take a player off a player who's already got him, because psychologically he thinks, I've got this player and I'm going to keep going and going to grind away. Take last night. If you're doing a job, then you've got to keep that job. Now, if that's starting to fade a little bit and they're getting back in the game, go to Plan B and keep the pressure back on what your first thought was. This is the reason why club captain, best Brownlow medalist, he's the one. We've got to keep the pressure on. So I think there's two stories to it. And the one side, we know what took place. If I'm going to add on to that game, you mentioned all those ones. You always think about the last one. And the last one is Fritsch.
Yep.
He's on his left side. He wheels out of a pack. Everything's tailor-made for him. And he misses. You'd strangle him. I mean, there's just nothing else you would do, because you cannot give any leeway under those circumstances. Now, if it had been in the first quarter, you go, okay, we'll get you a quarter time. But that game should have been drawn. Yep. And Melbourne stay alive. They're effectively dead now.
He's had a bad month, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
It's been terrible. It's been terrible.
He gave him a role last night, you could tell, just to change his mindset. And I thought he applied himself to that pretty well. We're not used to seeing him being physical, and clearly, he screwed his guts up, and he was physical with Harris Andrews, and for the most part, it was a really good battle, and he nullified Andrews' influence. But you're right. Harrison Petty, goes back at 25 metres out and misses a goal, important goal to stem the tide in the third quarter, and then has an opportunity, tougher chance, to go back and kick the first goal of the last quarter, which just takes the air out of their sails. And then, even Ed Langdon, premiership players, senior players, missing opportunities.
Well, you can't trust them. It gets down the ball as a coach. I know this sounds very, very harsh, and I love my players to death, but there comes a time when you just can't trust players to perform when they need to perform. If it's once or twice through a year, or 7 or 8 times through the career, it happens. But when it happens regularly, you have got to make sure that you've got to move players out.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number if you want to join in the discussion. We have lines available, 1300 558 222. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse. Have you ever walked in, Bally, at halftime and had your name on the whiteboard and thought, oh no?
Sure have. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think the gentleman to the left of me, you did use that a couple of times because you knew you could, and I thought, go back to that. It's good coaching, isn't it? Because he knows his players well enough to know that I'm going to get a response here, and sure enough, he did. Mick, I remember you, one story up in Sydney, I think. I remember you picking out Sherrod Wellingham because you knew that they'd get a response, and you'd say, and I think the comment was, Sherrod, at the moment, you're the fifth Beatle.
Yeah.
Do you know who the fifth Beatle was? And the look on his face was unbelievable. He had no idea what you were talking about. But you got a response. And
I think Friday he came back to me and he said, Mick, I've worked out who the fifth
is. But I think with mature, senior players, I think every now and then you hit them between the eyes with that. I think every one of my coaches throughout my career, I remember playing on Kieran Jack one day, going right back in his first or second year, and he'd just come across from rugby union and getting an absolute spray. The same thing, my numbers, his numbers at half time, and getting pointed out that I was getting beaten by a Brumby. What's going on? So it does work. I think if you know your players, and again, clearly Chris Fagan does, and if you've built that relationship, and if they've had the runs on the board, the performance over time, you're going to get the response, and they needed to. They were getting an absolute hiding. It matched what we were seeing, wasn't it? That first half, it was Viney, it was Oliver, Rivers was going well, and Gawn was giving them first use. So if that was to continue, they would have lost that game.
Do you reckon psychologically now, Melbourne haven't scored a goal in the last 2 matches?
Yep.
They hung on for one game, and they were just beaten in the other. There's got to be a question mark, and I'm not questioning their fitness, but the players now would be having this. What's happening? Why can't we score a goal? Yet we were so good in the second quarter, and we hung on in that third quarter. But why can't we score?
Three things out of last night. 5 intercept marks for Melbourne, which is unheard of. Last 15 years, they've had only one game poorer than that. So 5 intercept marks for the night.
Can I just jump in there?
Yep.
That's one of the reasons why I don't think Brisbane can win a premiership. Because the way they played against Melbourne last night, they made sure that they couldn't intercept it. Because it was find a player. I don't know how many marks Brisbane ended up having. But against good sides, they will just keep trapping you in. Collingwood and this sort of stuff will just trap you in, and even Carlton, the way they're playing, and they'll take the ball. And Sydney, they'll take the ball off Brisbane.
Right.
Whereas Melbourne were able to make sure that there was no intercepts because of the way they played, and that to me is not a quick game. That is a very slow motion game.
Yeah, 102 uncontested marks, Brisbane. You think back to 2 weeks ago, they had 140 against St Kilda to try and just take the ball off them, so keep the ball off them. So yeah, it's an interesting tactic at the moment.
The two things out of last night: Will Ashcroft coming back after 342 days, 11 months, had 18 disposals, but so clean. Yeah. I think that was the one thing that we noticed from him last night. And you mentioned the goalless final term; they were scoreless in the final term the week before. It is the first time that Melbourne have had back-to-back goalless final quarters since 1981. Oh. So it's been a long time since they went goalless in back-to-back final terms. I think we've just had someone drop off the line there, but he's not there. 1300 558 222 for the next of our callers. Corbin Middlemass alongside Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball on AFL Saturday right here on ABC Sport. Coming up, of course, Jem Watt is going to join us, the Chief Executive of the North Melbourne Football Club. One topic that I'm sure we'll chat with Jen about is the fact that George Wardlaw's not playing here today. So we're still waiting final teams, but George Wardlaw was concussed at training. It is the third instance that North Melbourne have had of head trauma at training in the last 12 months. So if you include Hamish Free, who's on their list, he was concussed at training. They had Tristan Sherry suffer a facial fracture at training, and now George Wardlaw concussed 2 days before a game. One element that came out of the Shane Tuck inquest or recommendation on the back of that was that we should limit, if not get rid of completely, contact training completely. And I can imagine as what we're used to in the game and the fact that you need to train contest work. Around the same time, Sam Landsberger from the Herald Sun asked Jai Simpkin about that, the North Melbourne captain, and he said, look, if anything, we've ramped it up. We've done more contact training because we struggle in the contest game. Can you see a point in time that we get to where we just don't have that at training whatsoever, any kind of contact work?
Corby, I would be very surprised that training is not filmed. We used to always film ours in my last few, because you just watch it and see what happens. I would say that if they've done what everyone else done, a camera set up behind the goals and trained down the ground so you can pick up all training techniques and what was happening, you'd probably find what took place. I'm not going to point the finger at North Melbourne because some of these things, you might just go and do 1 metre away tackling techniques, which effectively is I'm facing Bawley and him holding his arms down and me tackling him. Now you only need an elbow to be raised just to protect the rib cage, and it hits him in the face. Mm-hmm. That could be as simple as that. It could be going back into there might be some sort of ball transfer. You go back and someone comes over and takes a mark, gets kneed in the back of the head. It shouldn't happen, but it can happen. There's all sorts of reasons why these things will take place, and you might limit all contact, but some of those will still take place for just even go from. I've seen a player it got straight through his hands and hit another player in the eye, and he missed. This is when I was playing. I think he missed 6 to 8 weeks with an eye injury. Now that was just bad luck.
You coached across a number of decades. By the time you finished coaching, were you doing less contact than you were at the start?
Bawley shaking his head. Well, I don't reckon we did a lot. We did a lot pre-season. We hardly did any in season.
Yeah.
We did a lot of structural stuff. Now taking a mark on the bag, that's so say tumble over the top of the bag and land on your head. I mean.
Yep. Yeah. There's avoidable stuff, isn't there? And then there's stuff that just happens in the game that you need to prepare for. You need to prepare for traffic and being hit and bumped. And if at times that means you might cop a glancing one, I think you use that time to teach technique. Now, George has only played 20 games, and we know how he plays, and we love it. So I'm not aware of the incident that took place, but let's say for him it's possibly a technique issue that he can work on at training so you can avoid that sort of situation. You're never going to fully avoid. I think that, we used to put the boxing gloves on after and 3 or 4. That sort of stuff I think has probably come out of it.
Yep.
Just because but that was the head was out of it though.
Yeah.
In the boxing.
Yeah, most of the time.
Well, I think it was the...
Depending on who you were sparring with.
Yeah, that's true.
That was the Kaczynski-Mitch Lewis incident,
yeah,
wasn't
that's
it,
right.
which resulted in a playback.
I think stuff like that is avoidable, and you can take that out of. But I just don't think you're ever going to be able to. And I don't think you want to, because you've got to.
Some
as
players
much
need
as
it.
train to play. You do.
Yeah,
There's still merit in that.
I'm glad you said that, Bull. It's a lot of technique stuff which puts you into a little bit of peril from time to time, because it's mostly in close stuff where your technique of driving in with you to avoid your head being hit, going in sideways so that your body goes into his rib cage, and you try to avoid the hip, because the hip's the hardest. Well, you get some like players bump into their hips with their knees and elbows and heads. They come off second best against the hip. So there's a lot of stuff that's... Look, there's no question that pre-season gets you ready. Your body's got to be hardened, because it gets smashed through the... Look, Paulie, you're a midfielder. I think you might forget how tough it is in there. There's this constant hitting, because everyone wants the football. So you get up, and if you look at the replay, you go, I got hit by 3 blokes there. You wouldn't know it, because you just get back and where's the ball? So unavoidable stuff. I think, if we're going to limit it a lot, but I would like to see those 3 instances, if it's already recorded, and see what took place.
1300 558 222 is the SMS number. Quick one, is he in danger of missing the Rising Star? So the All-Australian selectors have a rule, which we're able to hear after that was broadcast on Fox Footy recently. Must play 17 games. That's 17's the cut-off to be eligible. He's played 13. There's 9 to go. He's only got 7 to go, because he's going to miss the next 2, which all of a sudden, that would get him to 20 still. But if he has another hiccup, do you think he's in danger of missing the Rising Star?
Well, under those circumstances, if he doesn't play 17 games, he is.
And I like that. It's not a rule, is it? I like that threshold, I suppose. But let's hope that he gets through this. And
who's next, boys?
From it. Well, there's a bit of that, isn't there? I mean, Wilson from St Kilda's been mentioned, hasn't he? Yep. Caleb Windsor, he's sort of a bit of an under the radar player. But to me, when you're watching Melbourne and you see this guy, and you just sort of forget that he's a first-year player. To me, that's a good sign that he's
he's got better. He's got better.
Yeah. And so it's but I think Wardlaw is still.
Well, I know we haven't discuss it totally, but if they get suspended, is it best and fairest, or is it just the best?
Don't go back there.
Well, come on. What do you reckon, Bolly?
No, I don't think it should matter for the Rising Star.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. No, I agree too.
Yep. Yeah. The other options would be someone like an Ollie Dempsey from Geelong.
Yeah.
Is that a reasonable? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, good player.
Well, I think we saw Darcy Wilson, didn't we, against North? I think we did a game here, and he was excellent that day. 1300 558 222, the talkback number. Grant is in Hobart. Hello, Grant.
G'day, Corey. Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. Couple of quick questions for you. Probably number one, get off the bat, to both of you. Should Clayton Oliver be traded at year's end for the benefit of the whole Melbourne Football Club? And secondly, after Carlton's thrashing of Geelong recently, I was just watching it on TV with you guys calling the game, but I can't see how they defend. And I've thought for some time that Carlton's biggest weakness is the fact that the midfield doesn't know how to defend when the ball rebounds out of our forward line. Mick and Borlick, did you see the game? I think you did, Mick. Have they improved? Thanks.
Good question. Yeah, hi, Greg. Yeah, good questions. I think where Carlton have improved over the last 6 weeks is their pressure, which I guess is a part of defence, isn't it? Especially when you're talking about a midfield group. They've been number one pressure team, and for me, what was the most impressive out of that the Geelong game, rather, was just their intensity and their tackling and chasing around the footy. I think they had 80 tackles. So part of that, part of the defence element of it is what they do in the contest, and then clearly defending. We know it's a turnover game these days. They've absolutely improved their ability to defend from turnover. They used to be so reliant on Jacob Wiedering to make a play deep in defence. They're now turning the ball over a lot more and then defending the ball when they turn it over. So that's been one of the big reasons, and we spoke to Michael Voss, didn't we, on this show last week, Corb. That's been one of the most pleasing things for him, I think, their ability to be able to hone each aspect of their game, their contest, offence and defence. And Mick, do you want to handle the Oliver question? Would you trade him?
No, I wouldn't trade him. I think that he's a very important player to Melbourne. He is certainly one of the reasons why they're not scoring late in the game, because he's not fit. And that's not an indictment on the club. It's simply that he elected pre-season not to. he didn't want to be there, then he did want to be there, then he turned up very unfit. It's inevitable a player like that doesn't have the season he wants to have, and the longer the games go, the more impact it has at this level. So let's assume that you've got to give everyone a second chance in life. Now, let's assume he's tidied up his life, which we're hearing he has, and I can't answer for that. But if he has, he's too much of a valuable player for Melbourne. When you see him in full flight, you've got Viney, who's just a Trojan the way one of the tackles last night he did was probably textbook, unbelievable.
Tackle of the year.
Superman. Absolutely tackle of the year. Then you get Petrarca back next year. Oliver is part of that three. And now whether Rivers is going to be the Ringo star, the fourth Beatle, who knows? But the more they can add on to that, and Oliver's got to be one of them, I believe.
We saw this a bit recently with Steve Coniglio and then Patrick Cripps when he was hurt going back a couple of years, where these guys on long-term deals and all the talk is, trade them. Why would you sign a 5-star player on a 5-star contract and then trade them when their value is at 3 stars?
Yeah.
You're almost better off holding them because you're not going to get their appropriate value on the open market anyway.
No,
so you're
exactly.
not going to get back from other clubs what you think you're going to get back. It almost feels like the way he's playing at the moment, they're better off hanging on to him, hoping he can get back to his best self. And then even if they were going to trade him, you're better off trading him when he's at the top of the market rather than when he's at the bottom of the market.
Exactly right.
It doesn't even make it, it's not a good business sense or list management sense, even on that front. Grant, appreciate your call. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. One of our favourite segments. It is now time for Cool Hand. Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
The champion bloke.
failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Well, let's talk tackles, Mick, and let's talk tribunal and MRO. And it was it dominated the coverage. And at the start of the week, Paddy Dangerfield, now obviously one of the superstars of the game, committing the reportable offence, as it was adjudicated by the MRO last week on Friday night in the first 10 minutes against Sam Walsh. Geelong were always going to challenge, and especially potentially when you've got a player of Patrick's standing in the game and his ability to articulate, to stand on the box and articulate why he believed that he didn't have a case to answer, and he did so very well. And cue the outrage call, and I know you were certainly one in the camp that had him pinning the arms, and so therefore you're liable to whatever happens from then on. I just think, and we said again, we're going back over it because we spoke about it on this show last week. For me, and I always try and put myself in the position, and tackling was one of the only things I could do towards the end of my career, Mick. I do agree with Patrick. I do feel like in that situation, okay, he had 2 arms pinned. To ask him to, in the heat of battle, the speed of battle, to recognise that and release an arm in a split second, I think we ask our players for a lot. I think that's asking a little bit too much, and I think he, as much as he could, he tried to mitigate the contact or what was to happen from then on in. And so I'm glad that he went up. I'm glad he challenged it, and he obviously articulated his case very well. And he gets off, and he's playing the big game tonight. So I'm comfortable with it, Corby. I'm happy to hear your counter argument.
Mick was with me, I think. First instinct you saw the other night when you thought, he's in trouble there.
Yeah.
You watched it multiple times after that, Mick, and you swung around.
Not only that, I've written an article in the West all about that, and I just think Michael Christian has erred very badly again, and for the life of me, I don't know why we have part-timers doing that sort of job. But the more I looked at it, absolutely what Bally said, that in that split second, I honestly felt that when I saw it, I thought, he's in real trouble, because it was sort of like a drop, and Walsh's head bounced off the ground.
That's the give. Yeah, that's what makes you.
But when you analyse it again, Dangerfield has not only gripped him but pulled him back, and I reckon that whiplash feel of pulling him back from not hitting the ground has almost forced Walsh's head to whiplash into the ground. So it's probably a bad decision to even do that, but the correct decision has been done. Dangerfield, one, if you look at it again, should never even be in that position. Let me say, when you've been reported, it's a drag on you psychologically. I've been reported a couple of times, and one of them was before a final. And it's fair income that you don't sleep until you get cleared, or whatever the case may be. 2 is, why can't they look at that and find that out? just look at that and look at it in its context. That's what's taken place. He's clearly not trying to drive him to the ground, and yet we still proceed with. He's got to go to the tribunal and get cleared. Unnecessary.
A lot of shrewd footy people were on your side, Bawley, on the back of this. I disagree with you. I'll get to that in just a moment. But he had support from Brad Scott, even though they're playing Essendon this week, saying, look, I don't think he should have been cited. But Michael Voss went into bat for his player yesterday in Sam Walsh, who was obviously the victim of the Dangerfield tackle. Here's a little of what Michael Voss had to say yesterday.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit different than what we expected, but at the same time, it's the process is there to be followed through on, and in this instance, Geelong are able to follow that through, and they've got a player available. We're just thankful that we've got a player available as well.
I assume you weren't thrilled with the narrative that Walsh may have thrown his head for.
No, I just thought that questioned the integrity of Sam Walsh, and that was just a ridiculous comment to make. So, no, I'd be happy enough to have that argument with anyone standing in front of me.
So I agree with what you guys are saying around Patrick Dangerfield, and he tried to pull his arms up and he did everything he could. The only issue was his head still hit the ground, and Sam Walsh wasn't able to brace his fall or protect himself because he had both of his arms held. And that was Patrick Dangerfield's decision, not Sam Walsh's decision, to basically say...
What's he do, though, Corby?
Well, Sam Walsh is expecting, under the way the game's played at the moment and the way it's been policed, that he will always have one arm free at any moment, because that's the way that the tribunal has judged all these things. So to have 17 consecutive cases last year where we're told arm pinned, I think Sam Walsh has the expectation and the right to think that he's going to be able to break his fall if he's tackled at any one case. The alternatives for Dangerfield is to get a bit closer before he tackles rather than leap himself at the guy and drag him down. And I know we're asking a lot of the tackler, but I feel like this week, because it's Patrick Dangerfield and he's the statesman of the game and a Brownlow medalist, everything is viewed through his prism. And what was Patrick Dangerfield meant to do? What was Sam Walsh meant to do? So Sam Walsh has got the ball, he's running away, and he gets his head whacked into the ground in a tackle by Patrick Dangerfield. And we're like, oh, well, that's the price of doing business, because I would argue if it was Nick Murray from Adelaide that tackled Sam Walsh, he wouldn't be playing this week.
No, I agree with that, because we do fall for the who's who. We're on air just before saying about Viney. Or off air, or on air, saying one of the best tackles ever. Mm-hmm. He dived a metre or a metre and a half to get to him, and that's what we regard as probably the greatest tackle. We can't say that Dangerfield tackled. It should have taken another step. And when you do tackle a player, you're taught from very early days, trap him with the ball, wrap him right up. So okay, now we know that. So I don't know what Dangerfield could possibly have done. One arm around him or maybe somehow or another contorted his body so he leaves Walsh with one hand. I understand about the hitting the head.
Yep.
But that's going to happen. It's, I'm looking next door. I reckon there was a player. I reckon Cameron got cleaned up by one of his teammates last year. Hit
Gary Rowan.
Gary Rowan, that's right. Well, yeah, it wasn't Smithy. Gary Rowan. So what we've got to do is got to put two teammates together and see would that same action have taken place, and we've seen that with Peter Wright getting weeks.
Callum Brown.
All the players that attack the football head on and they come back in it. When you pick that football up, there's two things you're looking for. One is that you want to get rid of it. Two is expect being tackled. I don't know how he could possibly have been tackled in any other way. That's the way
I just think this one was just so unique. Yeah, the tackle from behind, which we don't see a heap of, executed well, to be honest. Like, to be able to retard a player completely when you're lunging from behind, that doesn't happen that often. We've seen players rubbed out for executing tackles when players have had arms free. So that, I know that that's a cue for them to look at. I just felt like this one, there were so many little unique factors about it that, and I mean, would I have been absolutely up in arms if he had been suspended? Probably not. I just felt with this one, it wasn't black and white.
But you're right, though. If it had been Jack Spratt, there's no doubt.
Potentially, maybe. Yeah. I also agree with Michael Voss. Like the carry on about Sam Walsh, saying that that's just silly. That's looking for stuff that's not there.
Well, I just feel like the AFL had got us all to a point that we were expecting that if the head hit the ground in the tackler was culpable for all the damage. And whether we agree with that or not, that was the way they'd policed it. it's changed. And I say they, the AFL were actually arguing for him to be suspended in this instance. It was the independent panel, the former players, that cleared him. And now they're going to, every dangerous tackle is going to end up at the tribunal, and they're all going to be taking the same case there. And
there's no consistency at all.
Yeah, it's all shades of grey again. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Coming up next, Jen Watt is going to join us in the box. We still have mixed messages on the way. More of your calls too on 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Sam Hawley here. ABC News Daily is a 15-minute podcast that's not just the latest headlines. Each weekday, I take one thing that's big in your world and dig deep so you can truly understand what's going on. It's never too long, didn't listen. It's just 15 minutes of powerful information delivered directly to your ears. ABC News Daily, your daily dose of news knowledge. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Verdi up the wing, right, and Draper in the pack. It spills to Hine. Out the back is Merritt. He runs inside the 50, takes a bounce, can hand pass over the top, and selfishly gives it off. And it's Dyson Heppel who puts it into the second tier.
Oh, it's a feel-good moment last Sunday with the current skipper combining with the former skipper as Essendon were able to kick clear against the West Coast Eagles. Tonight, Dyson Heppel celebrates his 250th game. Bawley, you worked with him in your time at Essendon. I think he would have been a captain back then when you were at the footy club.
He was.
What sort of player has he been?
I was going to start with the person, but what sort of player? I mean, I think we tend to, because of that interruption, that period of his career, we tend to forget about his first couple of years. I mean, his first year was magnificent, unbelievable. As a first-year player, where did he finish in the BNF?
That's a great question. Yeah. He won. I know he won the ABC Footballer. Going back, I think to 2014.
Runaway winner of the Rising Star.
Yep.
And just came in and looked like, in a lot of ways, I know Gippsland boy, left footer, sort of tall, rangy midfielder, moved a bit like Scott Pendlebury. There was a little bit of that. There's some comps, obviously the Dale Thomas hair, but the Scott Pendlebury and the way he moved, but.
They both had the dreadlocks at one point.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, he had them for a long time. He had them for a long, long time. I must admit, I like the fact that he's finally got rid of them. But just reliable, just super consistent. Well, very similar to what you see out there. Just a big heart. Really sort of positive person. Always, came into the club with a smile on his face, saw the good in things. We see that with the work that he does outside of footy as well. Great family man. So, yeah, just a super person.
A couple of calls coming up in just a moment. Mick, I'm sure Brad Scott wouldn't mind this. It feels like all year for the Bombers, people are reluctant to go all in with them. They've occupied a place in the top four for a little while now, and tonight again feels like another prove-it game up against a team in Geelong that have lorded it over them. They've won 18 of the last 21. And so the Bombers have always been able to sort of keep this status about them, even when they're expected to win, that, they're not really a contender. They don't really belong that high on the ladder. Is that, as a coach, would you be playing on that, particularly in a big game like tonight, where they come up against the Cats who have had such a good record against them?
Probably not. You leave that to the media, you leave it to your supporters. What you focus in on, I just briefly had a look at their win-loss, but also their percentage. The percentage is a tick over 100. So they've for a long time it was in the 90s. So that gives you some illustration that perhaps the wins have come against, and they've been very narrow, and who are they against and who have they played, and here we are on top of the ladder with sides keep knocking each other off. We find ourselves in second, now they're third. I think the penny dropped a few weeks ago that, hang on, we drew with Collingwood, we've taken a couple of scalps. What we're going to do now is step up. So I'm not sure that they would worry about where they are on the ladder. They would be looking at Geelong and going, this is a measuring tool again.
Yeah, it's a big game. It's a fascinating game tonight, and what Chris Scott does with Tom Stewart and how they free him up after the bye. There's a whole lot of questions ahead of us in what we're going to get tonight at the MCG. Matt in Northcote is the next of our callers, 1300 558 222. Hello, Matt.
G'day, how are you, boys? I love the conversation. It's fantastic. I just had one observation about the danger tackle on Walshy, and I'm a Carlton supporter. if you have a look at it again, obviously you talked about danger was trying to hold Walsh up, but it's when Walsh's knees hit the ground that triggers him to fly forward and his head goes forward.
Yep.
It's the biomechanics of when you watch it again, everything's fine, and then Walsh's knees hit the ground and he goes wham forwards. And there's nothing Dave could do about that, and probably Walsh either.
Yeah, good guy. That's probably what I was trying to... Just the nuance around this specific incident is why I feel like I'm pretty happy with the fact that they looked at that and, it was the jackknife motion, wasn't it?
Which is another important element when he hits the ground in the tackle, why he needs his hand to break his fall and be able to defend himself.
He had his knees broke before.
He didn't have the chance to do that.
His head did.
Ian is in Hobart, the next of our callers. Thanks, Matt, for your call. Hello, Ian.
Hi, how are you all?
Good, Ian.
Good, love listening to your program. My question was about the Walsh tackle. Was Walsh tested for concussion?
Oh, that's a very
great question.
That's what we've been talking about right here at the very moment. And if the answer is no, we have umpires that send players off with a blood rule for the most menial. It's just now ridiculous about the blood rule. So if we've got the capacity to send a player off with a blood rule, the moment an umpire thinks, and don't forget they're all wide up, sorry, the game stops, you're off the ground. He has to get removed from the ground, assessed. We have an extra player on the bench for that reason for the first couple of seasons. Now it's now a 23rd player, so we've got plenty of players on the bench that can cover that. That is a great question, and the answer is simple.
What is the answer?
The answer is the doctor went out and visited him, which the AFL tell us they are comfortable that the concussion test can be done on the ground after a quick consultation between the player and the doctor. So the doctor visited him. This was in the opening minute of the game.
Yeah.
And the doctor was satisfied by that he was right to continue. And then Tim Hodges was on the boundary for us on the night, and he didn't actually come to the bench until his rotation was due at about the 11 or 12 minute mark. So he continued to play, had the quick visit from the doctor, and I'm sure they would have had more of a chat when he hit the bench a dozen minutes into the game.
I'll go back in testing your memory. When Cameron hit the deck from one of those marks and they chased him around about 15 minutes, couldn't get hold of him, but he missed the next week through concussion.
Against Port Adelaide, and they told us he'd cleared concussion. He cleared a concussion test on the night and one subsequently, but then had delayed concussion the next day.
Well, I'm saying, Corby, it can be easily done if we can get that blood rule done like it is, which is ridiculous now. Then you can easily do the concussion thing straight away. Earphone to the umpire, hold up play, bang, you're off. Get off the ground as quick as you can and the best you can. Player can come and replace you, and we start the game by a ball up.
Yep, and the AFL, they have been put those questions. I think we spoke to Laura Kane about it. They're reluctant to give outside people the power to stop games. So they're basically saying we don't want to give the power to the doctors. I think there's a way around that, where the doctor can go and speak to the fourth umpire, or fifth umpire as it is now, the emergency umpire is sitting on the bench in his tracksuit pants, and say to him, mate, we need to stop the game. This player needs to be looked at. But it feels like it doesn't pass the pub test, does it, that we're suspending players like Peter Wright and Callum Brown for split-second moments where they leave the ground and make contact in the air, and all of a sudden someone's concussed because head trauma is... Obviously, we need to cancel as much of it out as we possibly can. And yet, concurrently, we have players suffering, head knocks on the ground, and they're able to stay out there without being taken from the field. So I'm not sure those two things align. I think we see that one the same way. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number if you want to have your say. John in Rosanna off the SMS. Dangerfield should have got off, but he should have been penalised for a push in the back. In the 60s, 70s and 80s, that sort of tackle was discouraged because it would have been penalised as a push in the back. Let's go back to umpiring along those lines. Those sort of incidents will go away.
Well, there's a lot of push in the backs that aren't paid these days. I mean, it's like they're working out of Flemington. They just ride you into the ground. And there's a few rule changes have changed. There's no question. Running off from fullback, you're allowed to run 30 metres. So that's teed up against a full forward who's allowed to have a 30-second shot as opposed to anywhere else on the ground, particularly backline players get 5 seconds. So you're allowed to run off 30 metres and very rarely get caught. You're allowed to run him into the ground, and it's called holding the ball, and yet you've just ridden him into the ground. So I agree with that. There's a lot of rules that, and we're seeing interpretation take over from reality.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemouse alongside the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, the premiership pie Luke Ball. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. It's been a hot week in South Australian football. I'll just start with the Crows, but probably Port Adelaide's a more juicy topic. But first of all, Adelaide released a statement to their members, which was co-signed by the chairman, John Olsen, and the CEO, Tim Silvers. The line that's interesting that's been picked up from all of this is, from the board of directors down, we are united and determined to generate an upswing in performance. This will be underpinned by ongoing evaluation in the weeks and months ahead. So it's not in the years ahead. It's not over the off-season and the summer. It is in the weeks and months ahead, which would probably make you look at your watch and all of a sudden go, hang on, there's 9 games left in the season. They've just extended Matthew Nicks for 2 months, and yet they're expecting an upswing
2 years.
now.
2 years? Extended for 2 years?
It's a bit of corporate talk there. What's an upswing look like? Is that W's and L's? Is that? I mean, I would argue that for 3 quarters there was an upswing in their most recent performance a couple of weeks ago prior to the bye. So is that what we're talking about? So he hasn't cornered himself to a win-loss.
No, but it's also not, hey, we're in development mode, it's going to take a while, we need to improve our list. This is, we think we're there, we think we've underperformed, and we expect to be winning more games than we lose on the run home.
Well, in my view, I thought Adelaide's previous season, when Collingwood won the premiership, which that is last season, they ran the premiers to under a goal both games. I thought they would be the big improvers this year. I've got to say that in Gold Coast, I thought those two sides would be replacing sides inside the 8. Gold Coast they've got a chance, but Adelaide got no chance now. So I guess speaking about it, they have fallen away. And the worry to me is that there's not a lot of players jumping up like we see with even North Melbourne, who are on the bottom, West Coast, who are second bottom. You know that there's some life in them because some of the kids are going to come through. You can see it. But I'm not 100% sure. They seem to have gone, and this is a worry to me, and I've seen it happen in Western Australia. The ease of drafting a local is better than worrying about down the track him going home. That theory's got to go out the window. And I reckon their draftee of 2 years ago was they had the choice of, and they picked the South Australian, and he hasn't fired, and admittedly he's been injured, and he's a tall.
Phil Thorpe.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you went back over that draft, I'm sure they could have got someone probably quicker to help their side out. If they're looking for long-term and you're a young coach, my advice to young coaches is don't look long-term. Get the job done now because that's where you make your name because you mightn't last long-term.
Yeah. Port Adelaide this week, so their board member and only premiership captain in the AFL in Warren Treadray was doing his talkback show on 5AA. Basically, an angry caller ran in and delivered a long diatribe, which included in the back end referring to Ken Hinkley as a con artist. Ken Hinkley has, I think, the 15th best winning percentage out of any coach in VFL, AFL history. Obviously,
he's not. I can tell you, Kenny Hinkley is not a con artist.
And Warren Treadray's response to that was to say, good call. He didn't challenge the caller. The conversation moved on. Obviously, it blew up. Footy Classified ran it front and centre on Monday night. Tuesday, Warren Treadray did his best to try and clarify all of that. He went on to basically refer to the job that Channel 9 did as a hit job, said he was taken out of context and said, station management say we need to let the callers have their say and then move on. It wasn't an agreement, but certainly it wasn't challenged. And the backdrop to all this is that Warren Treadray was quite vocal last year saying that time was up and it was inevitable that Ken Hinkley would be sacked. And then obviously he was the members-elect put onto the board. So not a good week for Port Adelaide, at least image-wise and public-facing.
The cheese and chalk, we all know what cheese and chalk means. There's Ken Hinkley and there's Warren Treadray. Ken Hinkley, ripping bloke. Honest, trustworthy, has a go, looks after his team.
I just think we'll leave that there. I just think if you're a board member of a club, you've got to be everything that comes out of your mouth. You've got to be aware, and regardless of context and stuff. And I know he's tried to explain it, but I just think it didn't sound good, did it? No. And you have to be if you're going to be in the media and sit on the board of a club, you have to be wary of every single word that comes out of your mouth,
or doesn't come out of your mouth.
Yeah. There's one aspect even as a media professional, but let's be honest, if we're having a conversation over lunch with our group of mates and someone says something about somebody that you really respect, whether they're a friend of yours or not, and you have a lot of natural respect for them, and so serious as to refer to them as a con artist, Your initial reaction 9 times out of 10, in fact 99 times out of 100 would be, oh, hang on, mate. Like, he's a good bloke. He's not a con artist. You might not think he's the right guy for the job now, but you would pick them up on it. Absolutely. And to think that it didn't get picked up in that particular moment, I can understand why, as has been reported by Caroline Wilson and other people, there are people at Port Adelaide that are understandably a little displeased that whole episode took place. All right, coming up next here on AFL Saturday, it is mixed messages. So all of that to come. And then a little later, Jen Watt is going to join us as well, the Chief Executive of the North Melbourne Football Club, ahead of her Kangaroos up against the Bulldogs. Keep it right here on ABC Sport. Back in 30 seconds.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button. You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
The crowd making a lot of noise. It's, as mentioned by Dwayne, it's not nearly full, but it's a terrific atmosphere. Gary Hocking, a non-baller. Todd Varney, Craig Bradley. What a scene here at the MCG. South Australia up against Victoria. So much at stake. The players are there. The talk's been done, but this is state football. South Australia up against Victoria. The blast of the siren lobs the ball towards half-forward. It seems to be all Victoria. Spills off the chest of Treadray. Silvani fends off his opponent. Spears the ball back towards Lavin. He'll take the mark. Hug the ball. Throw it in the air. Gives it to David King with a big smile all over his face. And Victoria has beaten South Australia by 54 points in the MCG.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. That was the last State of Origin game played in the AFL. We had one in town this week in Melbourne, which drew 90,000 people, of course, in rugby league. It has really brought back the discussion around state footy in Aussie rules. That was the ABC call with Roger Wills from that game in a drenched MCG back in 1999 between the Vics and South Australia. It is now time on AFL Saturday for Mixed Messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Well, Corby, just on the back of that, fantastic about the State of Origin. I thoroughly enjoyed watching New South Wales go at Queensland, and I am very aware of the history of how that started. Queensland players travelled to Sydney for basically a New South Wales-Sydney competition, and a lot of amateurs played in that first one, which Queensland won, which then started the I'm not going to say hatred, but the absolute detesting of one another, and made it into a game that was more important than grand finals, which is, I find, extraordinary, but New South Wales and Queensland people don't. As a coach of a side, which was Western Australia, and I know I'm Victorian, but I was told virtually to coach that side. And I had 13 or 14 West Coast players. We beat Victoria by a record amount, I think, at the time. And then, amazingly, the next game we played, half the players didn't want to play in it, worrying about injuries and so forth. And we got beaten by South Australia. Went back to South Australia the next week with a West Coast side against an Adelaide side and come away with a very good victory, given McIntosh played on Modra in the state game. I think Modra might have kicked 5 or 6 or 7 and didn't touch the ball in the next week. So the question was, what's more important? Well, let me just say, if we're going to react to four sides playing in Las Vegas and we have the 0 round, which has buggered up the whole system. Let's face it, we're still trying to chase our games, which we've now got together. And now we're going to react to 90,000 people going and watch a State of Origin game, which is basically New South Wales and New South Wales and Queensland. My questions are, how fair dinkum a player is going to be when it means so much? I know what coaches are like in AFL. They do not want to give their players up in fear of injury. And Baller, you pointed out beforehand, Josh Fraser did his PCL in one of those, so we sort of lost that player for the rest of that year. What does it mean? What does it really mean? Who is the Victorian, and we'll call it the Victorian one? Is it South Australia, West Australia is their pet hate? So who do you play to have a New South Wales, Queensland one? Forget about this allied thing. This is rubbish, absolute rubbish. Forget about putting Lockett and Dunstall in the same forward line because Dunstall started his career in Victoria. No, he's a Queenslander, should never have been part of it. So it is a dog's breakfast. It doesn't mean it might mean a bit to the players because they're getting healthily paid, but let me tell you, the supporters, yep, they'll go along because they love watching a bit of football, but it's got no more meaning than going down and playing a game of marbles.
That's a strong mixed messages. I like it. We're going to pick up on that on the other side of this. So your calls on 1300 558 222. Is there a place for it? State of Origin footy. Andrew Dillon asked during the week. He said, I want to see the best playing the best. There is something in that, whether it amounts in a State of Origin game and what it can look like. If you're in South Australia, you're off to the Sydney Swans and the Fremantle Football Club. That game coming up next. For everybody else, we're back in 5 after the news.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. US President Joe Biden says he has no intention of quitting the race ahead of November's election in the wake of the first presidential debate with Donald Trump. Mr. Biden's faltering performance has renewed concerns about his age. Mr. Trump, meanwhile, often didn't answer the questions and made a string of false and misleading claims. At a rally in North Carolina, Mr. Biden acknowledged he wasn't at his best.
I don't debate as well as I used to, but I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong. And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
The Prime Minister says cost of living relief measures kicking in on Monday won't further fuel inflation. From July 1, the Albanese government's income tax cuts and $300 emergency bill relief will come into force. It comes on the back of higher than expected monthly inflation figures out last week. Anthony Albanese says the measures won't make the situation worse.
That's why the Reserve Bank and the Treasury said that it would not put further pressure on inflation to change the tax cuts in the way that we've done, which will also increase workforce participation, and that will have a positive impact on the economy.
A report into how to reduce emissions at New South Wales coal mines is warning the global emissions goals of the Paris Agreement will not be met. Environmental groups have obtained the report prepared by external consultants under Freedom of Information after it was commissioned by the previous New South Wales government. Emissions from coal mines account for 23% of Australia's total methane emissions and nearly 9% of total emissions. Under the Paris Agreement, Australia is committed to reducing emissions by 43% by 2030. Votes are being counted in Iran's presidential election, where the surprise front-runner is a reformist, closely followed by two Islamic hardliners. The BBC's Kasra Naji reports.
Early unofficial results show the turnout has been the lowest since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Many Iranians stayed away from the polls, disillusioned by the lack of choice and what they see as the impossibility of meaningful change in the direction the country has been taking under the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Only 4 candidates took part in the race, all but one Islamic hardliners. The front-runner is the exception, Masoud Pezeshkian, a moderate conservative who has taken the mantle of a reformist in the 2-week campaign.
Actor Alec Baldwin's manslaughter trial in the U.S. state of New Mexico looks likely to go ahead next month. A court has denied a bid to have the case thrown out. Mr. Baldwin's pleaded not guilty over the shooting death of Helena Hutchins on the set of the movie Rust in 2021. Ms. Hutchins died when a gun he was holding went off during rehearsals. The film's armourer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is serving an 18-month prison sentence over the fatal shooting. Here at home, train services in the New South Wales Hunter region have resumed, with authorities monitoring for the chance of protests along the rail corridor. Bridget Murphy with more.
Over the past few days, passenger and coal trains on the Hunter line have been stopped and delayed due to protests linked with climate activist group Blockade Australia. Police have made several arrests over the unauthorised action, which began on Tuesday. The protests have led the state's transport body to cancel overnight trains this weekend due to safety risks. Transport for New South Wales says buses will replace trains tonight from 7 p.m. until 5 a.m. tomorrow and tomorrow night on the Hunter line. Services were also suspended throughout this morning due to protests near the corridor, but resumed just after midday.
A Sydney family has been poisoned overnight while using a barbecue to stay warm. Sean Hassett with the details.
Emergency services were called to a unit in Wentworthville in the city's west about 4 o'clock this morning. Inside, they found a family of 5 overcome by carbon monoxide fumes. Fire and Rescue New South Wales says the family had brought a charcoal barbecue inside to keep warm. As poisonous gases built up, 3 of the residents fell unconscious. 3 adults and a child have been taken to hospital. Firefighters say the carbon monoxide levels inside the unit were more than 4 times the dangerous limit.
And the Australian Bureau of Statistics is predicting that single-father households will increase the fastest out of any family group. Male lone parents are expected to grow between 40 and 70% by 2046 as Australia's population grows to 34 million people. ABC News.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Generosity of spirit.
Harmony and activism.
Supporting vulnerable children.
What does it take for someone to become Australian of the Year?
Educating with art.
Caring for country.
Tackling substance misuse.
Mental health advocacy.
Keeping language alive and strong.
These are just some of the ways that we became Australians of the Year.
Anyone can nominate an Aussie who inspires them.
It's so easy.
So come on, nominate now.
Go to australianoftheyear.org.au.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, ahead of North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs. There's no late change here at Docklands. Dylan Stephens is the sub again for North. He was pretty good coming on as the sub last week against the D's. And Oscar Baker, who's a former Demon, is the sub for the Western Bulldogs. Corbin Middlemaz, Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball, as you heard in the opener. If you're just joining us for the first time today, you can listen live every week through the ABC Listen app from 12 noon Australian Eastern Standard Time. So just look out for that AFL button if you want to join us from the top of the program. Before the news, we had our latest edition of Mick's Messages, in which Mick outlined the concerns around state of origin and what it would possibly look like after Andrew Dillon mentioned during the week that he was keen to see the best play the best in some way, shape or form after Rugby League had state of origin. I do wonder how much Andrew Dillon was actually pushing for that and how much it would just maybe take back a few headlines from the NRL and the glow that they had, Bawley, from being down in Melbourne on Wednesday night, and all of a sudden we're back talking about what origin would look like in Aussie rule.
I know Dills, I did think that too. Yeah, he's a pretty sort of pragmatic thinker. It's a lawyer in him. He just thought, I'll just take a little bit of the shine off what ended up being a fizzer, really, didn't it, the game, unfortunately. All, fantastic crowd and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I think, to be fair, what Melbourneites have shown is that we'll peck out the MCG for not too much, Mick, let's be honest. I mean, I don't think it's too much to do with the product. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, but not take any gloss away from it. And he didn't miss, Mick, did he? He went pretty hard on that. The only thing I would say is I think players, and you mentioned players will get the check. I actually don't think, players love playing with I think players would love certainly the honour and the opportunity, which never happens here, because let's be honest, you talk about 20, 30 years ago, you go out for a beer with the opposition best players after the game, wouldn't you? So there's very few opportunities for the gun, the elite, let's call it top 40 of the comp to mix together. I witnessed it a little bit with the international rules, Mick, and I know you were heavily involved in that as well. Players absolutely went out of their way to put their hand up for that.
Well, Bawley,
for that opportunity to train and play with the best.
I had 150 to start in January.
Yep.
I had 25 by getting on the plane. In fact, 23. So don't be fooled by how many people want to do it. Then all of a sudden, their mums and dads and their coaches and everyone in their ear saying, "Oh, look, if you get."
Well, that's the point, isn't it? So it's got to be an industry view and get on with it. I don't want to hear. I know you might have a little bit of a grumbly ankle. No, you got to let them play. It's got to be a one in all in. Otherwise, it just won't.
And you cannot have. And this is going to be like if they have Victoria v South Australia, you cannot have any make believe Victorian.
No, I think that's fair, and I think
that's why you won't see the best, because some of them are in New South Wales, some are in.
Well, we're almost getting to the stage though where those two, I know I agree with you about the Allies, but those states now with the amount of talent that they're producing, I mean, we're seeing it at under 18 level.
So as a native Sandgroper, I'm born and bred in WA and grew up and lived there till I was 23. I don't have any affinity or care whatsoever about an All-Stars team or an Allies side. Like you know how they played the bushfire game and they played the match in 2008. I didn't feel any connection as a West Australian to that team. So
did you see?
If I want State of Origin footy, I want to see the Gold Jumper and the Black Swan and the WA team running around, which means. Then the problem is we have 3 major heartland footy states, and then we have a 4th. So what do we do with the 4th? Is it another Allies team? And then people in
don't have it.
Queensland and New South Wales think, well, that's not going to work.
Have a 3-way little tri-series.
No, if there's a good player come from Fiji or Papua New Guinea and plays rugby league, and they're at the top of their game, they just don't get a game.
Yeah.
Because they're not New South Wales, they're not Queensland. It's a unique. It's like getting the Anzac medal. It can only happen with 2 teams, Essendon, Collingwood.
A tri-series would work. 2 games.
Well, when are you going to play it? See, they play theirs midweek, and they play on either side of those.
And what you play 3 games.
Chris Scott's mid-season shutdown maybe, although that's not really a shutdown, is it? Yeah. I understand.
I mean, one of my earliest footy memories was I was about 6 years old. My dad took me to Subiaco Oval to watch the WA state team trained, and I loved state footy, and then it only existed for, 97, 98, faded out in 99, never came back. And so I've always had this yearning of, I love state footy and everything else. But to be honest, if Zach Merritt was leaving Essendon this weekend to go and play in a state game for Victoria, I would sit there nervous as hell, as my team's been rubbish for 20 years and they get a chance to be in contention this year and all of a sudden he's running around playing in that game. I don't want him playing in that match. I want him playing every single game for the remainder of the year. I just feel like it's this great notion and romantic notion of something that happened long ago, but it's gone, and I don't think it's...
Should we just pick a team? We pick the All-Australian team. Should we just pick an All-Victorian team, an All-WA team, just for posterity? They don't.
Hey, what happens to South Australians? They'll get narky.
No, same as them. That's what I'm saying. Every state, just pick a best 18 from every state, just for something.
And present like a nominal jumper or something.
Yeah.
Can't hurt. Ben Cameron's been a big push of that for many years, but I don't know. At the end of the day...
Ben Cameron is Ben Cameron. Stop that, Benny. You'll let a pinch.
Corbin Middlemass alongside Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Just repeating, no late change here at Docklands. We'll have the game call between the Roos and the Dogs on the way. The Chief Executive of the North Melbourne Football Club, Jen Watt, stopped by for a chat a short time ago with Bally and myself. I started by asking her about the last 3 weeks that North Melbourne have had. They've only got to sing the song once, and how they feel about what's happened over the past month.
The last month has been wonderful, and the best part about it is the evidence that I think the supporters have got, the players have got, the coaches have got. In that first part of the season, you know you're on a journey, you know where the club's at, but without that evidence of a win, of a really good effort against 2 quality opposition in the last couple of weeks, it can be hard to believe. You can hope, but it can be hard to believe. And I think today, I reckon a whole bunch of supporters are going to come excited to see the team.
I heard Luke Davies-Uniacke speak during the week. He was on 7 News with Mitch Cleary, who's one of the best newsbreakers in the biz, and he was quite candid about the fact that he wants to stay at North Melbourne. And it made me think, given how open he was, is this deal already done? Like, where are we at with Luke Davies-Uniacke's contract? And it sort of sounded like as if he's pledged his commitment to North Melbourne going forward, which is so rare to hear from someone who is off contract at the end of 2025, if it's still in the balance and the negotiating and everything else that goes into it.
Rare and wonderful to hear it. Now, Luke isn't out of contract until the end of next year, but he's made his intentions clear. He loves the club. He's a really important part of the team. And we're in no hurry to, put pen to paper, so to speak. But when he's ready to do that, we'll do that. But I think the best part is he's said what he wants to do.
But it's not done?
No.
Wow. Okay. Jen Watt with us, the Chief Executive of the North Melbourne Football Club.
Jen, how challenging... You mentioned the first half of the year, and we see what's happening on the field and the challenges there, clearly. Take us down to Arden Street. How challenging it been for you and your exec team to keep the morale up, I guess, of the probably 50, 60 staff is there, working behind the scenes, and we know membership and sponsorship, commercial, all usually related to what's happening on the field. How challenging has that been, that part of the job been?
Look, tough in the sense of, particularly in that partnership space, it's hard to... Inside the club, it's great. You're on the journey, the environment's really good, everybody's bought in, but without the evidence on the scoreboard, it can be hard to convince everyone else. North Melbourne supporters are incredibly loyal and almost have this sense of duty. So membership's been really strong, match attendance has been really strong, but we do need more sponsors. And you need a little bit of evidence, as I said before, for that to start to turn. So it is hard. We don't have a huge financial base behind us. We don't have any debt. We've made 12 consecutive profits, but just.
Well, what about Tasmania and your relationship, obviously, with the Apple Isle and playing games in Hobart? Obviously, there's a team coming in Tasmania, which means, imagine at some point North Melbourne has to bump out. Are you looking to do that in the short term and basically move on to whatever comes next rather than seeing it all the way through to the entry of the Devils?
Look, I think the AFL will be really determined to keep content in Tassie until the Devils start playing, which is suggested to be 28. So we have a wonderful relationship with Spirit of Tasmania in Tassie, Events Tasmania. So we'll continue to put content in there, but the good thing is we've got a bit of time to work out what the exit strategy is, and it is a big financial return for the club, so we will need to find something, and that probably doesn't look like just bringing 4 games back to Marvel. There'll be something, and we're exploring those options meaningfully now. What can you give us some locations that you're looking at? We are open-minded. Look, I think we've all seen clubs travel, and we've got a good record travelling. Our coaches won 4 premierships with a secondary market in play, so we're not afraid of that, and we embrace it. But it'll be what's best for the club, and we're exploring all options now. Competitive balance has been the buzz term used this year in the competition, and it feels like there's very much been a divide between Victoria and non-Victorian teams. And yet when you look at North Melbourne, and I covered your game last Saturday night, I was looking at the last decade in terms of how often teams play at the MCG, and I think only the Gold Coast had played less games at the G than North Melbourne over the last 10 years. Yeah. But obviously, I imagine that's something that the club will be hoping to get on the G more as the away team on occasions. Is it something that is strong in your mind that you are keen to try and play at the home of footy a little more? Of course. I mean, you want experience where you play for silverware, right? But you get the fixture you deserve. And when we start to command crowds and better slots because of our performance, we'll get more MCG games as the away team. So it sort of happens because you deserve it.
It's been a good month, hasn't it? I think you haven't quite got the results, we know that, but the last 3 weeks in particular has been really promising. You mentioned your coach, who we know the history there, took a team from down the bottom pretty quickly, in pretty quick time through good drafting and that sort of stuff. I was actually part of a team that went from, St Kilda, went from last and in the space of 2 years. And I actually heard Nick Riewoldt talking about that when asked this year, thinking about North, is there a bit of that, can he see a bit of that unfolding? What I guess to what extent are you involved in the footy conversations around? I mean, you watch the game like us, obviously, and see these green shoots. How confident, I guess it's a tricky question, but how confident are you that it's just a matter of time and just a matter of getting more games into Wardlaws and these sort of types, and it can really spike pretty quickly in this competition? It can, and Clarko tells the Hawthorn stories all the time. Todd and I tell the Melbourne story all the time, because we've all, and you have as well, experienced that when you've got a developing side, when you've got young players, you can't get games into them fast enough, but it can turn quickly. But as I said before, you can tell the stories and people hope, but until you just start to get a bit of evidence like we have in the last few weeks, that's the really important part. But that just lifts everybody. Everybody's walking taller, and, Clarko is his record speak for himself, and he is terrific with the players, helping them understand, showing them how to get there. Jen Watt with us, the Chief Executive of the North Melbourne Football Club. Taran Thomas, obviously no longer involved at the football club. You wrote a very passionate email to the other CEOs, which unfortunately ended up in the public domain, and we can get into that side of it. But part of what you outlined as part of that was the efforts that the club went to basically try and help Taran as best you can and rehabilitate him. Are you satisfied now that we're at this point that the club did everything they could to help Taran? Yeah, I am. It was such a challenging time, and it was very... people ask, how do we feel now? I feel sad. I feel sad that we couldn't help him change his behaviour. He ultimately gave us no choice but to make that decision. I hope that Taran can change his behaviour and earn another opportunity. That would be the best result here. And the point I was trying to make in that email is these are really complex, challenging situations, not just in footy clubs, but for society. And there's a lot of help at the crisis point, but there's not a lot of help in the rehabilitation
space. So hopefully this intervention is what Taran needs to kind of, until he wants to change, that kind of thing. So, yeah, it was tricky.
It's a big issue, obviously, in Australian life
at
the moment. In general, it's been we've had the flashpoint, obviously, this year. So, say the same thing happened again at another club or whatever it turns out to be. Is it, I guess the main thesis of your email, was it that the AFL needs to be better to set up here, or is it just explaining to people that, hey, if you go through this problem, trying to find courses and everything else is going to be challenging out there? Is there something more the game can do, I guess, to better prepare itself if it happens again?
No, look, I don't think it's the game. I think we are an incredibly well-supported environment with all sorts of resources available to players generally, but this is a really specific thing that needs really specific help, and the point is that I don't think we're well equipped in society, and we've seen the statistics, to actually deal with that, and that's where we need the growth.
Is there any contact with the club and Taran now, or is that purely handed over to the PA and his manager and everything?
It's handed over to the PA and his manager. He's still got friends at the club and connections, and we would always, and said, when he left, but I don't think he's particularly interested in us, talking to us too much anymore. But, we felt like we did everything we could, and as I say, he's got connections at the club. It's not a formal relationship anymore, and his support is through his manager and the PA and AFL.
Jen Watt, the North Melbourne CEO, with us on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Jen, just before you go, George Wardlaw, he's not playing today. He's concussed at training. So
oh boy,
the conversation comes up again about contact training. And I know as part of one of the recommendations out of the Shane Tuck inquest was to do less contact training, and you've got to get the balance right. As Josh Simpkin said earlier in the year, look, we've got to work on our contest game. That's an area where we've struggled, and yet you've had head trauma injuries now for George Wardlaw, Tristan Sherry and Hamish Free, all in this calendar year. Is it a worry? Is it something that the club needs to look at?
I think that word you said is right, balance. I think it's unrealistic to suggest we take contact training out of the sport. I think we're doing some good things like running it a bit later in the pre-season rather than right from the start. Players are much more aware. The medical staff are now so on top of it. I think, these things happen. It's like, are you going to do sprints and avoid hamstrings? Like, it's a part of the game you absolutely must train, and you would agree, Luke, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think as long as George and Tristan in particular are upright and breathing, they're probably going to find a way to put themselves in harm's way, regardless of what the training looks like. So, yeah, I think it's just unfortunate. It's been happening for years. I think we manage it better. I think now it's more prevalent, or it's more visual because we have the man.
We're aware.
Time off. That's right. So unfortunate, because I wanted to come along today and watch him, but I think and clearly he's in good hands. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Jen, your time's greatly appreciated. Nice to see the Roo boys bounce back the last couple of weeks, and fingers crossed that upward trajectory continues. Appreciate your time.
Anything can happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Jen Watt, the Chief Executive of the North Melbourne Football Club, and as we spoke about a bit earlier, the contact training and perhaps the inevitable nature of it. George Wardlaw unfortunately concussed late in the week, which means he not only misses this week, given the 12-day protocols, he'll also miss the following week against the Gold Coast, so 2 games out of action. There's no late change here at Docklands ahead of North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with Corbin Middlemass, the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse and the Premiership Pie Luke Ball. There's no late change. Dylan Stevens is up for North and Oscar Baker for the Bulldogs, which means Marcus Bontempelli is there despite his back complaint during the week. Had back spasms, left training on Thursday. But is lining up again for the Western Bulldogs. The last time we thought he was in some kind of doubt was when he was ill and missed training during the week ahead of the Fremantle game.
Went okay.
He was best on ground, got 10 votes from the coaches, and was lights out that day in one of the best games he's played this season. So Marcus Bontempelli to line up for the Dogs shortly. A couple of quick ones before we go. John Ralph this week reporting that the Gold Coast are willing to trade 2 first-round picks for Dan Rioli. Now, the extra wrinkle in all of this, I saw Sam Landsberger's report that Danny's reluctant to leave Morris. So, obviously, his relative both come down from the Tiwi Islands, and Dan's the older of the two. And whether the Gold Coast would be willing to take both Morris and Dan Rioli as part of a deal to potentially join Damien Hardwick at the Suns next year. And whether the Tigers would be willing to deal them.
Well, I reckon the Tigers would do it in a heartbeat. But Hardwick up the other end has got to play both players. There'd only be one getting a game. what they've got in front of them, what they've got around the goal square. So this wouldn't be the first one that's been done like this. So I've got a funny feeling that, correct me if I'm wrong, but former captain of GWS didn't leave the Dogs unless his mate went up there too.
Wow. Callum Ward.
Callum Ward went up there with, I think someone else got traded at the same time because he wanted him up there, and they took him to get Ward up there. Yeah. I'm pretty confident in saying that.
Back your memory there.
Now whether there's someone else, now that's bad by me. I should remember who that was, and I've got a funny feeling he did play a fair few games. So I just don't see how that can work for Gold Coast, given where they are with their side.
Well, the price too. 2 first-round picks seems too much, and you'd expect that it wouldn't be in the 1 year. It might be one, and then next year's. And the other thing that comes into it there, we keep being told that they've got this great talent pipeline of first-round draft picks. I think there's a kid by the name
Gold Coast.
Sorry, what did I say? Yeah, Gold Coast. Yeah, first-round draft picks in their academy that we know they need the picks for, the pick capital for. So. You'd be weighing that up against bringing a Daniel Rioli, who we know is a terrific player, and no one knows him better than Damien.
That's right.
Coaching him through those early years. So
that's given up a lot, though.
But it's a lot, isn't it? Oh. Yeah, and again, we'll wait to see what happens with the draft situation.
Well, Richmond will be hanging out for this, because if they're going to finish, so let's say second, bottom, third, in the bottom 3 or 4, you get an extra couple of draft picks on top of their pick, and get some 3 in the first round.
Yep. That's the way out for them, for sure.
Wow, that's and if you pick astutely, and you expect to get good players in that first round, that's your next step coming forward to go along with a couple of the younger players have already got.
I'd say just a singular sort of mid to late first round draft pick for you.
Well, Baker will go. They'll get a first round pick for Baker too, wouldn't they? So that could give them 4 or 5 picks in the first round. Now I know their numbers then spread out, but this is your ticket for your next assault. It might be 5 years down the track, but you've got to start somewhere.
Well, we know they gave up first-round picks for Hopper and Taranto, so this is how you get them back in.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Morris is considered Daniel's uncle. Yeah, so this is obviously the First Nation sort of kinship. This is a very different structure to, I guess, what we have in Western or European families. He would be considered basically his second cousin by the Western side of things. Daniel's dad and Morris first cousins. So that's basically where the relationship sits. But you'll often hear the fact that Daniel's referred to as Morris's nephew, but it's not the same way, I guess, that European families look at that structure. The other games today, so Sydney Fremantle is coming up shortly. The Dockers will front up without Alex Pearce. Interestingly, it's only the second time in Fremantle's history that they will field a team without a First Nations player. So amazing that every single game bar now 2 in Fremantle's history, they've had at least 1 First Nations player represented, including 8 in one particular game, which is the highest number of Aboriginal players that we've ever seen on one particular field. So there's a little piece of history today.
Do you know when that was? That wouldn't be back when I was coaching West Guys, would it? I reckon it would have been early days.
I think it was. I'm not 100% sure. I know definitely with the sort of Dion Woods when he was playing alongside Jeff Farmer and Anthony Grover. It was probably
that would have been Collingwood days
at the time. I'm pretty sure there was about 7 or 8 First Nations players around that particular time. The Swans, the whole riding the long win streak and everything else as to whether they're vulnerable at any particular stage. What chance do you give it today?
In Sydney.
No Alex Pearce.
Know what they're better off doing? Have another bye. Just freshening up for next time.
Yeah, no, I think Freo will give it a shake. I mean, they're just over there. I mean, they're strong around the ball. We know that's where you have to match Sydney, clearly. They'll double team them in Grundy in the ruck. The smaller ground, they'll want to bring it into a contest, a stoppage sort of game. It just feels like Sydney, though, that whole complacency issue isn't going to faze them at all. They've just got a group of players at the moment that have completely just
they'll get beaten,
subjugated. Well, they probably will admit that's how it works.
But there's a couple of sides that will equal them. Make no mistake.
They've just got a team that are playing with no ego at the moment, despite the individuals having fantastic seasons. They're all in on the team, and they should continue to keep rolling today, I think.
Quick tips: Suns Pies in the twilight. Who wins that?
Well, I think Collingwood.
Good ins for the Pies. I think they'll be just a bit too strong.
Geelong Essendon tonight. The Cats have won 18 of the last 21 against the Dons.
Yeah, look, as much as I'd like to say Essendon, I've got a funny feeling the Cats might get up for this one.
Well, no, I'm a Bomber believer. I'm with you. I'm a Bomber believer, Corb. I think this is an opportunity for them to. I just think they're stronger. Their intestinal fortitude stronger than in previous years. I think they can win tonight.
And last one tomorrow here, St Kilda, Port Adelaide.
Saints.
Yeah, I think
Saints
the
will
Saints
tie 'em up.
too. I think the Saints going to be hard to beat in the run home.
Yep. Mick, great hit out. Appreciate your insights as always. We'll catch up with you next week.
Been a pleasure, Corby. You know that. We've got a game next Friday night, haven't we?
We do.
A big one.
Back at it. I think big crowd at the G again.
Yes, it is. Your team.
Collingwood Essendon. We'll see how we go next Friday night. More from Mick Moldhouse around the corner on ABC Sport. Luke Ball is sticking around to call the game. Adam Ramanaska's coming in to join myself, Ben Cameron and Jess Webster. All of that next. Thanks to Jonesy back in the studio. This has been AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. And for our audience throughout the ACT, you're off to Sydney for the Swans and the Dockers.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Are we ready, ladies?
First floor, ladies' apparel, shoes, hats and model gowns.
Let's create the best dressed women in Sydney.
Welcome to Goods Department Store, 1961, in a brand new series.
Is harsh lighting an Australian thing?
Somebody is copying our most expensive designer gowns.
I built model gowns and I'm demoted to ladies' shoes.
Ladies in Black. Streaming all episodes now. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Simon launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Collingwood are premiers.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment. Something's in the air. Listen to the roar. The pressure's certainly gone up. Feel it on your skin. Punches the air with the right hand. Feel the electricity. That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out. Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it? Wherever you are, do not move. We're going the full journey. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The three words Western Bulldogs fans most wanted to hear No late change. Marcus Bontempelli is there and playing the Dogs superstar despite back spasms late in the week. It is the Western Bulldogs and North Melbourne. The Roos much improved over the last 3 weeks. They got the bounce with a victory against the West Coast Eagles. Competitive in their last 2 matches against Collingwood and Melbourne, but ultimately losing razor-thin margin results. Can they sing the song again this afternoon against the Dogs, who are trying to jump back into the top 8? It's all in front of us. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call it for you. Good afternoon, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Great to be here. I'm looking at Marcus Bontempelli lead the Dogs through the banner, which I'm sure people can hear through the effects. I did watch him in the warm-up. Seemed to be moving freely. We know about North Melbourne. They're trying to complete a studs-up rebuild of their footy club, but we've started to see the wheel turning in recent weeks. And coming back to the Bulldogs, they're trying to do what they've often done under Luke Beveridge, and that is catch lightning in a bottle in the back half of a season and make a little bit of a Cinderella run into the finals.
We heard all about it ahead of the 2023 season, about the four-headed monster up front and whether they would play together. It lasted 1 week. They played the first game against Melbourne, and then we haven't seen it again since, but we will see it today. So Lobb holds his place. Luke Beveridge was quoted as saying during the week about it's Darwinism and natural selection, and as a result he has to hold his place given how well he played last start against his old team in Fremantle, kicked 3 goals and had 19 disposals. So he's there. Sam Darcy makes his return. Aaron Norton makes his return from a knee complaint, and of course Jamari Ugle-Hagan as the spearhead up front. So the 4 bigs all in the same forward line for the Western Bulldogs, while North Melbourne will be without George Wardlaw. He was concussed at training on Thursday, and as a result will not only miss this game but miss next Saturday as well against the Gold Coast Suns. It is Saturday afternoon on ABC Radio, which means you will hear this man's voice. He is a premiership player, the youngest on planet Earth, from the Essendon Football Club, Adam Ramanaskas. Hello, Ram.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. It's a miserable day outside in Melbourne. It's wet.
You don't want the roof open today,
No,
Ram?
well, this is why we have this stadium on a day like this, because you can shut the roof, but on a fine day it should be open. But look, when I saw this fixture and saw we were down for this game, I thought, But North Melbourne over the previous 3 weeks, they've been really good. Like last week against Melbourne, they were coming hard. Another couple of minutes in that game, and they would have got over the top. Their identity now is pressure around the ball. So the disappointing part of that is Wardlaw is out of the game, and I think who's been the real leader of that for the Kangaroos. So now can they continue to sustain that? The Bulldogs, on the other hand, they look top heavy at the moment. You speak about those 4 talls, Corb. They're all in, and I'm fascinated to see how it goes.
And that is, I want to speak about that, but just picking up on something you said around North Melbourne, my mail is that they've stripped it right back. Like, let's simplify it, effort and attitude. And that's basically what they've gone to, and that shows itself in pressure around the ball, which you've spoken about there, Rama.
Well, I think it just keeps you in games for longer. And I speak about this quite often. If you're a young developing team, you want to be in the contest in that last quarter, and North Melbourne have been over the previous weeks. So you look at last week's game, those young guys would have got so much out of that, so much, albeit they didn't get over the line, but there was just moments in that last quarter where you go, oh wow, that's a glimpse of the future there, and that's what you want to continue to see. And the attitude and effort, it's very hard to measure. It is very hard. How do you measure attitude? How do you measure effort? But I think you start with, you've got a pressure rating now that you can rank. You've got a tackle count that you can rank. You've got a contested football that you can rank. There's many different stats in football now that you can rate effort.
Yeah, and Champion Data do rank it, and over the last 3 rounds, they've had the best pressure in the competition, North Melbourne. So it is quantifiable through Champion Data.
He's gone early, isn't he? He's studied all his research.
Stuff's out.
I think he spat it out the first 6 minutes.
It's not just a suburb here in Victoria, Rammer, I always say.
Luke Ball's here, the Premiership Pie. G'day, boy.
Keep a bit of powder dry, Benny. It's going to be a long day, but good call, Ramo. I'm looking forward to this one, like we said off the top of the show earlier, and you mentioned effort, and what that has actually resulted in from a mechanics point of view is they're all of a sudden their number 2 clearance team, North, and you look down and Wardlaw's a big out, we know that. I think what that'll mean is that, and we're hoping that'll mean, and we've seen it over the last month, is Sheezer will go into the middle a lot more, and Will Phillips has been a great inclusion. I read a little piece on him today. I mean, high draft pick, top 3 pick, was he not?
Yep.
For him to be able to say, okay, I know my role in the team at the moment is not to go around chasing possessions, is to play on someone, which allows Davies Uniacke, who he knows in a terrific form, allows Wardlaw, allows Sheezel to do their thing. So when you've got players in your team like that, and you look at the best teams in the comp, they've all got players like that. That's very consistent. So I think that's a terrific feather in the cap for him to be able to do that. He'll play a role today, we know, on a absolutely vaunted Bulldogs midfield. I think he goes to Liberatore. I think that's the matchup. And then I love what Tristan Cherry has brought to this team. And we talk about clearances and tackles. For the big guy to be able to lead the way on that front, I think he plays a key role today against Tim English, the reigning All-Australian, who we know hasn't reached those heights this year. So really looking forward to the midfield battle today.
Everybody wants a Marcus Bontempelli in their lineup. He's playing today despite the back spasms he had during the week at training, and the North Melbourne might have theirs in Luke Davies-Uniacke. What an amazing player he's turning into. He is a pre-agent, as the industry types would say, Rama, which means he's a free agent at the end of next year. Yeah. And I heard his interview with our man Mitch Cleary during the week, and we spoke about this during AFL Saturday with Bully. And I just assumed that this contract must have been done, and there would be an announcement in the coming days about how he signed on for multiple years, given the fact he spoke about, I want to be a North Melbourne player for life. He said, look, I want to repay the club. They drafted me. This is where I see myself playing going forward. The deal is still not done, Rama. I just worry, is he wiped off a couple $100,000 off his deal by just giving it up? And how would you feel if you were his agent and all of a sudden he's saying, oh, by the way, I'm not interested in playing anywhere else?
Well, there'd certainly be a phone call.
So at least say, look, I've got to speak to people close to me and I've got to wait to make up a decision.
Just play the game a little bit.
You play, I'll talk.
Yeah, correct. I was similar to your thought process there, Corbs, where I thought, well, surely a contract's imminent now. And it still might be. It just might be the finer details. They may have come to an agreement on what the dollars look like, but then there's a lot of special conditions that go into contracts now. And
like what?
Oh, well, I can't tell you that. Oh, but that's around games. That's around games played. That's around where you finish in best and fairest. That's all Australian. There's so many different clauses that you can put in a contract now. So they may be talking about that. I don't know. But look, at the same time, putting my loyalist hat on, and I love hearing that from a player. I think it's fantastic that a North Melbourne fan can hear that. Well, he is in for the long haul, and he is going to put the yards in.
Corbin spoke about the fact that if they lost Luke Davies-Uniacke, it felt like it would have set the whole thing back a little while. So how important is it for this regeneration? I said rebuild from the studs up earlier, Bawley and Rama.
Critical. Yeah, absolutely critical. They cannot afford to lose top-end talent from here. And I think what we hope is, and not knowing him well, it sounds like he's a lawyer. We know he's not a guy who loves the limelight, so potentially the idea of going and playing somewhere else. I mean, people underestimate that a little bit. Going somewhere and playing for $1 million, there's a pressure that comes with that. So maybe he thinks, I'm happy to stick this out and take a little bit less maybe than the open market might bring, and continue to build my career here. But no doubt the last 3 weeks, I think, and they need to keep on this trajectory now, because a dip back to how they were at the start of the year all of a sudden muddies that question a little bit for him. But what I think's been good too is that some of the senior players who let the young players down really at the start of the year with their effort have jumped on board and are starting to show a little bit more. And Curtis Taylor's a guy who's had a really good 3 weeks of footy. Bailey Scott continues to develop. Luke McDonald, I think, and Zurhaar's the other one, who's recognised that he's needed to stand up and lead the way a bit. So all that means that what we've seen over the last month has been really, really promising, and it can turn really quick, as we heard Jen Watt say. And most of us have been in a position at a footy club where that's happened over the course of 12 to 18 months. It can turn really quick.
I've had it explained to me recently that players these days are very good, Rama, at working out where they can go and get paid, secure the bag, and also playing a team that is on the rise, likely to play finals. You live in that industry day to day. Are you seeing that?
That's actually an interesting question, because I think there's a certain handful of players that can go and demand money elsewhere. Then there's another group of players where a club will go, yeah, we like him, but are we truly going to commit to him now? And I think Luke Davies-Uniacke is probably in that first class of player where he can go and demand money from a club and say, well, if you want me, this is where you're going to have to pay me. But the decision on if a club is rising or not is dictated by results. but it's also dictated by the stats that you reeled off earlier, Benny, where you've sort of wasted them in the first couple of minutes. But you've got to look at that, because that's where the genuine improvement comes from.
At least in Davies Uniacke and Zerha's case, the last 3 weeks, at least you can see it.
Correct.
If
you thought prior, you couldn't.
You bet Mackay last year. No one can blame him saying, look, I've won 8 games in 9 years or 9 games in 8 years.
That's right.
It's totally different than it was 12 months ago. Jess Webster is the 5th member of our crew. She's on the boundary line between the benches. Hello, Jess.
G'day, Corby. These are the days a boundary rider cherishes. It's a miserable 11 degrees and raining outside, but we're under the roof this afternoon, which is really, really pleasing. The subs for today, Dylan Stevens for North Melbourne and Oscar Baker for the Western Bulldogs. A big challenge for the Roos today. The Dogs have won their last 5 against North Melbourne by an average of 10 goals, but the Roos have been ranked equal first for pressure the last few weeks, so they need to bring their A game this afternoon, Corb.
Thanks, Jess. Anyone tipping an upset?
No, I don't think so. I think the Dogs, I liked what I saw going into the break, and as I just look down now, have they gone with the 4-headed mon? Not quite. So three of the monsters have gone down to the forward line to start with. And just a quick shout out to Jackson Archer, who gets the match up on Cody Waitman. Has had a breakout couple of weeks, hasn't he, Jackson Archer? He was magnificent last week on Bailey Fritsch, so he goes down and gets the dangerous Waitman, and terrific matchups all over the ground.
Rory Lobb starting in the back line for the Western Bulldogs. A bit to look at. So it is Bont and the Bulldogs up against LDU and his Roos. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Underway, Sherry in English. Up goes English early. Taps it down. Simpkin gathers the footy. Tackled by Bontempelli. Dribbles a little kick away. Not before he's pinged holding the ball. So Bontempelli's back. The interest heading in, and he's busy early. Free kick in the bullseye in the middle. Veers out to the left. Long left foot kick. Inside 50. Comben, good mark. Stands in the pack and takes it strong for North at fullback.
A good spot call, Rory Lobb. I'd forgotten that he'd shaved off the peroxided hair, but he's gone to centre half back.
Incognito at centre half back. Chip short, Comben to the back pocket. And Pup Shields, the triple premiership hawk, now a Roo, kicks up to the wing, putting his fist through at O'Donnell. Coming off the side of the pack, Simpkin can't gather throwing to come.
You know how we hate a number of things about the fixture, and we spend all the season talking about it, how some sides have already played twice and other teams haven't met yet. There's 9 games left in the year. These guys are playing the first of 2 meetings. They play again twice in the last 9 games. So starting today, North Melbourne and the Bulldogs. And there's still to play again a little later in the year. They meet in the second last round, so it's actually twice in 8 weeks. And the boundary throwing. Richards tackles Phillips. He had an arm free, didn't dispose of it. And the umpire says that's holding the ball.
Like he's trying to get to Treloar, Phillips.
Richards kicks inside the forward 50. Off a fingertip, spills through to Darcy. He's drilled in a tackle from Combat, and we'll have the ball up. Centre half forward for the Dogs. No late change. The Bont's out there. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas and Jess Webster on ABC Sport. Sherry palms it down. Here's Davies Uniacke. Hand pass away to Simpkin for the Roos. Kicks up to the wing. Collected by Pink. Hand pass to Zerha.
He chips it forward, but intercept mark taken by Duray. Dogs back in possession. Duray at centre half back. Pokes it short on his left to Richards. A couple of concussions this year, Ed Richards. Back in the side. Move into the midfield this year. He drives it long on the left, looking for one of the triple-headed monster. Out the back it goes. Norton, he'll gather the footy, snap on his right, and poke through the first. So the triple-headed monster do it at ground level. Aaron Norton back in the side and back on the goal-kicking list. The Bulldogs 1 straight 6. North Melbourne yet to score. We've played 2 minutes and change. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Penetrating kick, isn't it? Ed Richards, that's one thing. Now we mentioned Phillips going to Treloar, so that might mean that Richards is in the action a lot more. It looks like Liberatore and Davies Uniacke, 2 of the best clearance players in the competition, are going to go at each other head to head. But
what do you make of that matchup?
Yeah, it's interesting. I just think that both coaches' acknowledgement that our respective best clearance players. So we'll start that way, and it's a feather in the cap for Adam Treloar, isn't it? That Alistair Clarkson has rated him the number 1 player, but just the penetration on the kick for Richards was really wide, got over the back, and clearly North will be disappointed they weren't able to get a fist on that. And the good thing about the monster is that they're pretty good at ground level. Ugelhagen and Norton as well. So good start.
Luke Beveridge.
Rucks miss it in the middle from the restart. Simpkin gets a clearing kick to half forward for the Roos. Larky competes, no mark, spills to Phillips. Hand pass away to Curtis. Hand pass to Scott. Kicks inside 50. Pink flies, no mark, spills front and centre. Curtis grabs it. He's tackled. The ball up inside forward 50 for North. Roos to the northern end, or what was once the Lockett end here at Dockland Stadium. Forward 50 stoppage for North Melbourne. Teakle palms it down, comes to O'Donnell. He's tackled and held up by Curtis. And the ball up inside the forward 50 for the Roos.
Still waiting for those signs to go back up. English wins the tap down towards O'Donnell. Can't gather it. Bailey Dale out after it. Spits out to Liberatore. Spins and dumps it on the left boot. Clearing kick for the Dogs towards a pack. Darcy trying to take the high chest mark. He can't. Loose footy on the wing. McDonald there for the Roos. Gives it off towards Scott. His handball puts him under pressure. And he's on top of the footy. Ball up to come on the logo. 1 straight 6 plays. No score. 4 minutes played opening term.
Two royal blue teams. North Melbourne home game, but they're in the white shorts. White pace jumper with the blue stripes, and Western Bulldogs in the royal blue shorts. With, of course, their traditional Footscray strip with their white and red hoop from the stoppage. North come up with it. On the outskirts, Scott tumbles a kick to centre half forward. O'Donnell grabs it, tackled, lost it. Comes to Dale, his hand pass picked off. North win it back. Curtis, hand pass to Phillips, kicks into the forward pocket. Larkey will get there on the bounce. He's got Jones right there for company. Collected by Lobb, last line of defence. Short kick finds West. A long way from goal, marks in the goal square at fullback for the Western Bulldogs. They've kicked the first goal. They lead it by 6 points after 5 minutes.
Been in career form, Riley West moves it out to left half back, and Bailey Williams pokes it up to Norton on the wing.
Got a contract extension during the week, Riley West.
The only goal kicker in this match so far. Norton kicks into the middle of the ground, broken up by North Melbourne, hits the deck. Bontempelli soccers it inside 50, slipping over McDonald, allows in Jamara Ugle-Hagan, goes the fend off, left foot snap is brilliant. Jamara Ugle-Hagan with the party trick early on. The snap bending the wrong way away from goal, but finds the major opening. And the Western Bulldogs are on early. 2 straight 12 plays. No score for North Melbourne. 5.5 played. Opening stanza, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball.
You take it all the way back to the back pocket where Riley West is in a good spot there, takes a mark from a switch kick from Rory Lobb. But then Bailey Williams gets out on his own really wide, and it's up that city side of the ground. But then it's the 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 battle that Bont wins to knock that ball forward. Then it's 2 mistakes from Luke McDonald. He misses the ground ball, then misses the tackle of the hips of Ugle-Hagan. And then Ugle-Hagan's just good enough to then snap that ball around the corner for a pretty easy goal, really, in the end.
Dogs with the first couple. And their 2 key forwards on the board. Norton on his return, and now Ugle-Hagan. They lead it by those goals. 12 points to zip. Davies-Uniacke in the middle. Hand pass to Simpkin. Their skipper tumbles a kick to half forward. Shields got a deft touch on it. Spills straight to Dale. He's tackled. Ferocious tackle from Curtis. Hump said no prior. And a ball up between wing and half forward for the Roos. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. As Sherry palms it down. Picked up by Davies-Uniacke again. Hand pass to Fisher. The former Blue. Ugly kick down to half forward. Flying for it. Curtis again. Can't mark. Spills to Lobb, who started at centre half back. And he's tackled by Eddie Ford. We'll have a ball up again. Still at half forward for North Melbourne. The Bont's out there. No late change. Dogs by 12.
Doesn't appear to be any rust for the Western Bulldogs coming off the rest last week. Getting involved, Treloar feeds it to Richards. Right foot snap. A floating ball up towards the city wing. Bouncing ball for Archer. And out of play for a throw-in. They did use some junior football photos of the Roos players to announce their team during the week. Jackson Archer in his Kangaroos kit just a couple of years ago. Son of the shinboner of the century.
I saw the comparison between his photo then and now, and as Ben said, it looked like it was about 3 days ago.
Here's Luke Davies-Uniacke onto the football on the wing, trying to shrug the tackle, does so. Gets a handball away, but cedes possession or momentarily. Richards can't trap it out of play, thrown on the wing.
Been in sneaky good form too, Jackson Archer.
He has. Last week's job on Bailey Fritsch was outstanding.
He was actually very good. It sounds silly, he did kick 5, but he was actually good on Bobby Hill for large periods. As Bobby can do, all of a sudden impacts the game and took a hanger. Here's Treloar at speed, bursts through the stoppage. That's one way to break the tag. 2 bounces. Treloar looks on goal. Treloar, what a moment. He hits the post. Gee, at full speed, went charging through that stoppage and left Phillips in his wake. 2 bounces, but a poster. Dogs 2-1. North Melbourne yet to score. 8 minutes in. Danger signs for Clarkson and the Roos.
Zach Fisher on the kick in for North. Pokes it out towards Comben. Gallagher there with him. Does well to halve it. Punches it out. Throw in The right half forward for the Dogs.
This was a pure clearance, wasn't it? Adam Trelaw. And maybe we're getting a little look as to why Alistair Clarkson has highlighted him as a key player. He tends to go under the radar a little bit at times, Trelaw.
Had more footy than anyone else this AFL season as well. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, your expert. Sherry takes it out of the ruck, dumps it on his right boot. Kick to the logo, Lobb in from the side, takes the mark. Starting down back today, Rory Lobb gives it off towards O'Donnell. His left foot sends them inside 50. Ugle-Hagan bounces off his chest, collides with Vandermeer, free kick, and it will go to Jamara. He was impeded, and the mark set 40 metres out.
That's unlucky. Well, it's against Jackson Archer. They're saying it's the chopping of the arms, but I'm just not what more can you do as a defender? Let him mark the ball.
You've got to be able to make some sort of contact, don't you? Otherwise it would have been a chest mark, as you said.
A little bit of byplay between Trelaw and Phillips down on the boundary line as Jamara Ugle-Hagan comes in with a drop punt. And the route is on, not quite. He's missed it to the right, just hooked it a little bit at the end, but they are all over them at the moment. 2-2-14 to no score. Fremantle have kicked the opening 3 goals in the match of the SCG as well, Corbin.
Bit of round the grounds today with the 2 games going on at once.
Yeah, had that for a few weeks. As Aidan Core with the kick-out duties goes long to half-back. Off hands, it slides out of bounds. We'll have a boundary throw-in 70 metres out from the Dogs' goal.
I did see as well Trelaw coming to the bench, and he sort of got right to the line, then stopped, and Will Phillips stopped as well, and then Trelaw said, no, I will go off. So just winding up his opposing tagger at the moment, Adam Trelaw.
There is a call available of that Fremantle game as well through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the AFL Extra button so you can choose your games through the ABC Listen app this afternoon. Here it's the Dogs by 14 as Bontempelli knocks it out. Eventually got to Vandermeer, hand pass to Richards, kicks to the top of the goal square. Core attacks the footy, spoils it away. Fisher wasn't clean, falls to Waitman. He's locked up now. We'll have a ball up forward pocket for the Bulldogs. Shout out to Fran in Melbourne. Looking forward to the call going for the Kangas. Thanks, Fran. Nice to hear from you. 0437 774 774. The SMS throughout the afternoon.
All up, right forward pocket for the Dogs. Darcy doing the ruck work, brings it down to brilliant Bond. He snaps and misses. Very nearly under heavy pressure. 2-3-15 plays. No score. Just on the other game, the Swans have had slow starts of late. So might need to address the warm-up.
Like a handicap, isn't it? They like giving the other team a little head start.
Don't mention handicaps after the debate yesterday, Orley.
Fisher from the back pocket takes some ground and goes long out to half-back. Off hands, it spills down to Ford. Handball to Curtis for North. Hand pass away to Pink. His hand pass picked off in front of the benches. Jamara. Hand pass away to Giray. Back to Mara. Gives it by hand to O'Donnell. Kicks inside the forward 50 and Fisher's back. Takes the intercept mark. It's paid. He spilled it at the last moment, but the umpire had already blown his whistle. Stevens and Baker, the respective subs. No late change coming in. Long against the boundary line, and Doc Giray happy to punch it out of bounds. Of course, Premiership Hawk on a couple of occasions, and Alistair Clarkson, his Premiership coach in the opposition coach's box today, leading North. It's the Dogs with the first 15 points of the game. North Melbourne yet to score through a dozen minutes.
Got the ground set up pretty well, the Dogs behind the ball. North looking to switch, but closing it off well, just forcing them down the line. It's 8 inside 50s to 2 at the moment, the Dogs wait.
Darcy and Teakle. Teakle taps it to the back, but the Dogs are onto it. Bontempelli to McRae, off to Richards. Half forward, driving ball towards full forward. Doing well down there, Dawson swats it away from Aaron Norton, forces a throw in right forward pocket for the Dogs. 15 to zip. Through the opening 12 minutes, the Bulldogs lead. 5 scoring shots to none.
A little ominous early. Work to do for the Roos. We've got a defender forward. 50 stoppage here. Darcy grabs it out of the ruck, jams it on the boot, turns it over. Dawson takes the intercept mark. He kicks to Comben out at half-back. Is forced to break it up. Numbers with the Dogs. Vandermeer half forward. Hand pass away to Jamara. Couldn't pick it up. Knocks it back to Vandermeer. Hand pass finds Sanders. His hand pass back to Ugle-Hagan. Thought about kicking it and looked at Scott. Said, I'll take you on. Had to try and go off the left peg against the boundary line. Knocked off it. And Scott just hurried kick out of danger. Up to the wing. Still a scrap on for the footy. Here's Ford going at it with Fraser. Gets a hand pass out to Simpkin. Clever. Didn't take possession. Knocked it to LDU. Hand pass to Sheasel. Kicks to half forward, and here's Larkey. One kick from goal. Pokes the pass. Deeper inside 50, and Eddie Ford takes the mark.
That was well done. Real scrap on that half-back flank. Just North just There's the little tap by Simpkin, the captain there. Just got him out into space. And then North's forwards were all high up the ground, so it was a smart kick just dropping it in short to Larkey. And then Eddie Ford and Zerha were both just streaming down the other side of the ground. It's good vision by Larkey. He's got to finish here, though, Eddie Ford. We mentioned the Bulldogs, all the momentum in this quarter.
2 last week, Eddie Ford. Dogs' last 3 scoring shots have all been behinds to make them pay at the other end. Eddie Ford, he's dropped punt, he's out to the right and he leaves it there. It's North's first score. It comes 14 minutes in. North Melbourne are behind. The Bulldogs are 2-3-15 under the roof at Docklands. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Bulldogs by 14.
Fingers forward, unable to finish off there. A bit of an incident last week. Wasn't fined for it, I noted.
Yeah, I think he was just counting his goals as he went.
He did that earlier on in the season on his fingers. Inside defensive 50 here, the Bulldogs. Jones poking at the Bontempelli. He's coming up for his 4th disposal after being under an injury cloud during the week. Long kick. Waitman on a searching lead. Can't mark. Comben rows it off his hands. Roos back in possession. Handball along the boundary line. Poked out on the full. Was it? No. Off hands and a throw-in to come. Neutral territory on the city side of the ground. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, Paul Middlemash, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster on the boundary.
Boundary throw in city side. Darcy doing the ruck work. Palms it down into the path of Richards. Doesn't take possession. Just paddles it to Bontempelli's advantage. Sockers further afield. The Bont goes in to win it. Scoops a hand pass up inside the forward 50, but North with numbers. Power to Comben. A hand pass to Tucker under pressure in the back pocket. Clears the danger, but turns it over. Darcy takes the intercept mark. 60 from home. Looks inside 50. English has it spoiled away from him. Core did well. Bont goes back, wins it again. His hand pass a turnover and Fisher off centre half back. Kicks to LDU in the centre square.
The Roos trying to work it through the middle. Davies Uniac flares it out towards the dock side of the ground. Here's Ford again.
Sheasel's
marking Ford of the logo. Pokes it to that man Sheasel as Borley called. More than a kick from goal. Veers out to the right. Sets it up towards the pocket. Trying to find down there in Taylor. Can't get to him. Free kick going the way of Fraser.
Just didn't have enough on the kick. Sorry, Benny. Did he, Sheasel? He had Larkey leading back into some nice open space. He just didn't quite have enough height on the kick.
Fraser to Bramble, who goes short again to Gallagher. Or Bailey Williams, rather, who pokes it to Sanders in the left back pocket. Dogs lead it by 14 points, 2-3, plays 1 behind.
Sanders off the back flank. Goes long out towards Darcy. I think it landed about 15 metres in front of him. One bounce out of play. And a throw in right on halfway city side. 0437 774 774 the SMS. The other game that's going on, I don't know if you've got that up then. The Dockers kicked the first 3 goals. It is 3-1. The Swans are on the board, so a 13-point lead for Freo. Similar stage opening turn there, which is 16 and a half minutes into the opening quarter. Here it's the Bulldogs by 14. And after the boundary throw-in, we got another ball up just forward of halfway for the Dogs.
Umpire puts it aloft and gets out of the congestion safely. It has been an issue as Teakle soccers it forward for the Roos. Picking it up, Simpkin loops the handball to the run of Davies Uniac. Veers out, now kicks inside, attacking 50. Wants a mark down there, unable to mark forward. Spills down to ground level, comes back to him. Handball away to Pink, he's tackled quickly. And wrapped up by McRae, a ball up, 15 out from the attacking goal for the Roos. Searching for their first. Dogs lead it by 14 points. 9 minutes to play in this opening term. English punches it away. Straight down towards Williams. Now Sanders, back to Williams, back to English, back pocket here for the Dogs and Treloar.
Treloar goes short with the kick, finds McRae, back flank, hands it back to Treloar. So Phillips is a running mate early. He's getting involved here, Adam Treloar. Hand pass away to Sanders, gives it to McRae, kicks down the wing, scooped up on the half volley. Darcy back to Treloar, 3rd touch in the chain, turns it over.
Well, Phillips is stuck here on the boundary line and he can't look. His opponent's just had 4 possessions in a minute.
Archer marks on the wing, hand pass to Simpkin, handball away to Fisher, long inside 50, trying to knock it down Larkey, clever to the advantage of Zerha, and he tumbles through a goal for North. The Roos are in business. And Nick Larkey, with a bit of sharp work in the pack, just brought it front and centre, and Zerha was exactly where he needed to be. 18 gone opening quarter. North Melbourne 1-1-7. The Western Bulldogs 2-3-15. 8-point lead for the Dogs. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, it's interesting, Bally. That's why I've always felt if you're tagging, you're better off going back on the ground before your opponent comes on. You sort of know they're going to be off for 3 or 4 minutes, so get back on the ground before them. Because in that case, you're right. Like Trelaw just goes and gets his head on the ball. He's had 5 possessions now for the quarter, and his quarter's starting to look good. So, but that's terrific. That's terrific by Zerha, and I think that's where his game has changed a little bit in this past month as well. He's not just relying on his aerial skills. He's getting now to front and centre and actually creating that contest at ground level. There, sometimes the ball falls in your hand and you're able to kick a goal. But if you do that enough and you try to create opportunities enough, you will score.
Rucks lock up, neither really decisive. Spills to Sheasel. Back feeds the handball to Simpkin. Clear and kick. And the mark taken for the Roos by Paul Curtis. At centre half forward, kicks into the pocket, leading Larkey, drops it low down, traps it, wins the footy back, off to Phillips. He'll loop a kick towards full forward. They charge at it, Teakle can't mark. Curtis goes again.
Oh!
A goal that defies the laws of geometry. Wonderful finish. Running towards the boundary, left forward pocket, and he's able to thread it through. Back to 2 points, 2-3-15, plays 2-1-13. The Roos back alive 19 minutes into the first. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball.
He's got some magic, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen this before. It's not a fluke. I thought it was a great centre clearance initially. I love seeing Harry Sheasel in the middle of the ground. Larkey dropped the mark, but they were able to commit numbers to the contest. It was Phillips who'd worked over. I thought it was a good kick, and in the end, it was almost a mark that Teakle should have taken, but I mean, that is just brilliant front and centre work. And to be running the wrong way and hook it back on your left foot, I think we've seen it before. I mean, he kicked one from that pocket before, Paul Curtis. He's got some real magic. You know, it's a good response here for North because it looked like all the Dogs early.
He's had an impactful start, Paul Curtis, too. He's zipped in and around the game as he's want. 21 minutes in, it's the Dogs by 2 points, and good comeback from the Roos as Trelaw, hand pass to Sanders, kicks to centre half forward, and here's Waitman who takes the mark. Still that protective sleeve on his left arm after the surgery earlier in the season. He actually just says, hey, I might have a look here with the man of the mark standing right on the 50.
He's got caught napping there, Jackson Archer. In front first to move. He so often is, Cody Waitman, such a smart forward. Take his best, but I think he's probably got the journey here under the roof.
Pretty accurate all year. 17 goals, 3. His return from his 20 looks. Kicks from inside the centre square, decides to pass, a little too cute, turns it over. Looking to try and dab it into the forward pocket, and Taylor's there to break it up. Marks in the back pocket for North. 2 point lead for the Bulldogs. They had the first 5 scoring shots. North have settled, kicked the last 2 themselves. As Taylor goes long to a pack on the wing, falls front and centre to McRae. Got it to Gallagher on the half volley. Hand pass to Libba on the run from 30 out. Kicks across the face, and Jamara marks right on the behind line. Just hangs it inside the field of play and keeps it alive for the Bulldogs.
Well, he might have just juggled it. I think that's why the goal umpire has inserted himself into this one. I think the first touch was certainly in play. It's just whether he didn't clunk it and juggled it over the behind line.
Quick score check while that happens. Fremantle 4-2-26, Sydney 2-4-16. 5 to go in the opening term. The Dockers by 10 points at the SCG over the Swans. Full day of footy, 5 games, of course, in the twilight it is the Suns and the Pies. And then later tonight, Geelong play Essendon at the MCG, and in Adelaide it'll be the Crows and the Giants.
The soft calls are behind here, so he's definitely touched the ball first. Inside play. It's just whether there's enough to overturn the decision that he's juggled it over the line.
It doesn't look like, it's hard to make the compelling case he's got full control of it. At this point, as we're waiting for the next frame to tick over on the replay that we're watching, what do you reckon, Bally?
Yeah, hard to overturn the soft call, I think.
Yeah, I don't know how you're overturning that.
Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport. Jess Webster on the boundary. Ben Cameron, Corbin Middlemass, your call team. Dogs by 2. We get a few extra looks. Well, Jamara Ugle-Hagan claiming the mark on the behind line. Here we go.
Insufficient evidence to determine whether the ball was controlled prior to crossing the back of the behind line.
So video inconclusive, it'll be a behind. So the Dogs will move to 2-4. North Melbourne are 2-1. It's the Bulldogs by 3 points. They threatened to blow North Melbourne off the park in the opening 10 minutes. The Roos have settled. And 23 minutes in, the Dogs by 3 points.
Fisher to take the kick in. Just twirling it in his hands. Eventually likes the dock side of the ground. Goes long. Jones will come at it. West stands in front of the pack. Swings out the back. Through his hands. Larkey stripped of it. Ball jars free. Right half forward here for the Dogs. Out to West it comes. Handball away for Bramble. Too hot for him. Tracks it back. Davies-Uniacke tracks him. He's got him. Umpire wants to ball it up. Don't agree, Luke Ball?
No, that's holding the ball. By the old interpretation, that's holding the ball for mine.
Dogs by 3 points. Sherry wins the tap. Straight to Sheasel. Kicks forward of the wing. Jones, good mark. Not paid. Picking it up. Unable to initially tackle. He'll go again. Jones goes in. Paul Curtis arrives. Applies the tackle. Has one arm pinned. The umpire wants it. Ball up. Left half forward for the Roos. Dogs by 3.
Rachel off the SMS. My mum Joan passed away last Sunday. She was a long-time shin boner. Please, Kangaroos win for her. Love from Rachel. Thanks, Rachel. Our condolences. Appreciate your listenership this afternoon. And sorry for your loss. 0437774774 the SMS. The Bulldogs by 3 points. Hurried kick forward here from Bontempelli. Bounces out of play. So we'll have a throw in 70 metres out from the Dogs' goal. Phillips running with Adam Treloar as Treloar tries to man up on Davies-Uniacke at the stoppage. Boundary throw-in. Sherry palms it down. Here's Treloar. Hand pass out in front as he tries to break the Scott tackle. And the ball's out of play in front of the interchange gates. Boundary throw-in halfway at Docklands. The Bulldogs by 3. The SMS number 0437774774.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Sherry again winning the tap with his left hand. Onto it, Scott for the Roos. Off the Fisher. Kick smothered by Richards. Great 1%er.
Great smother.
And they'll get around him.
Underrated stat, the smother.
Yep. It's a bench clearing smother as everyone jumped on their feet on the bench. Almost like a game of basketball as the bench jumps up and waves the tower.
Umpire brings it back in. Sherry again brings it to the front this time, bursting through Bontempelli, but it spills to Tucker. With it, the Roos on the wing. Long kick inside 50. Right there, Larkey can't mark. Paul Curtis bursting through. Trips over, gets a handball away. Here's Ford zigging and zagging. Gets a handball back to Phillips near the arc. Off to Sheasel. Straight into a Richards tackle. Now to Scott, still on the arc, the Roos. They work it out. Scott will dump it on the boot. Bouncing ball. Treloar tracking back, knocks it down. Lobs there for the Dogs, and they'll be able to get away with it.
This sequence of hand passes ends up with Bontempelli to Jamara, who flies on the wing, no mark. Falls down to Darcy, long way down for the big man. Scoops it up, he's tackled by Core, ball comes out. Comben for the Roos. Hot handball to Sherry, just says, get off me to Gallagher as he slips the tackle. Kicks in the centre square for Phillips. He marks for North. Hand pass to the co-captain, McDonald, alongside the centre circles. Long inside 50. Larkey trying to hold out Jones. Jones spoils down to Duray. The Dogs able to take a deep breath. Hand pass to English. Handball to Dale. Kicks down the wing and finds his namesake in Williams, who takes the mark.
What we call the Bailey Bunch down there. Food on my mind. Clearly as he kicks towards half forward for the Dogs. Free kick. Going the way of the Roos and Cullen Dawson. Kamara a little slow to get it back.
Yeah, got away with one there.
Yeah.
So Dawson with the free kick. Half-back flank goes short to Comben. Contract extension during the week, 2 years. Very, very handy player for the Roos. Some continuity this year. Thumps it down the city wing, looking for a marker there. No one able to take it. Spills out the back to Teakle. Bouncing handball for Larkey. Roos half forward. Cuts back into the traffic. Gives it back to Teakle. Teakle fires on goal. It won't have the distance. And getting back, lob. Clatters into the behind post. That came after he punched it away and forced the throw in.
There's not a lot of padding on those posts. That hurts.
That was 2 posts.
Yeah.
Colliding into one another.
They've collided right into the behind post, Rory Lobb.
Bulldogs by 3. Time on opening term from the boundary. Throw in, little fumble from Zerha cost him. Now he's locked up by Duray. He's gone okay, Rory Lobb, the defender.
Yeah, he's had a solid first quarter.
Norton and Darcy back playing in the forward line. Lobbs started at centre half back for the Dogs from the boundary throw in. Knocked down in the direction of Scott. Hooks a kick Colwood, but he's off target. Misses everything.
I think it's worth a try.
Yeah,
I think we know that if the Dogs want to contend, they've got issues with key defenders. And you think about the Carltons of the world, you need good key defenders. So Well, he's not playing on a Mackay or a Curnow today, that's for sure, but it's worth giving him a try.
His matchup's Brent Teagle, who's similar height.
That's right.
Bailey Williams in the back pocket for the Dogs, trying to lace out a kick to lob. Gleefully accepts it.
When he's played enough footy forward to know as well what a forward doesn't like from their opponent. So, if he's able to dig into his bag of tricks, he should be able to play that role pretty well.
Thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Romanowskis kicking around the wing. Bailey Williams looking for Darcy, doesn't take the mark, follows up at ground level, knocks it out to Richards. Handball to Ugle Hagen on his right. Looks for West in the goal square. The Roos get back over the back. Norton trying to trap it. Zigging, zagging.
Great
Aiden Cora's got him.
Way too high.
No. And it's been given a high free kick, has it?
Oh, yeah. No, the first action was definitely high. Sorry, just watch the replay. And the first action was certainly high.
Riley West was wrenched off it. The ball ended up with him and could have been 50, but Norton to get the free kick left forward pocket.
It was a left hand, wasn't it, that got him?
Yeah, left hand got him. Didn't see that left hand.
Slap across the chops.
Hit the first goal of the day. His return to the team. The right foot snap is nice. And the Bulldogs answer. They're out by 9 points. 3-4-22 plays 2-1-13. 29 minutes played in the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's twice that's happened now where North players have had the shit and just let the ball get over the back, and it's just a cardinal sin, isn't it, for a defender? And both times Norton's been the beneficiary. And having a look at it, it's a little bit disappointing for Aiden Core, senior player. He just had to hold Aaron Norton up there. I know that sometimes it's no easy task, but a bit of a sloppy tackle. And Aaron Norton, 2 first quarter goals in his return game. He'll be pleased with that. Need to go around the grounds, Benny.
Heath Oban.
Yeah, Fremantle, 7 goals to 2 in the opening term. 7-2-44 plays 2-5-17. So maybe it's purple rather than red at the SCG at the moment.
0437 774 774 the SMS. Harry Sheasel not good enough to play key forward. He should well and truly be playing in the back line where it'll be much better value.
Don't agree with that.
Yeah, he was pretty good last week. Kicked a couple of goals up front and certainly been hitting the scoreboard since he's shifted into the front half. Treloar, slick hands in the middle, but straight to Simpkin. He kicks north inside the forward 50. Ford rips it down, can't mark. Hand pass back to the wing for Taylor. Reloads, kicks inside 50. Rory lob. The intercept mark coming up from fullback. He goes short to Williams, who just marks back pocket. Hand pass to Dale. Runs to the back flank, kicks the Bulldogs up to the wing. Darcy in a tangle with Comben. Comben does very well. Spoils down to Dawson. Hand pass to Simpkin. Skipper hangs it inside the field of play. Kicks back to half forward. Curtis crashes the pack. Spills down to Scott. Hand pass to Pink. He's tackled by Lobb. Ball comes out. Ford gives it to Sheasel. Sheasel impacts the game. Snaps through a goal from 35 out.
No better answer to a text message.
That's what he can do in the front half. Harry Sheasel is on the board. And North Melbourne back within a straight kick. 31 minutes gone opening term. Bulldogs by 3, 3-4 to 3-1. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and I fully understand that, and I will address that text message. But as a defender, what was happening? Yeah, he was getting a lot of the football, Harry Sheasel, but his opponent was having a big impact on the scoreboard because he had this license where he could just go and do whatever he wanted without having to pay any attention to his direct opponent. Now, whether his direct opponent was hitting the scoreboard or creating goals for teammates, it was really costing North Melbourne. Now, you flip him around the other end, he comes up into the middle of the ground, he can play forward, hits the scoreboard there, he delivers the ball beautifully inside forward 50. That's where Harry Sheasel's future is, no doubt.
Yeah, that's where the past was too, wasn't it, Ramo? You watched him get drafted as a mid-forward who kicked 4 goals a game in the under-18s.
Yeah.
Out of the middle go the Roos again, though. Davies Uniacke runs himself into trouble and holding the ball. Saying he got the handball away. The umpire says, doesn't matter. West with the free kick for the Dogs. And there's a free kick downfield, and it's going against Jackson Archer. And Cody Waitman is going to get it 25 metres out, directly in front.
So, interestingly, this is where fans get frustrated too, where the interpretation of holding the ball is different per umpire in the same game. So we've seen one on the wing wasn't paid, which, as you said, Bally, under the old interpretation would have been holding the ball. Davies Uniacke gets pinged for the same thing in the middle. And then another umpire comes in, pays an out-of-zone free kick, 15 out, which benefits the same team as at the rub of the green, and it results in a shot at goal.
Still haven't seen
a replay yet.
Still haven't seen it, Benny, but it's a gift here for Waitman.
He comes in and unwraps it. Pokes it straight through the middle. And the Bulldogs again respond. 4-4-28 plays 3-1-19 right on the stroke of quarter time. Our experts, Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, we're still waiting to see it, Ram, but it just kills you, doesn't it? I mean, they've done a great job, North, after the Bulldogs jumped them early and looked like they were all over them to steady the ship and got it back to 3 goals each. And then, whilst they did have the clearance here, I'm just having a look on that. Oh, okay. I mean, they're looking for it, aren't they? There's not a heap in it, but...
Not a heap in it, but it's
I mean, it is, and you've got to know if you're playing on Waitman too. He's crafty. He's going to try all the tricks in the book to get you to do something like that. So just, as we gave him a good pump up, as he deserved, Jackson Archer, but a couple of times this first quarter, he's just been caught napping a little bit, and he gives away a soft free kick there. It results in a red time goal. They just kill you.
Bulldogs by 9, ticking towards quarter time. English, the All-Australian ruck from last year, palms it down to Treloar. He's tackled immediately. Ball comes back to English, and he's tackled. The North Melbourne fans are screaming for holding the ball. Not forthcoming. We've been hot on the whistle there as we tick into the 35th minute of this opening quarter. Sherry palms it down. Of course, it's Libba at the drop. Hand pass away towards Bontempelli. Somehow got a kick away right on the quarter-time siren. The North home game, their fans ain't happy. Be hard-pressed. I think the stadium's just over half full. Not an enormous crowd in, but making plenty of noise at quarter time as the Bulldogs lead at 4-4-28 over North Melbourne 3-1-19. Now the story of that quarter, the Dogs had the first 5 scoring shots. They threatened to blow North Melbourne off the park in the first 10 minutes. The Roos worked their way back into it and they kicked 3 of the next 4 before that late goal to Cody Waitman. The goal kickers, Aaron Norton's got 2, 1 each for Ugle-Hagan and Waitman, while for North Melbourne, singles for Sheasel, Curtis and Zurha. Meanwhile, it's quarter time as well at the Sydney Cricket Ground, the match being played between Fremantle and the Sydney Swans. And at quarter time, it is the Dockers who are on top there, 7-2-44 over the Sydney Swans, 2-5-17. So second meeting of the year between these two teams. On that occasion, it was Fremantle who were inaccurate and the Swans who kicked straight. I think it was like 9-1 to 1-9 at half-time the last time they met. Here it's the Swans 2-5 with 7 scoring shots, trailing Fremantle 7-2. So the Dockers leading at quarter time there by 27 points. The thoughts about premiership pair Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas coming up here at Docklands. The Dogs by 9 at quarter time. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Empowering entertainment on ABC iView.
There is no more shame.
You have to hold your nerve.
Pick yourself back up again.
Be assertive and stand your ground.
I'm gonna do what I want.
I want a career.
Everything will be alright.
I'm trying to prove that I'm a real musician.
Let your true colours shine bright.
I'm black and I'm the best.
Freeman, the newsreader, Ladies in Black, A Life in 10 Pictures, and so much more. Always free, always empowering on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Pokes it short on his left to Richards. He drives it long on the left, looking for one of the triple-headed monster. Out the back it goes. Norton, he'll gather the footy, snap on his right, and poke through the first. And Norton kicks into the middle of the ground, broken up by North Melbourne, hits the deck. Bontempelli soccers it inside 50, slipping over McDonald, allows in Jamara Ugle-Hagan, goes the fend off, left foot snap is brilliant.
Archer marks on the wing, hand pass to Simpkin, handball away to Fisher, long inside 50, trying to knock it down Larkey, clever to the advantage of Zurha, and he tumbles through a goal for North. The Roos are in business.
Paul Curtis at centre-half forward, kicks into the pocket, leading Larkey, drops it low down, traps it, wins the footy back, off to Phillips. He'll loop a kick towards full forward. They charge at it, Teakle can't mark. Curtis goes again. A goal that defies the laws of geometry. Wonderful finish. Norton to get the free kick, left forward pocket. If the first goal of the day is returned to the team, the right foot snap is nice. And the Bulldogs answer.
Curtis crashes the pack, spills down to Scott, hand pass to Pink, he's tackled by Lobb, ball comes out forward, gives it to Sheasel, Sheasel impacts the game. snaps through a goal from 35 out.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Dogs by 9 points at quarter time. Bontempelli 10 disposals, 6 clearances, 7 possessions, 3 inside 50s. So he's not just playing, he's had a fair say in that opening quarter. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Well, and he's enjoying some freedom, Rammer, isn't he? Because as we mentioned off the top, Phillips has gone to Adam Treloar. So interesting there. Treloar has been the one identified by Alistair Clarkson as needing to be taken out of the game. And it's been a good battle. I mean, he's had 7 possessions, Treloar, but unfortunately for Phillips, I think 5 of them were when he was stuck off the ground. So you'd have to say that, other than that, it's been a really good battle. But it was all the Dogs in that first 15 minutes, and it was around clearance too. And the concerning thing for North was they were getting out the front of the clearance, and 2 of those goals were from direct clearances, long kicks forward, and then we spoke about that cardinal sin of the defenders, launching at the ball and not bringing the ball forward, letting the ball over the back. And Norton was good enough to be able to get on the end of them rather, and kick his 2 goals. So great to see him back out there and getting his hands on the footy. So it did look a bit concerning at the 15-minute mark of that quarter, and North weren't able to move the ball, but they evened it up. They got going a bit around the clearance. So Davies Uniacke, the good players, Simpkin got involved, and Sheasel as well went onto the ball and started to even things up. Cherry started to get his hands on it and just get the ball North's way, which into a forward line, which we know is a bit of a work in progress. The Jones-Larkey battle is obviously really key, and it's been pretty good. I think Larkey's had some good moments where he's been able to bring the ball to ground and create a contest, but Jones has been pretty good. You'd have to say he's taken the points in that first quarter. But what I liked from North's smaller players, I mean, Zurha, front and centre, in lane 1, Crum, goal. Curtis, brilliant, front and centre, left foot snap for a goal, and then Sheasel as well, late in that quarter as well. So, credit to North. It was looking a little bit ugly early there in terms of field position. I think it was about 8 or 9 inside 50s to 2 early in that quarter, but they wrestled the momentum back, and they started to look pretty dangerous as well forward of the ball. And we know that that's the Dogs' weak link, their ability to be able to defend turnover, to defend clearance. So if they can generate enough supply, North Melbourne, they're going to get their looks on goal.
Oh, I think where North Melbourne sort of flipped that about halfway through that first quarter was the tackle count. The tackle count ended up being 24-13. So they really amped up their pressure, and that forced the Dogs into turnover. Where Alistair Clarkson will be a little concerned is that kick to handball ratio, 50 kicks, 43 handballs. So when they did use their feet, they were actually able to score in that second quarter. So taking away those little handballs sort of through the middle third of the ground and kick the ball, get the ball to Larkey, Zurha, Ford and the like, and give them a chance.
Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Dogs by 9. Start of the second term as Davies Uniacke first possession in the middle, but it's to centre half back. A handball to Fisher. He kicks across the half back line, and Tucker marks out at left half back. North spiked the last 3 weeks. They won a game, got within a goal of Collingwood and Melbourne, and just to back up what Rama was saying with the tackle count, they've been ranked number 2 for tackle differential during that time. So, again, we've seen it in play here when the tackle count's lifted. So have North Melbourne's fortunes in the game. Long kick down to half forward, and a free kick for Larkey brings about a Bronx cheer.
Well, the free kick count in the first quarter was 7-1 in the Bulldogs' favour.
North fans haven't missed that. Larkey to the hot spot. Bont has to go, punches it away, straight into the lap of Richards. Off the back flank, kicks down the wing. Here's Vandermeer, takes the mark against the boundary line city side. Looks a hand pass over the top to Big Lob.
He'll just chip it short for a hard-leading Jamara. Burst through his hands. Cumben goes back, picks it up for North. Handball to Simpkin. Look out. Went to give the handball. Delayed, caught. Pinged by Vandermeer. And the Dogs back with it. High half forward for them. Vandermeer will go with a low ball inside 50. Norton launching. Over the back of the pack it goes. Throwing to come.
I think defensive transition as a midfielder is one of the most critical components of a player's game. We started the second quarter and just watching Luke Davies-Uniacke and Tom Powell, they've got to push back harder. They've got to push back harder to help their defence there.
Dogs by 9 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Short throw in, not the required 18 that the boundary umpires are going for. Jackson Archer with a clearing kick. It tumbles to the boundary line and West carries it out, thrown to come.
And I say that, well, they're just jogging. They're just jogging through the middle of the ground, no impact. Like pushed, even if you don't get the ball, you're another body in your defensive 50 to help your defenders.
Boundary throw in. Sherry palms it down half back for North, but straight to the bond. Kicks a dart onto the chest of Jamara. Can't take it. Spills down towards Archer. Hand pass to Comben. Handball
Great kick.
Core. A long kick out in front of Taylor, and he can run into that vacant space, Rammer, and take the sprawling mark. May
have not have meant that, but it was a kick to grass, and then Curtis Taylor just made it a terrific kick. But it was wide from Aiden Core, so smart kick.
A Taylor long contest kick should have been. In the end, Larkey marked uncontested.
He's got to give that.
Goes short, back inboard on the 45 to Powell. Hand pass to Fisher. Just kicks before he's mowed down by McRae. To full forward, forced to spoil Pink. Down into the path though with Giray. Hand pass to the Bont. Kicks out to half back, and Gallagher marks on the back flank. Dogs by 9 points, no score through 3 minutes in this second quarter.
A good season so far, Harvey Gallagher. Rising star nom back in round 3, goes back to the back pocket. Mark taken by Jones, bites off the kick up the middle, spots up O'Donnell. Marks on his chest, centre half back here for the Dogs. Former cricketer, Cap V rookie, and become a regular, a staple in this Western Bulldogs team. Goes out wide to the wing in English. Accepts it, pokes it over the top. Down the city wing, slowly the Dogs, and Fraser out for a little amble.
First year dog out of Horsham. Kicks inside the forward 50. Back paddling. Archer trying to take a one-hander. Couldn't reel it in. Falls to Fisher of the Roos. And pass to Tucker. Handball away to Core. Back pocket. Steps his way around Waitman. Gee, they love that. The Shimboners. Kicks along the boundary line. And floating through is Rory Lobb. Takes the intercept mark. He's had a few of them already today. Playing at centre half back for the Bulldogs. Retreats to O'Donnell. Logo City side. Dogs by 9. 4 gone. Second term comes in board to Bontempelli.
Yeah, 3. He's 3 intercept marks he's got at the moment, Rory Lobb.
The Bont up to possession number 13. Gives it to Liberatore. He's kicked down to half forward. There's a free here. Whacked illegally was Shields in that marking contest. But in front on, Gallagher gives away the free.
Kicks out towards the wing, looking for Curtis Taylor. Broken up there by Liberatore. Spills down for Bailey Dale for the Dogs. His kick smothered by Taylor. Bontempelli comes in and wants it. Just wanted it a little bit more. Gives it off to Liberatore. He coughs it up. Back with it North. Shields handball. Cedes possession again. Dogs back in possession. Bailey Dale. He's wrenched in a tackle. And a ball up to come on the wing.
That's fantastic by Bonner. But that's the evidence that recruiters need. A 194 midfielder bumping a 184 midfielder. 10 centimetres and kilos the difference.
Bulldogs leading by 9 points. Giray puts it on his left boot. Floats it to half forward. Norton can't mark. Dawson at the spill, centre half back here for the Roos. Handball to Comben to the slippery fish. Zach Fisher gives it off towards a teammate there in Archer.
Archer shares it with Tucker, still across the half back line. Kicks up to left half back. Mark taken by Scott. Sends it down the city wing. Pink spills the sprawling mark. Now he's in trouble. Held up by Giray, and the umpire says ball up city side, and Toby Pink will want that moment back.
Well, and we also see that so often with a Paddy Cripps and Nat Fyfe when he was at his very best, and Dangerfield, those bigger midfielders, they just take the body of their direct opponent, pick the ball up and off they go, Bully.
Secondary ball up on the wing, City side. Dogs by 9 points, 5.5 gone opening term. Meanwhile in Sydney, 12 minutes to go second quarter. Dockers still by 26 over the Swans.
He's got another one.
Yeah, here is Bontempelli again, kicking towards half forward, going back. Dawson drops the chest mark. There'll be a free kick going the way of the Roos, though. We'll go to Archer. That's centre half back.
Off the SMS stand from Victoria. Love you guys on a Saturday Arvo. Rammer and Bawley right on with your analysis. Kangas keep going, don't stop.
Archer kicks laterally to Dawson.
Always nice. Bit of positive reinforcement. Bawley.
It's 9-1, I reckon.
We don't get it from Corbs or Betty.
Well, it's the ratio at home too, to be honest. So it's nice to come in here and get a little bit.
Fisher kicks up to the wing. Good mark from O'Donnell. He was behind Pink, reached over the top of him to take the mark, backward of the logo, dock side of the ground.
Feedback for you here too, Ben. Paul from Geelong. Sorry to be a stickler, but what you mean goes against the theorems of geometry, not the laws of physics.
Yes. I said laws of geometry, but I think it's, theorem of geometry. As Cody Waitman is wrenched off it without the footy. He'll win a free kick. And the mark's set 49 metres out, 5 metres in from the boundary line.
That was a free kick.
It was, but he doesn't need to do that.
There's a lot of theatrics.
He does. Yeah, and I get it. It's all part of the
show.
Part of the show and part of the shtick, but gosh.
We never came up with that nickname, did we? the other week.
No, I didn't mind the mite. Was it?
Yeah,
the
mite.
Mini flea. Mite.
I do call him flea around the club, but yeah, I like the mite. Trying to finish from wide out at left half forward here for the Dogs. Shooter sleeve on, set shot. The drop punt is pretty good. It'll go to the line and off hands through for a minor score. Bulldogs lead it by 10, 7.5 into their second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I also failed year 10 science, so I had no idea that was the theorems of geometry. But
Betty's got a number of...
Oh, that's not a good kick. Little short one from the kick out. Put Core under the pump. Ugelhagen broke it up. Fisher's error on the kick out, and the centering pass is picked off by Phillips, who jumps in front of Treloar. And that's the afternoon Treloar's going to be in for. Thought he was going to have a look. 25 out straight in front. Phillips erases that. Gives it to Powell. Hand pass back to Core. Kicks along the boundary line and marked to Zerha. Still at half back for North Melbourne. Dogs by 10 points. 8 gone second term. Long kick beyond the wing. Larkey throws a hand at it. No mark. Falls down to O'Donnell. He's tackled by Pink. Had it arm free. Says holding the ball. Free kick for Toby Pink between wing and half forward. And immediately holds the Sharon above his head. I'm not sure what he's signalling there. He's about 75 metres out.
It has to be a set play.
Let's see what he does with it. Toby Pink lays it up to the hot spot. Hands on it from Jones. No mark. Gets through to Treloar of the Bulldogs. Back pocket. Hand pass to Frazier. Handball out in front of Waitman. Waitman scrapping. Keeps it alive. And then he's tackled high. Free kick going his way. Curtis a little sloppy with the front on tackle. And another free kick for Cody Waitman. Back pocket for the Bulldogs. Dogs by 10 points. 9 minutes gone second term.
Waitman with a low ball, trying to get it to Richards. Richards does well, palms it down, then goes and wins it. Half back for the Dogs. Handball to Sanders, who kicks around the corner up towards the wing. Looking for a marker there in Darcy. He can't take it. Spills down at ground level. Darcy picks it up. Dogs in possession. Liberatore kicks infield, and that opens it all up for the Dogs. Waitman to the runner Bramble. Through the middle of the ground. Long kick inside 50. Bontempelli reads it best. Out points Tucker and Marks. 35 out, slightly to the left.
And Aidan Core looks around at Jackson Archer, who it's an interesting tactical battle, isn't it? Because Cody Waitman's getting right up, isn't he, as a forward, right up into the deep in defence, really. And he won that free kick right on the last line of defence, but then followed the play through, and he was the one that received the ball again through the middle of the ground. And the change in direction took Jackson Archer, who was the loose, took him out of the play.
Marcus Bontempelli is in the imperial phase of his career. He comes in and misses left. Just flares it out left. 11 points. The Western Bulldogs lead. Has been a little bit of an issue for the Bont over the trip.
Oh, as is that kick out. Broken up again from Fisher coming wide, and Bontempelli got a hand on it. Spills out of play. Throw in half forward for the Dogs.
I don't know who it is, but I think it's time to sub him out. Now he's got the yip sack, Fisher. I'm just not sure that he's the man. Again, they're not flush for options, are they? Maybe it's Aidan Core, but he's looking very nervy over the kick out, Zach Fisher.
Sherry palms it down to Powell for the Roos. Hand pass to Sheasel. Handball to Tucker. Kick smothered. Ricochets inside the Dogs forward 50. Fisher first one on it. Hot handball to Powell. Hand pass back to Core. Core just a dump kick. Ends up kicking a spiral all the way to the wing. Ford hands on it. Slips through to his teammate Teagle. Kicks it straight into Darcy standing in front of him, and O'Donnell rather standing in front of him, and the ball spills out of play in front of the interchange gates. Dogs by 11. 11 gone second term.
There's a really simple solution to that, and I kicked out a few times for when I was, just kick it long. Just get it as far away from their goals as you possibly can until you get your confidence back.
Sherry wins the tap down, but it's sharked by Bailey Williams. Gives it off to McRae. Kicks the Dogs towards half forward. West caught behind Archer. Spoils it out.
Dustin Fletcher one day said to me, the further I kick it away, the less work I have to do. Because it's not coming back that quick.
Well, the longer it takes to come back, doesn't it? Dogs' pressure's been good this quarter. 3 or 4 smothers as well. Just when the Kangas have looked out, just keeping the ball inside their front half.
They lead it by 11 points, the Dogs. 12 minutes into their second term. Sanders roves the pack, gives it back to English. His handball to Bailey Williams. Floats a kick to full forward for the Dogs. Darcy goes up, lots of it, doesn't mark. Roves the pack. He snaps towards goal. It's straight up and down. Sport away, loose ball in the pocket here for the Dogs. And Waitman, he's tackled quickly by Archer. Ball up to come.
Fremantle by 20 points.
Better tackle. He went to drop the legs, didn't he, Waitman?
Here it's the Bulldogs by 11. Ball up forward pocket, and we're going to do it all again. Same stage both games, so about a dozen minutes into the second term. Freo leading the Swans, and here it's the Dogs over the Roos from the restart. Comes down to Darcy, got another kick away across the goal face. Well, McDonald went to claim the mark, didn't trouble 15. Says keep rolling. Forward pocket, and we're going to have another stoppage. Says ball up again. Right forward pocket for the Bulldogs. Dogs by 11. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Sherry hooks it down, boundary side, getting there Fisher. He coughs it up. Onto it quickly, Gallagher gives it off to Richards. Dogs in possession, forward pocket. McRae shakes them out of their boots, kicks infield. McDonald punches it away for the Roos towards centre half back. Onto it, Bramble wrenched down in a tackle and taken high. Free kick going the way of the Bulldogs. Paul Curtis just a little overzealous and stabbing it short. Bramble quickly, not the required distance. Bailey Williams gives it back to him. Half forward for the Dogs, loops it over the top to Bailey Dale. Usually a classy kick. Shanks this one across the face. Bontempelli gathers off hands, gives it to West. Ugle-Hagan runs into trouble, coughs it up. Loose footy still inside 50. Sherry soccers it away.
The Scots advantage. Quarter still without a goal through 13 minutes. Long kick at the advantage of Pinky Marks. There's just about no one ahead of him on the ground. Pokes it into the centre square. Now with Curtis. Has it for North Melbourne, outskirts of the corridor. Hand pass away to Powell, under pressure. Dribbles a kick to centre half forward, broken up by Vandermeer. He knocks it away to the advantage of Gallagher. Hand pass to Sanders, back to Vandermeer, handball to Gallagher, sweeps a hand pass to the advantage of Waitman. Smooth ball movement from the Dogs. Kicks for Ugle-Hagan, hands on it, no mark. Close to the boundary line, it trickles out of play. Great work defensively from the Roos. It was Callum Dawson who breaks it up.
Yeah, great effort, but should have taken the mark. He's had a pretty ordinary quarter. Big Jamari, he's dropped 3. Said his hands are usually pretty sticky, aren't they? But he's dropped 3 easy marks for shots on goal.
Bulldogs by 11, 14 gone, second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Darcy and Sherry, both with hands on it, comes down in front. West robes the pack. His snap across the goal mouth, tumbles to the other pocket. There to mop up McDonald for the Roos. Low left foot kick out towards the city wing. There for the Dogs is Gallagher. Gathers the footy in plenty of time and space. Comes infield with the kick. And a good kick for Bramble.
This could be a 21-minute quarter. Yeah. We've had 12 minutes of game time and there's only 14 and a half minutes of real time elapsed.
We've only had 2 behinds for the quarter.
Bramble chips it into the pocket, looking for a marker in the pack. Comben hands to it. Someone else had hands on it before him.
And the ball hasn't been out of bounds.
Yeah.
So a ball up to come. 25 out from the attacking goal here for the Western Bulldogs. Only 8 minutes to go in the quarter.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Dogs. English palms it down to Richard. Shoots a hand pass out to the Bond to break the goalless quarter. He tumbles one goalward but misses. 2 of those 3 behinds are his in the quarter for Bontempelli. The Bulldogs by 12 points. 15 gone second term.
Yeah, he's looking dangerous, isn't he? I know Phillips has done a really good job on Adam Treloar, but maybe at some stage, it'd be interesting to see at half time whether the coaches come together. I mean, I don't think Phillips is a man for Bontempelli anyway, but they have to put some work into him.
Fisher's taken your advice, just kicks long, but Bramble robes the pack, snaps it back inside 50 here for the Dogs. Deep in the left forward pocket. Archer picks it up, gives it to Comben. Roos in possession. Off towards McDonald. He kicks towards left half back. Bailey Dale in best position. Gathers on the deck. Clever little bounce to himself. Gives it off to Gallagher. Gets it back. Breaks the 50. Drills it on goal. It's off target. And Comben marks it fullback there for the Roos. So 12 points the Bulldogs' advantage, as we've been saying on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. A goalless second term so far.
Well, it's 12 inside 50s to 3 for the Bulldogs. And it just, sometimes you've got so many targets. I mean, we know they've dropped a few marks, but gosh, they've been inefficient going forward.
Dogs win it back on the wing. Fraser, hand pass meant for O'Donnell, picked up by Zerha. Roos win it on halfway. Played most of the quarter in the Dogs' attacking half. Hand pass to Shields, gives it to Ford. Dangerous kick, turns out okay. Curtis Marks in the centre square, pokes it inside 50. What a Davies Uniacke overcooked it. Lob gets involved, grabs the footy, tackled. Shoots a hand pass out to Gallagher. Suckers off the deck, and they've got the numbers now. The Dogs on the city wing. McRae, he can scoop it up for the Bulldogs. Hand pass back to Gallagher. Now over halfway. Short kick inboard finds Sanders between wing and half forward. The youngsters off and running. Sanders from 60 out sends them inside 50. Darcy with the long limbs up takes the mark. Those inbuilt selfie sticks for arms, and he's got it. Sam Darcy, top of the goal square for the Bulldogs.
Oh, it's been coming, hasn't it, Rammer? Yeah, but Rory Lobb, and they run to him. He was super. He won it 2-on-1, forward of the ball. It was probably a pretty ordinary kick from Curtis. He had Davies Uniacke out in plenty of space, and he ended up just kicking it really to no one. And Rory Lobb made a good decision to come off his opponent and turn the ball over. A couple of great efforts. He's been good, Lobb. You'd have to say it's really working.
Yeah.
Darcy, he's been threatening, hasn't he? First time he's been able to stick one.
It's taken 17.5 minutes, but the goalless quarter is no more. Sam Darcy threads one for the Dogs. And all of a sudden, the Bulldogs have a game-high lead. It is 18 points the Bulldogs' way. 17 minutes gone. Second term, 5-7-37. North Melbourne, 3-1-19. Sam Darcy with his first on return from a 2-match suspension.
Yeah, well, look, Paul Curtis did a terrific job in the middle of the ground taking that mark. It was a 2-on-1 contest where Bailey Dale should have spoiled the ball. But then, then North Melbourne have a 2-on-1 forward of the ball. So it's got to hit a target. Otherwise, there's your result. The ball goes up the other end and the Western Bulldogs are able to score. So it's just those little things in an arm wrestle of a quarter that just changes the momentum. And that could be a momentum changer. What do we got? We've got 6 minutes remaining in this quarter. Yeah, that's a tough one for North Melbourne to swallow.
English taps it down, but onto it. Sheasel under pressure, coughs up the handball. Dogs back with it through English. After Vandermeer, kicks into the pocket, looking for Darcy again. Comben spoils it down, then robes it himself. He'll kick quickly to the wing and spot up Taylor. Charlie Comben doing well down back, as he has done all year.
Yeah, he's a beauty, isn't he? They've really found one there. Drafted as a forward, as we know, but yeah, he's a lock there at centre-half back.
Taylor kicks up to the wing, and
here's another one that was drafted as a forward.
Yeah, taking the mark.
What do they say? Bulldogs? Most good defenders are failed forwards.
Yeah.
They send him back before they send him out, isn't that?
Well, give him a chance back, and then if he's no good back, see you later.
Liam Jones down to English between wing and half forward, kicks inside the forward 50. Jamara hitting up, keeps it in front of him, grabs the footy, shakes a tackle, hand pass to Williams, took on a second tackler, beat him too. Williams from 50 out, kicks to the top of the goal square for the Dogs. Underneath it, Gallagher, no mark, still a live footy, hand pass out from Core to Combat. Oh, dangerous handball, picked up by Waitman. He tried to pick it up rather than soccering off the deck, and Archer comes through and kills that, knocks it through for a rush behind. And a goal-saving effort from Jackson Archer. Bulldogs by 19 as we tick into time on in the second quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Scotty Lucas, my old teammate, basically won 2 best and fairest playing at centre half back, which nobody would think about.
Wow.
Yeah. Kicked nearly 500 goals, Scott Lucas, but he's 2 best and fairest. He played predominantly centre half back those years.
What years were they?
Oh, now you're testing me.
Late 90s?
No. Early 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah.
The ball down there a fair bit, is it?
Yes, I think so. I think you're spot on.
Comben kicking up to the wing here for the Roos. Spills down off the hands of the pack. Tucker onto it. The left foot kick around the dockside wing. Going back Jones, he marks. Jess Webster.
Yeah, Zach Fisher came to the Roos bench a couple of moments ago looking a little bit sore. He's had a chat to the physios and he looks right to come back on. Both subs remained unused at the moment. Dylan Stevens for North Melbourne and Oscar Baker for the Western Bulldogs.
The Roos win it back across half-back. Here is Tucker just poking it short to Simpkin. Not the required journey. Feeds it by hand back to Tucker. Short kick to Sheasel.
Corridor.
Backward of the logo. Bulldogs by 19 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah. How you remember players. And I don't remember that chapter in his career at all. When I think of Scott Lucas, I think of
2003 and 2006.
Wow. There you go.
So 2003, he kicked 19 goals that year. And I may be wrong, in 2006, he kicked 67.
The Dogs by 19.
Centre half back.
No wonder he won the beat. Should have won the Brownlow. That many goals.
Hey, we admit our mistakes here.
Forward 50 stoppage now for North at half forward. English palms it down. Phillips knocks it away for North Melbourne. Hand pass from the Dogs close to the boundary line. In the end, picked up by Curtis. Running out of room. He becomes tackler on Liberatore. Kick back inboard. Smothered. Could work out for North. Teakle. Hand pass at full forward away to Power. Hand pass to Ford. To Shields. One too many. And now they lock up the Bulldog at the end of all of that. It's Bramble, and we'll have a ball up here. Hot spot for North Melbourne, about 35 metres out from their attacking goal at the Coventry end. Bulldogs by 19, time on second term.
Quiet term, only 1 goal in it. Coming through Darcy from the ball up. Down at ground level again, and they pile on.
It's got a pinch one here. They haven't looked like it at all this quarter, North.
They've had one real chance.
Yep.
Umpire puts it aloft. Both rucks with hands on it. Zerha bursting through, dumps it on the boot, floats it out on the full.
Meanwhile, approaching half-time at the SCG, Fremantle by 21 points over Sydney. So ladder leaders again giving up a head start. 21 points, Fremantle's advantage. About 80 seconds to go before half-time there.
Jones in the back pocket for the Dogs. He'll send it long beyond the defensive arc. Norton in front of the pack. Good grab. Tumbling to ground. Loses the headband in amongst all of that. No longer Bjorn Borg as he kicks towards centre-half back. Looking for Vandermeer. Just gets there in time. Runs away with it. Loops the handball. Sanders on the City Wing logo. He'll poke it out wide and offering a lead. Gallagher.
Speaking of Bjorn Borg,
yes,
Wimbledon coming to the ABC, so it starts on Monday night, 10 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. You can find it all through the ABC Listen app and on ABC Sport Digital, so coverage of the championships.
Put it on a tee for you, didn't I, Corby?
Absolutely. Maybe a golf metaphor. We probably could have rolled a bit.
Tennis
metaphor rather than a golf one there. There's a little kick inside the forward 50 from the Dogs, picked off by the Roos. Sheasel got a hand pass away to Fisher, high up and under the half-back. Gee, what a leap. A great effort in the end. The mark pulled down out there by Liam Shields. The old veteran, still with a bit of bounce in his legs.
Over Tim English. I'm not sure he's ever taken a...
I ID'd him twice. I thought, geez, is that actually Liam Shields getting up that high? Shields goes long down the wing. Sherry can't take the mark, but then grabs the footy. He's locked up. Ball comes out. Says play on. Crowd appealing for holding the ball. Still alive, close to the boundary line. In the end, the umpire says play on. Only momentarily, though, holding the ball. Geray's run down. Free kick, Davies Uniacke wins it back for North. They are not only goalless in the quarter, North Melbourne are scoreless. And they got about 71 seconds to try and get something on the board. The Bulldogs by 19 points late in the second term.
Core going short. Darcy Tucker marking at centre-half back. Former Docker, also from the Horsham Saints. Mike Frazier goes back to Core. Chips it up towards the City Wing and McDonald.
And Strawny was from Horsham as well, wasn't he?
Was he?
Strawny.
Yep.
That was funny back in the
That was very funny.
Yeah. What was the
Dave
show
Hellier.
called? Before the bounce.
A great show.
Yeah.
Kick up towards half forward and Sherry in the pack. Took the mark. Now he looks inside 50 for the Roos. Down towards Larkey. Oh, he got high. Couldn't quite hold on the mark. Now it spills down at ground level. The Dogs are there. Bontempelli out to Treloar. And a clearing kick.
Picked off by Liam Shields. Couple of big flyers late in the piece from North Melbourne pair. Shields hung on to his. Ford not quite. Will he have a second go here? Shields to the hot spot. Over the back comes Jones. Punches it away. Fisher whacks it down to Tucker. Handball to Taylor. Hand pass out to Dawson. Now 60 from home. Heads inside 50. Bontempelli breaks it up. Falls down to Sheasel. Hand pass to Zerha. Trying to wrong foot Treloar. Crowded forward 50. Handball to Fisher. As time expires. The kick won't count. It won't get there anyway. And North Melbourne in the second term. Scoreless. The Western Bulldogs kick away. They lead by 19 points at the half. 5-8-38, the Dogs. They lead North Melbourne 3-1-19. A scrappy short quarter of footy. And in the end, that'll do us. At half-time, 5-3. It is the Bulldogs by 19 points. The goal kickers. 2 for Norton, 1 for Ugelhagen, Waitman and Darcy. While for North Melbourne, 1 each for Sheasel, Curtis and Zerha. Neither subs used. Dylan Stevens for North or Oscar Baker for the Bulldogs.
The good news is, North Melbourne fans, as far as I can see, the only other time you were goalless in a quarter this year was against the West Coast Eagles in the opening term.
Oh.
They won that game.
That's a good omen. We like those little nods. Thanks, Ben, for that. Half-time here, 19-point lead for the Dogs. At half-time over North Melbourne. Meanwhile, in Sydney, a 27-point advantage for the Dockers over the Swans. So that's half-time there. Fremantle without their captain Alex Pearce, and yet lead the ladder leaders by 27 points. All right, half-time, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, I think, Bally, albeit that North Melbourne didn't score in that quarter, the Bulldogs only kicked 1 goal for. So
pretty ordinary quarter, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it wasn't a great quarter of football, but sometimes when you don't score in a quarter, the opposition can go and kick 6 or 7 goals and the game's over. Whereas they still defend. I thought they still defended really well that quarter. Comben defended really well.
Dawson.
Core was terrific.
Dawson. Yep.
Dawson did a terrific job. I thought Jackson Archer is doing a really good job on Cody Waitman. So they're really holding up in defence. I was critical early in that quarter of Luke Davies-Uniacke and Powell not pushing back to support their teammates. But as the quarter wore on, you saw a number of North Melbourne jumpers pushing back and getting into that space and clogging up the Bulldogs forward line. The Bulldogs forward line, it's been a really interesting watch. Now, we all came here thinking, oh, geez, they've got 4 tools. What are they going to do? So Rory Lobb's played back, and he's done a good job. So leave that to one side. But then you've still got Darcy, Ugelhagen, and Norton. The amount of times they've got in each other's way in that first half, the amount of times that they've flown for the same ball in that first half, the amount of times they've been in the same area inside forward 50 in that first half has been ridiculous. Now, what they need to do and how they need to change that up is, okay, we've got 3 of us. One always needs to be high. One always needs to be pushing up. One needs to be playing from 40 to 80. The other 2 then can play from 0 to 40. Now, okay, you got one side of the ground, I've got one side of the ground. Let's try to get as many one-on-one matchups as we can, because what's happened is the 3 North Melbourne tools have been able to come in and support their teammate and spoil the ball. So if Darcy's going for a ball or Norton's going for the ball and Ugelhagen's there, that's a waste. It's an absolute waste. So they've got to go into the change rooms at half time and address how they are actually setting up their forward line, because I don't think what do they kick? They've kicked 5 goals, 8, so they've had 13 scoring shots. So that's enough scoring shots, but it hasn't looked fluent going inside forward 50 at all.
Is there enough space on the ground to have 3?
Well, there's got to be, because they've picked them.
I think there is, and I think the key is that we know that they're all pretty good at ground level.
Yeah.
I mean, Ugelhagen just dropped 3 easy marks cold that quarter, let's be honest. He just dropped 3 cold. Darcy's looked dangerous. Now it's his first game back, and we know it's Norton's first game back. I mean, it's interesting. The last game they played, the Bulldogs, what did they kick? 23 goals or something? Against Freo. Yeah, we saw it. They were lethal, weren't they, forward of the ball? So it's interesting. You bring some gun forwards back.
And that was Lobb and Ugelhagen.
That was Lobb and Ugelhagen, and Waitman, of course. Yes. So, I mean, Waitman's looked pretty dangerous at times. We know that when the ball's hit the ground. Norton got on the end of a couple. Ugelhagen's been the one that's been off today, dropped some easy marks that he should have taken. But I agree. I think North's defenders, especially that quarter, I mean, 16 inside 50s to 7, and like the game was played between the arcs largely because of the amount of mistakes that were made from both teams. But North's key defenders actually held up pretty well that quarter under fierce pressure at times. So, yeah, it is a watch. You're right, Ramon. Norton coming back after, I think it's 8 weeks off, isn't it, or close to. So we know that it's not going to click straight away, is it? But Darcy as well.
Sorry, Ball, but what I continually see is the 3 of them getting sucked back towards the goal line rather than wanting to hit up at the kicker. I feel the most natural of those 3 forwards to play higher is Norton.
Yep.
Because he's willing to lead and hit up at the ball. So he'll be able to get up onto the wings and use his athleticism. Whereas the other 2, I think they look more natural at the goal line and leading out from the goal square. That's just the eye test. Yeah. What I'm seeing.
Yep. Love North. And on the flip side, North had a few opportunities on the counter attack, and we know that's how you get this Bulldogs team defence. Apart from Jones, has been really good. I mean, what's Larky had? Jones has done a terrific job and taken some intercept marks himself and taken North's key forward gun out of the game. But just love to see North be a little bit bolder with the footy and change the angles a bit more, bring the ball back inside. At times they look to do that, either turn it over or just chose the wrong option. Picture Bailey Scott coming through the middle of the ground and scrubbing one forward where he had to look up, increase his vision and go long to one-on-one. So love to see North be a little bit braver and bolder with ball in hand in this second half. And I mean, they haven't scored that quarter here under the roof against the Bulldogs defence, which, as we said, is certainly not the top 4 in the competition. So that's a massive opportunity.
Just unlucky. 5 disposals, hasn't hit the scoreboard.
Hasn't hit the scoreboard, yeah. And created a few opportunities in that first quarter, but really was a non-factor in that quarter. So part of that's certainly Liam Jones' effectiveness, but also North aren't really helping with the way they move the ball.
Bond's been excellent, so 19 disposals, 13 contested, 4 inside 50s. He's had 3 scores. They've all been behinds.
They've all been gettable.
Would have been a big game.
Yeah. So this is overcoming the back spasm, still playing extremely well in that role. Davies-Uniacke just the 9 to half time. And Rory Lobb at centre-half back, so he talked about the 3 up front. Yep. Liked his game?
Yeah, been okay.
Yep.
But I've also liked the game of Teakle as well.
Yep.
I think he's done some good things for North Melbourne with his contest.
And Treloar v Phillips?
Phillips,
I thought Phillips was much better in that second quarter.
Yep.
So it seemed like that tag at Treloar's had the 10.
And only 3 in that second too.
Yeah, 3 in the quarter and 25 going at 25%. So he's put him under pressure. Now, of course, you give something, and that's meant that Bontempelli's looked like the one that's going to rip the game to shreds. And he should have kicked 3 that quarter. So they get away with one there, North. It's just interesting to see what they do with that, because you feel like if they don't address that as the game goes on, Bontempelli, we know his influence will be stark, and the game will get away from them.
2 games, shotgun start. So half-time here at Docklands, it is the Bulldogs who lead it by, 19 points at half-time over North Melbourne. Meanwhile, up in Sydney, it is Fremantle by 27 points who lead the Sydney Swans at half-time there. More from Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas coming up. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. The second half only moments away. But first, the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has distanced his government from the awarding of a special honour from King Charles to former Special Forces soldier Ben Roberts-Smith. It's understood his decision was made in the UK to present commemorative medals to all living Victoria Cross recipients. It comes a year after a federal court judge concluded that Mr Roberts-Smith was involved in the unlawful killings of 4 Afghan prisoners. Mr Roberts-Smith, who's appealing the verdict, maintains his innocence and has not been criminally charged. Mr Albanese has told Channel 9 it would be wrong for the government to get involved.
This was a decision of the Palace to give all VC recipients a further award. There's ongoing legal action potentially on these issues, so given the government's engagement, it's important that there not be interference in that.
Energy bill relief worth $300 will start flowing to Australian households from Monday. The energy package goes further than last year's measure, which was targeted lower income earners and businesses. Climate Change and Energy Minister Chris Bowen was asked whether government intervention on bills shows a failure of energy policy.
Absolutely not. It shows that we are providing real cost of living relief from Monday for every Australian with an energy bill in the face of the biggest energy crisis the world's seen since the early 1970s around the world.
One of America's most influential newspapers, the New York Times, has called in an op-ed for President Joe Biden to drop out of the race for the White House following his performance in yesterday's presidential debate against Donald Trump. The BBC's David Willis reports.
Joe Biden's rasping and rambling performance was painful. It prompted calls from some Democrats for the 81-year-old to withdraw from the race and make way for another candidate to take his place. But as party leaders were privately questioning the president's political future, he re-emerged on the campaign trail in the swing state of North Carolina, a new man, seemingly unfazed by the torrent of bad headlines his disjointed debate performance had generated, and clearly in no mood to step down.
Polls have closed in Iran for the country's snap presidential election. It follows the death of President Ibrahim Raisi in a helicopter crash last month. Voters have been able to choose from a tightly controlled group of 4 candidates loyal to the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Polling was extended 3 times for a total of 6 hours in a bid to boost voter turnout. Political analyst Nijar Mortazayev says voters are apathetic.
The regime is dealing with very high voter apathy. In fact, the previous presidential election just 3 years ago had the lowest turnout in the history of the Islamic Republic. There's been a widening gap between the society and the state, a lot of grievances, especially among the young generation.
South Korean officials say North Korea is carrying out a widespread cultural crackdown. They say the North is clamping down on everything from wearing jeans and white wedding dresses to the use of slangs it seeks to counter South Korea's influence. A report released by South Korea's Unification Ministry based on the testimony of hundreds of defectors includes an account of a 22-year-old executed after admitting to listening to South Korean music and distributing films. North Korea has described the report as slander and fabrication. 3 boys have been arrested over a serious assault at Beenleigh, south of Brisbane. Jay Bowman has more.
Emergency services were called to the intersection of Alamein Street and Savages Parade around 11 o'clock on Wednesday night to reports of a boy laying in the middle of the road. Upon arrival, officers found a 17-year-old with serious injuries. He was taken to hospital where he remains in a serious but stable condition. Yesterday, a 16-year-old boy and two 15-year-old boys were arrested. They have each been charged with 1 count of grievous bodily harm and will be dealt with under the Youth Justice Act.
A man's been arrested and police are investigating their response after a woman's body was found in northern New South Wales this morning. Emergency services were called to a home at Casino in the early hours of the morning following reports of a concern for welfare. Officers arrived and assisted the woman, believed to be aged in her 40s, but she died at the scene. A 31-year-old man believed to be known to the woman was arrested and is currently being questioned. The death has been declared a critical incident with all aspects of the response from New South Wales Police to be investigated. ABC News. Get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
Hi there, Lisa Miller here. Isn't it great to get outside for a breath of fresh air? It's one of life's simple pleasures, right? Well, I can help you to keep something else simple too. Finding news you can trust. You can stay in the know with ABC News. Download the app and receive alerts to your phone. Visit the ABC News website. And for stories straight to your inbox, subscribe to one of our newsletters. It's all the latest, all verified, all the time. Stay in the know with ABC News.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Sanders between wing and half forward. The youngsters off and running. Sanders from 60 out sends them inside 50. Darcy with the long limbs up takes the mark. Those inbuilt selfie sticks for arms, and he's got it. Sam Darcy, top of the goal square for the Bulldogs. It's taken 17 and a half minutes, but the goalless quarter is no more. Sam Darcy threads one for the Dogs. And all of a sudden the Bulldogs have a game-high lead. It is 18 points the Bulldogs' way. They are not only goalless in the quarter, North Melbourne are scoreless. And they got about 71 seconds to try and get something on the board. The Bulldogs by 19 points late in the second term.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time under the roof at Docklands on what is a proper wintry day in Melbourne. There is rain and wind and all sorts of stuff going on, but it's perfect underneath the lid. Here at Docklands, it is the Bulldogs by 19 points. They really threatened to pull the game apart in that second term. They kicked 1 goal 4 and North Melbourne scoreless in the second term. So the ruse due to the Dogs' inaccuracy still in it. At halftime, the Bulldogs by 19 points. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's here calling the footy alongside me, Jess Webster on the boundary, and our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, for Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The other game which is going on is between the Sydney Swans and the Fremantle Football Club. It is halftime there, and it is the Dockers who lead by 27 points at halftime. We did our box score analysis at halftime, Bally, when we look at the key numbers. And interestingly, the Fremantle midfielders all involved. So 16 and a goal for Caleb Sarong, 13 touches for Andy Brayshaw, who's the captain for the day. And the Dockers with a little handy 27-point lead over the Swans at the half.
Yeah, we wondered whether Horst Longmire might pull a Chris Fagan from last night and just write some names up on the board, because when you flip it to the much vaunted Swans midfield, and look, it's hard. It's a hard game, Rammer. It's hard to play well every week for a 24-week season, but at the moment, we haven't been watching the game, obviously, but by the pure numbers, you'd have to say that they're getting a hiding around the ball, and I think it's Goulden with 7 possessions, Warner with 6, and Heaney with 6. So clearly there's some upside there from the Swans players. You wonder whether there's some run-with rolls happening there, or it's just a dirty day. But we know with this Swans team, they've been in this position before. So
it is. You're right, Bob. It's extraordinarily hard to be out week in, week out.
Yep.
And play well week in, week out.
High level, yep.
So what happens is, and the interesting part is, the longer you're up, the more opposition's teams go to work on you. And Sydney now have been up for a while. What are they? 12 and 1? What are they? 10 and 1, 11 and whatever they are.
10 in a row. But
but it just gives opposition more and more time to go. Well, where's their weak points? Where can we find little cracks that we can really try to expose? And over the previous couple of weeks, Geelong got the jump on them. Adelaide got the jump on them. Now Fremantle have got the jump on them again here.
13-1, they've won 10 in a row, the Sydney Swans. Do you see any? I'm trying to think what the right word is, but comparison or similarities between the Sydney team and the Essendon side of 2000?
No. Our forward line was just off the charts in 2000. Our midfield was really workmanlike in 2000. Our defence was really good.
Okay, let's say how the game's played and what the team looks like, but the gap between you and the rest of the field.
I don't think the gap is enormous with Sydney. And that's proven by, Geelong got out to a 5-goal lead. Adelaide got out to a 5-goal lead. Fremantle, I think we only trailed in 1 or 2 games. So,
and this is easy to say in hindsight.
Yeah, of course it is.
You're not saying that halfway through the 2000 season.
No.
But looking back on it, they were a dominant team. Won appropriately.
Sydney are a very good team, but I don't think it's a layup for them to win the premiership at the moment.
Does it bother you that you dropped that game?
Against the Bulldogs?
Yeah.
If we lost the premiership, yeah, absolutely. But when you win the whole thing, it's not something that I think about. So it's on quite often, that game on Fox Footy. So you do see it. And that night, Terry Wallace coached out of this world with what he did. We had never seen a flood of players sitting. I think we had 80 inside 50s that game.
Wow.
And we lost the game of football. So
naturally, every team you came up against later in the year would have done the same thing.
No, which was unbelievable, because for the remainder of that season, which was only another 4 or 5 weeks, we trained every single session. If a team did that against us, and they
never happened again.
Never happened.
Well, I think the 1972 Miami Dolphins, they were the perfect team in the NFL, weren't they? And they have a gathering every year when the last undefeated team loses, so that they remain the last perfect team.
Idea.
So that's a wait for your New York Giants to beat
the Patriots.
The Patriots.
Super Bowl. That's what I'm saying, when the Giants beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. But every year, once the last undefeated goes down, reunion time.
Big day of footy still to come right here on ABC Sports. So up next, we'll all come together. Standalone game in the twilight. The Gold Coast Suns up against the Pies. Arguably the biggest game in the Suns' history since the Collingwood Gold Coast game back 10 years ago, back in 2014, where, of course, Ablett did his shoulder after that incident with Brent McCaffrey, who's tackled there. His season was done. The Suns actually won that game, but as we know, they lost a fair bit of momentum thereafter. And then tonight, 2 interesting games. The Adelaide Crows are under all sorts of heat over in South Australia, but really nationally for the way that they've gone this year. They host the Giants tonight, so in South Australia, of course, you won't miss a minute of that, the Crows and the Giants. And for everybody else, the Geelong Football Club in the country game up against the Essendon Bombers. Another prove-it match for Essendon tonight when they come up against the team that has lorded it over them in recent times. The Bombers have won just 3 of their last 21 against Geelong, and as we now know, Patrick Dangerfield will be there. Players are in position. Second half is upon us here. The Dogs by 19 points over the Roos. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Sherry and English stare each other down. Umpire lays it into the ground. Away we go in the second half. English wins the tap. Bailey Williams coming in off the wing. Gathers the footy, gives the handball to Richard. Sherry tackles him. And a ball up, secondary ball up in the middle coming. Pretty quiet, relaxed. Saturday Arvo crowd beneath the roof. English down for Powell. Dribbles a kick forward. Onto it, Davies-Uniacke. Handball away to Zerha. Off to Phillips. He'll float a kick towards full forward. Bouncing ball for Teakle. Can't gather it first time. Goes second time. O'Donnell's got him. Holds him up. Gets a handball away. Lob in defence. He can't get it cleanly. Gets it onto Bontempelli though. Dogs on the last line. And Bramble a good kick for Jones.
Already had his version of the flu game. Marcus Bontempelli. He's now having his back spasms game. So he's 20 disposals and 3 scoring shots already. Leading all possession getters on the ground, Marcus Bontempelli gives it to Bramble, who hits up Norton. Marks on the logo, broadcast side, heads down to Vandermeer, leaps up, has it spoiled away by Sheasel. Ball hits the deck, Comben for the Roos. Hand pass over to McDonald, dragged down in the tackle by Vandermeer. Says ball up.
And this goes to my point at half time. So Norton takes the mark on centre wing. Why is Ugle-Hagan anywhere near him? He should be the next kick going inside forward 50.
Up it goes. Sherry laying it down. No one able to get it cleanly, so English bends over and picks it up. Well, you had some back issues, didn't you, throughout your career? Did you go through spasms, and how debilitating is it?
Oh, very. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's shocking.
He would have been hammering the anti-inflams, the strong anti-inflams, depending on when he had it. And then
any epidurals? For
I did. No good. That didn't work either. Yeah,
makes
no
me
good.
shudder. As from the tap onto it, Sanders. He gives it off. Sheasel clear and kick, but it's turned over. Dogs back with it through Bailey Dale, half forward. Bailey Dale with a low ball for a leading Jamara. Off his chest, a couple of bites at it, doesn't mark. Bontempelli goes in low down. West comes through, cuffs it up. Dawson there for the ruse, gives it to Simpkin. No look, kick out towards the wing, tumbles to grass. On the logo, O'Donnell getting there, overruns it first time, allows in Eddie Ford, he keeps going forward. Now he's over the football, and they're over him. Eventually it spits out. Hatch the egg, Eddie Ford, close to the boundary line.
Now it's out as Giray runs out of room, so boundary throwing right on halfway city side.
Did well then, Ford. Put his head down, looked like an easy 2-on-1 for the Bulldogs, but just shows, doesn't it, with that sort of intensity and effort, he got there and created a even number contest.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. Dogs by 19 from the boundary throwing. Simpkin runs into trouble, caught holding the ball. Free kick, Dogs are going to take it. Hurriedly inside the forward 50. Spills through towards Ugle-Hagan under pressure, gets a kick away as he's been tackled, needs a kind bounce, doesn't get it. Runs across the face of goal, opposite pocket. Scott first one there, bangs bodies with Waitman. And the ball spills out of bounds. We'll have a throw in forward pocket for the Bulldogs. 3 minutes into the third term, Dogs by 19. Meanwhile, Fremantle by 20 points over the Swans. So Sydney through Tom Papley kicking the first goal of the third term. If you want to hear that game in full, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the AFL Extra button.
Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Sherry taking it out of the ruck, forward pocket for the Dogs. Comes to Richards, off to Ugle-Hagan, gets it onto the boot and kicks his second. And the Western Bulldogs start the second half with a goal. And the lead balloons out to 25 points. 6-8-44 plays 3-1-19. 3.5 minutes into the second. Our premiership pair, Radam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
It's not desperate enough there. Forward 50 stoppage has got to be red alert there. Actually, Cherry won the hit out. It was Darcy Tucker. You've got to stick that tackle. Ed Richards, who we know is a strong body, but just you've got to find a way, don't you, to stick that tackle when it's 15 metres out from goal, and he got the handball out. And Ugle-Hagan, who's he's had a pretty ordinary day, if we're being honest.
Yep, dropped a lot of marks.
Dropped another one off his chest. He could have had a big day, but good sign that he's sticking at it, isn't he? And that's the sign of a maturing play. If he can stay involved, and he gets on the end of one there, but that'll disappoint Alistair Clarkson.
It's a good lesson.
Desperation.
Good lesson, Bally, for Combin. You don't just leave your player and not have any impact. So you keep your arm across your player. Otherwise, what happens? He kicks a goal.
Back in the middle, Sanders' first disposal as he's been tackled. Not sure he got a fist on that hand pass. Says play on. Sherry scoops it up for North, kicks out to the wing, and Tucker takes the mark in a slow play and now heads down to 4. City wing, Dogs by 25, which is a game high.
This is where they've just been a bit too stationary, stop-start with the footy there. That was a fast play out of the centre bounce, and all of a sudden they kick to a crowded forward line.
Over the pack comes Teakle.
He was what I said.
5th in line and reaches over the top, 200 centimetres plus, and pulls it down for North.
Well, you mentioned at half-time, he has looked dangerous, Teakle, the mid-season signing. He's a good size. They elected to go forward, go tall forward of the ball to try and stretch this undersized Dogs forward line. Hasn't clicked for him just yet, but that was a terrific mark. What was he, 4 or 5 back?
Yep. He's got the mullet and the Mo combo. No signs of any sideburns whatsoever as the kick from Teakle is bang on. North's first goal since the opening term. And for Big Bryn Teakle, he gets himself involved. He's second in North Melbourne colours. 4-1-25 the Roos. Western Bulldogs 6-8-44. Dogs by 19 points. 6 gone third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
It's a good story, Bryn Teakle, because he played that one game at Port Adelaide and got injured in that game. Then went back to Western Australia, played waffle football, played really well, and he was desperate for another opportunity at AFL level. And it's a perfect landing spot because North Melbourne simply lack other key forwards, and he can play as a key forward and a ruckman. He's exactly what they need. They're using Toby Pink, pinch hitting as a forward at the moment, that just shows the need for Bryn Teakle in that mid-season draft.
He's out of the Northampton Footy Factory as well, a town of just 800 that has produced so many good AFL players. Now Sheasel gets the clearing kick, tumbles it towards half forward. Out after it, Jure, close to the boundary line, slips the tackle, keeps it in for the Dogs. At halfback, kicks up to the wing and Bontempelli marks. He'll move it on quickly, kicking forward of the wing to the runner McRae. Thinks about kicking first time, then goes short for Norton. 48 metres out he marks. Waitman offers to the pocket, heads in that direction and spots the chest. Waitman takes it, 25 out.
Oh, he made him earn it there, Jackson Archer.
He was right there with him.
Yeah. They hit the ground hard together.
You'd think Jackson Archer would be relatively tough, son of shinboner of the century. Wouldn't bother him too much. 5 metres in from the boundary line. The mark is set.
They tell me your dad was tough, Benny.
Yep. Runs in the family.
Apple on the tree and all that.
As Waitman veers out, snaps on goal and a little narrow. Misses to the left-hand side.
Sometimes it does skip a generation.
Yeah. We did work out during the week. I'm actually NGA Academy eligible. Both parents born overseas, so if any clubs are interested.
Just wanted to hear who else came out of the Northampton Footy Factory too.
Yeah, so Josh Kennedy, the West Coast Eagles version.
Superstar.
Patrick Cripps.
Superstar.
Paul Hazelby.
Superstar.
Daniel Chick, the Lockiers.
Wow.
Oh, Harry Taylor. How could I forget Harry?
It's not bad per capita. For
Town of 800.
Power marks the kick out for North, goes long down the wing. Pink dragged down in a tangle with Jones. Ump says keep going and ball rolls out of play. Dogs by 20, 8 gone third term. Well, there's a very late whistle and now the free kick's going to come back to Toby Pink after he was...
I think it was there. Yeah, I think the out of zoner might have picked that one up, but yeah, that one was there.
Freo have kicked 2 quick goals, by the way. They lead Sydney by 32. That's 5 minutes into the third quarter, so Dockers by 32 over the Swans. Back here, Dogs by 20 as Pink heads down to half forward, and there's Lobb again. Another intercept mark for Rory Lobb. Is it at half bank for the Bulldogs? Playing key post in defence today. He goes back with his drop punt to Jones. And North well set up here, so Jones is going to have to go long and wide. Out to English, hands to it, no mark, hits the deck, falls to Zurhaar. Tackled by Lobb and taken high. Free kick for Zurhaar's got it 70 metres out left half forward for the Roos. 9 gone third term, Bulldogs by 20.
Kicked the last goal of the game. It comes after the Dogs had kicked the last 3 over 3 quarters as well. Zurhaar goes long, massive pack forms and taking the mark, Jones. They went down like 9 pins and Jones ends up with the footy. Back pocket for the Dogs.
It's not good enough. It's just got to come to ground. North forwards, you've got to find a way. Larky.
Jones shanks his kick. Out of bounds on the full. So they'll get it back.
Particularly in a pack situation, Bally. Like North forwards have got to be better at competing.
Yep. So Scott with the free kick for North. We'll get a second look at it. Sets it up towards full forward. Up goes Larky over the back of the pack towards the top of the goal square. Pink's there. O'Donnell too. O'Donnell rushes it through under the pressure from Pink. Back to 19 points. The Dogs lead. We've played 10 minutes second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Same stage, 10 minutes third term in Sydney. It is the Dockers by 26 at 1 back for the Swans. Fraser marks the kick out here at half back. He goes long down the line. Core over the back, punches it out of play in a boundary throwing. Eagles kick the last one here for North Melbourne. We've got a goal each in the third term. Dogs lead the game by 19. Neither of the subs used so far either, with Dylan Stevens for North and Oscar Baker for the Bulldogs. Northampton, that per capita rate, that in terms of products they've pumped out and any type of area or suburb that would sort of go close, or town. The boundary throw-in comes out towards Williams. Hand pass to the Bont, sweeps a hand pass to English. Mowed down by Simpkin, but got a shove in the back. Yeah. He went to kick it down.
I actually like this. Last few weeks, they've been calling these push in the backs. I think it's fair enough.
I'm sure he's gone back over his line, and the umpire's not too worried about that.
Because he's not trying to apply a tackle.
English pokes it into the pocket. Norton running start. Can't come down with it. Spills to Archer. He's high in the tackle from Norton, and a free kick of Jackson Archer back pocket.
That is ultra courageous by Luke Davies-Uniacke, but he's paying for it at the moment. That was a knee straight into the middle of the back from Aaron Norton.
All fair. Yeah, that's what the key forwards should do. Oh, geez, he's got the angry pills, Aaron Norton.
It's going to be a downfield free kick. He's ripped Jackson Archer to ground, and the Roos come away with it quickly, as they may well. Powell has nowhere to go, runs himself into a cul-de-sac. Handball away to Sherry, sweeps it forward. Shields will get there on the logo, runs into Tim English, tries to fend off. You're caught holding the ball. Bontempelli comes away with it for the Dogs. Off to McRae, looks long, Wested full forward. Down there, McDonald Archer comes across, takes the mark at fullback. And he is coming into his own, Jackson Archer, in this Roos side.
So that was Davies Uniacke standing in front of Norton as he leapt at that last footy which Rama talked about, and we've seen the damage already this year a knee can cause into a player, with obviously Christian Petrarca's absence from the game for the back end of 2024. He's staying out there. Davies Uniacke joining back in the play here. Long kick up to the wing for the Roos. Spills to the Bont. First touch again as it hits the deck. Hand pass to Williams. Handball to McRae. High up and under to half forward. Vandermeer, good overhead. Takes the mark. 60 metres out. West says just kick it long like he's hailing a cab. Calling for it. Leaps at it. Just spills it on the way down. Falls to Tucker under pressure. Got a hand pass out. Sliding through Zerhard. Trying to extract it for North. Does so. To Tucker to Comben. Hand pass to Fisher. Goes with the short kick, and in the end it'll be marked against the boundary line by Tucker. He wanted to take his time up, said it didn't go 15. Hurried kick to half back. That's a turnover. Fraser with it for the Dogs. Short kick. Finds Lever. Centre half forward.
Just lack of composure out of the back 50 for North. We've seen it on several occasions today. They probably just lack for a really good ball user back, and that's what you speak about, taking Sheasel out of there.
Oh, decides to pass. Thought about shooting at goal, and in the end has popped it to the top of the goal square. Off a number of hands, spills down to Richards. Hustled out of it by Sheasel, close to the boundary line, and West runs out of room. Boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
Caught me off guard too, Corb. Sorry, we probably should have known, given it was Libba having the shot from 55. But yeah, Fisher a couple of times. He's turned the ball over by foot. Tucker there, just rushing the exit kick out. It's just coming back too easily.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Dogs. Darcy shoves Tickle out of the way, shakes his man and snaps on goal and misses.
You should not be able to do that.
No.
At 6 foot, whatever, 10 is.
207.
Well, he's a red, white and blue chipper, isn't he, Rama?
Yeah. Sorry, Benny.
Just a simple yes.
I didn't know if you waited for my response on that. I apologise.
Rhetorical question, wasn't it?
Taylor marks at half back, short to Powell. Second generation AFL footballer, son of Matthew Powell, the former Crow. Tom Powell here goes long down the wing. Offhand, spills down the Dogs' way. Dale to Fraser. Hand pass to Waitman to Sanders. Oh, handball to Giray. That's a hot one. He's tackled immediately. Ball up inside the centre square. The Bulldogs by 20. 14 gone in the third. Key moment here for the Roos if they are to hang in this game. Darcy palms it down. Sanders lays a big tackle. Ball spits out. The centre half forward for the Dogs. Vandermeer knocks it away to West. Hand pass to Lever. Fought through the tackle. Got it to Waitman. And the cheat code pops it through for the Dogs. Cody's second. And the Bulldogs climb to a new high watermark. It is 26 points the Dogs' way. And a key goal midway through the third. The Bulldogs 7-10-52. North Melbourne 4-2-26. Dogs by 26 points. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas.
And a bit of lip as well, Bally, from Cody Waitman. So Archer's gone in to lay the tackle.
Bit stiff.
On Libber. And he did a good job because he held Libber up. But then he just didn't have a teammate who was then going to go help him. And Waitman just peeled off to the left there as a crafty small forward as he is, and then was able to finish. But you can't blame Jackson Archer on that. Otherwise, Libber's running into an open goal. So, look, good play, good smart play by Waitman to get another goal for the Dogs. They're just starting to put a gap now.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 26 points. As Rama mentioned, Darcy in the ruck takes it as he hits the deck hard, gives it away towards Liberatore to Sanders, and then on to Treloar. It goes short to Bailey Dale on the centre line. Kicks out to West, half forward. Leading up, 2 kicks from goal. He pokes it into the pocket. Comben, low down, can't trap it. Ball jars free. Picking it up, Ugelhagen. Off to McRae to Liberatore. Runs into a tackle. High free kick. Phillips just sliding high on the tackle. And the mark set, 35 out. Slightest of angles to the right.
Seen a lot of these today, haven't we? Just the one arm maybe grazing over the shoulder. Will Phillips not happy with that decision. It was only glancing. We've also seen those let go too at times, but just too slick from the Dogs there. Great chain of handballs. out of the stoppage.
In comes Liberatore on that left, drills it through the middle. And the dam wall is beginning to burst. 32 points, the Bulldogs' advantage. 8:10:58 plays 4:2:26. 16 and a half minutes played on this Saturday afternoon. We've played 16 minutes in the third term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
They're just starting to lose a bit of energy, you feel here, North Melbourne. They've only had the 9 tackles for the quarter. The Dogs comfortably ahead in disposal. Inside 50s 10-4 in the Bulldogs' favour. 3 goals, 2-1-1. But just, there's a little bit of fight and scrap and the like, but I think it's energy. The ability to win back the ball at the moment is simply not there for North Melbourne. And the Bulldogs are just making him pay.
I know he's only, a second-year player, but how much are they missing George Wardlaw around the footy?
Oh, a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, he's been really impressive with his pressure, and it's starting to show now as the game wears on.
Davies Uniacke, first touch in the middle, hand pass away to Simpkin, kicks to centre half forward. Well, bumped off it was Treloar, trying to draw a free kick, none forthcoming. Roos get it out, Shields away to Tucker, hand pass to Simpkin, he spun around him to tackle, somehow got boot the ball, trickles out of play, and the umpire says throw it in, so the Roos get away with one there, 30 metres out from their goal.
Dogs' pressure's been good since quarter time too. They've certainly dialed it up around the footy. Not a lot of easy free ball for North's mids.
The Dogs by 32 from the boundary throw in. Forward 50 stoppage for North. Teagle won it down, but Dogs get it out of there. Williams, hand pass to Dale, kicks down the wing, and here's Norton.
That's his third mark now up the ground, Norton. He loves coming at the ball.
He kicks back inboard to Fraser, who marks inside the centre square. Hand pass to Libber. Handball away to the run of Williams off half-back.
He gives it off to McRae, who will poke it into the pocket through the hands of Ugle-Hagan. Combat out the back for North. Picks up the footy. Handball to Taylor. He'll kick high up to the wing for the Rouge. Sherry in from the side. Through his hands. Spills to Teakle out the back. Releases the run of Davies Uniacke. Has Ford. Loops a handball over the top to him. Ford zigs back into the traffic. Does a little pirouette. Now he kicks into the pocket. Larkey's down there. Jones right there with him. And out of play off hands it goes, thrown to come.
He's a fun watch, Eddie Ford, isn't he? Just every now and then he'll do something you're not expecting him to do. Just a full blind turn, did a little 360 and kept on moving.
A blind turn with nobody in sight.
Yes. The Bulldogs midfielders are entitled to say, hey, Jamara, any danger today? I reckon they've hit him lace out 5 times. Yep.
Boundary throw in, down to Sanders. Hand pass away to Fraser. Gets it out wide to a teammate in Liberatore. Comes further afield to McRae. McRae goes long down that wing, City side. Comben hands to it, no mark. Spills through to Archer. Hand pass to Core, almost mowed down by Waitman. Somehow got boot the ball. Floats close to the boundary line, and McRae marks for the Bulldogs. He goes back to Libber. Libber's short kick picked off. Breaking it up, Tucker. North back with it. 70 out at half forward. Hand pass to Teagle, waiting for it. Larkey has it stolen by Jones. And he gives a hand pass away to Fraser again. Hand pass to Bramble off the back flank for the Doggies.
He'll kick to a leading Vandermeer on a searching lead.
That was a 50-metre lead by Vandermeer. Terrific.
Has it on the half-back flank. Between that and the wing, he'll go back. You much of a Grippo user back when you played Bawley and Rammer?
Yep.
Yeah, I liked it.
Back to Bailey Dale and then switches it out towards the City wing. Marked by Bailey Williams. Off to Liberatore. Up the middle go the Dogs. Sanders gives it back to him. He'll poke into the pocket. And in front of Ugle-Hagan, Treloar bobs up to mark. He'll play on quickly, swing around, snap on goal, and sneak it through. The Dogs are running up a score on North. 9-10-64 plays 4-2-26. They lead by 38. 20 minutes into the third before Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Jess Webster on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
North Melbourne has activated its sub, so Dylan Stephens has come onto the field and it's Zach Fisher who has been subbed out. He's been struggling with a bit of a corky so far this afternoon. It hasn't quite worked out for him, so he's going to sit out the rest of the game.
I'd be incredibly frustrated if I was Will Phillips. So he hands over to Harry Sheasel, and Sheasel just didn't want to go with him. He just allowed Treloar to continue to drift into that forward 50, take a mark, then he doesn't even sit on the mark to try to contest that goal. Now, Will Phillips has worked his backside off to try and keep Treloar low. In this quarter, he's had the 3 possessions only.
New game high, 38 points, North Melbourne's way. Bulldogs way. Apologies, North fans. North out of the middle here. Davies Huniacke to Phillips. Hand pass away to Sheasel. Back to Phillips. Short kick inside 50. Oh, Zerha marked. I thought he was about to walk off, and so did Rory Lobb. He tackled him. And the ump says, no, hold it up. And Zerha's going to have a look. Centre half forward here for North. Bulldogs by 38 points. 22 gone in the third. Jess Webster on the boundary.
It's all happening in the space of a couple of minutes here on the bench. So the Western Bulldogs have now activated their sub. Oscar Baker comes into the game. It's Taylor Duray who's sitting in the back row of the bench. But Cody Waitman is also having a chat to the physios, just getting his left hand looked at. But it's Taylor Duray who's been subbed out.
Thanks, Jess. Understatement of the day would be that North need this one. Cam Zerha, who's kicked one already, he's offline here. In the end, sneaks it through for a behind. Meanwhile, in Sydney, Fremantle by 20 points over the Swans, so 7 minutes to go there in the third term. Freo by 20. Here at Docklands, time on third quarter, it is the Bulldogs by 37 over North Melbourne.
Dale goes short to O'Donnell, gives it back to Dale, kicks up looking for Liberatore on the wing, nudges his man underneath it, then runs onto it over the back, gives it to Fraser. Handball knocked down, loose footy, won again by the Dogs, shoveled out by McRae. Back towards Dale, close to the line, nowhere to go, wrapped up and legged. So free kick going to Bailey Dale. One of the dangerous kick infield, trying to get it to Liberatore. Doesn't quite get to him. Shields pinches it, gives it off to Stevens, the sub into the game, and spots up Taylor inside 50 all alone.
Nice kick, wasn't it? Nice first moment into the game. George Stevens, who, as you said, Corb, had an impact when he came on last week. Yeah, just a dangerous kick in the end, wasn't it? From Bailey Dale, who's been pretty good today. More often than not, he executes those pretty well, but just need to find a way, North, just to hang around, don't they? So it doesn't slip away. He's just got to kick this. Curtis Taylor.
Played the last 5 games. Should take full toll here. Starts it right, brings it back, gets it through. A much-needed goal for the North side that have just struggled a little bit this afternoon to find that major opening. 9-10-64 plays 5-3-33. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. We played 24 minutes in the third term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
It's a nice impact ball from Dylan Stevens. First touch in the game and hits a target inside forward 50. Taylor had just drifted down there, didn't have an opponent. So it's interesting, Dylan Stevens, such a high draft pick, obviously, to Sydney. Traded now to North Melbourne last year. He looks like a natural winger. He's got that huge tank. Can he find a permanent spot on that wing for North Melbourne moving into the future? You know, the prototype wingers at the moment, Ed Langdon, Blake Acres, even Steel Sidebottom when he in Collingwood's premiership last year, just how they played. That's what these young players need to watch and need to learn from.
Gould's the other one, isn't it?
Yeah.
His ex-teammate.
Dogs by 31, 25 gone third term. Tom Powell in the middle, first clearing touch. Gets a kick out towards half forward. Underneath it, Fraser drops the mark, puts himself under the pump, whacks it back to Jones. And Jones for the Bulldogs settles it down, kicks wide. Williams takes a nice contested mark. Still at half-back, comes inboard. Oh, teammate slipped over at the most inopportune time. Intercept mark for Simpkin, puts it to centre-half forward. Didn't hit anyone in particular. Curtis Clever taps it away to Power. His hand pass to Scott. He's clipped high. Free kick. Bailey Scott, centre-half forward for North.
It's hard work, isn't it? And that kick just had to hit Paul Curtis. He's a long kick of the footy, Bailey Scott. He might sort of wind up and fancy himself here. Nope.
He's just going to lay it up. Crowded spot, top of the goal square. Oh, clean bowls everyone. Somehow hit the deck, slides through to Lobb. He fumbled, put himself under the pump. Hand pass got to Curtis, got a hand pass out straight to Jones. Hurried kick forward. Simpkin can't take it clean. Ball spits out towards Power. Shoots a look away. Hand pass too hot for Zerha. Now it's centre half forward the Roos. They're retreating. Tucker, hand pass to Core. Spun around. Got a hand pass away back to Tucker. Steps around the would-be tackle from Ugelhagen. Handball to Scott on the wing. Kicks back inside 50. Sherry as the ball lands on his chest and he hugs it as it drops onto his big burly chest. And now Tristan Sherry will have a shot here 35 metres out just left of centre.
A good little 5 minutes, haven't they? North have been able to
lifted their work rate.
Yeah, I mean, and look, part of it's been some unforced errors from the Bulldogs, it has to be said, but they've been there, they've been alert and able to capitalise on the mistakes. So let's hope they can kick 2 in a row here.
Tristan Sherry to make it back-to-back majors for the Roos. He does. Puts it through. And they won't go quietly into the ninth, the Roos. North Melbourne moved to 6-3-39. The Western Bulldogs 9-10-64. Dogs by 25. 26.5 gone third term. Meanwhile, score check in Sydney. And another goal for the Purple. Fremantle 14-5. They lead Sydney 9-9. So the Dockers by 26 points. 5 to go in the third term there as well.
Well, they've evened out that inside 50 count, Bally. So it was 10-4 just before the Bulldogs kicked their most recent goal. It's now 11-12. So North Melbourne 7 inside 50s to 2, and they've kicked the 3 goals too with those 7 inside 50s. So just really efficient work going forward.
Bulldogs on the sideline holding up a sign that said 4F on it. Not sure if you can decipher that. Rammer and Borley as Bontempelli goes out of the middle, kicks to half forward, attacking at Archer, the defender there for the Roos, knocks it down. McDonald picks it up, gives it off to Scott. 3 sons of guns combining for the Roos. Snaps up to the wing.
Oh, great
good mark, Bramble.
Well done.
Bracketed by a couple of Roos. He marks on the wing. And the Dogs back in possession. Comes infield with the kick to the Bont. 25 points, the Bulldogs lead it to get out to 38. Last 2 goals the way of the Roos. Bontempelli kicks inside 50, over the back of the pack. Waitman's there. A little fumble first time. Now he gathers, has a few thoughts, then eventually kicks back to Treloar. Right on the attacking arc, wide out at half forward, comes infield. It'll come back.
Aiden Core.
What's he done, Borley?
I know that. Look, I know Cody Waitman. If you're an opposition player,
pushed him in the back.
Pushed him in the back. He's going to get a free kick. Oh, it's 50, is it?
Oh. So Treloar will be marched to the goal line, and that is a momentum killer.
He's just got a way of drawing frustration.
Yeah, but Aiden Core's a senior player at North Melbourne.
Silly.
Just silly.
Undisciplined.
And Will Phillips will be cursing again as Treloar pops through his second. And it's back out to 31 points. A stabilising goal there for the Western Bulldogs. 10-10-70, plays 6-3-39. 28.5 minutes into this third term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, no, it's hard to excuse that. Aiden Core, as frustrated as you are. So what would have been...
Umpire's right there.
Yeah, what would have been a kick inside 50 from Adam Treloar. He gets marched to the goal line just because, as you said, Rammer, an experienced player, wants to show a bit of
be tough.
Yeah. No, it's just undisciplined. Just when they had a little bit going for them too, North, a little bit of momentum. Could they have pinched one more, get within 3.5 before three-quarter time?
So what was looking like a good quarter for Will Phillips on Adam Treloar?
Yeah.
4 possessions only, but there's 2 goals next to Treloar's name.
And that's the gap in the quarter as well. So the Dogs are winning that by 12 points. They're winning the game by much more than that. It's a 31-point lead. Just as North were going forward, another turnover off the back flank. Fraser kicks down to Vandermeer, decided not to give it to him, gave a hand pass to the Bont but missed him. Now Vandermeer's under the pump, back to him, he's tackled, lost it, Fraser goes and gets it a second time, hand pass out to Richards, taps it in the direction of Bontempelli, Sherry intercepts on the back flank, tackled immediately and a ball up. Forward for the Bulldogs. Biggest lead in the game was 38 points after Treloar's first goal, time on in this third quarter. He's since added a second and a margin back to 31 with a couple of North goals in between. Bontempelli again at the stoppage. Gets the clearing kick to the top of the goal square. Racing back Dawson. He's locked up by Vandermeer. Ball spits out and inadvertently knocked out a play by Scott. Boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Bulldogs. Half hour mark. Third term. The Bulldogs by 31. Meanwhile, Sydney have closed within 13 points. So 3 minutes before three-quarter time. The Dockers, who have led all day so far, they lead it by 13 now.
Umpire brings it back in. Sherry takes it out of the ruck, coughs it up. Waitman can't trap it. Sheasel gets it on the boot. Little 5-metre dribble kick. Still inside 50 for the Dogs. Bontempelli tracking it. Sheasel right there with him. Worries him out of it. Gets it for North. Gives it off to Simpkin. This spirals a kick up towards the wing. Bouncing ball for Pink and also lobbed. Pink knocks it on, but the siren sounds. And they shoot themselves in the foot, if we're being honest, North Melbourne. So it is a 5-3 term the way of the Western Bulldogs. And the goal kickers, 4 with multiples for the Dogs. Treloar, Ugle-Hagan, Waitman and Norton singles to Liberatore and to Darcy, while for North, 6 individual goal kickers. Sheasel, Taylor, Paul Curtis, Sherry Teakle and Zurha. So the Bulldogs lead by 31 points at the final change.
There was some mystery coming into the day as to whether Marcus Bontempelli would take his place. He's out there after suffering back spasms during the week. And as he did after he was ill a couple of weeks ago and burst out onto the field with a best of field performance, he's done it again through 3 quarters. 28 disposals, 16 contested, 10 clearances, 6 inside 50s, and 3 scores himself. Unfortunately, they're all behinds, but 28 disposals for him through 3 for Marcus Bontempelli. The analysis of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball in just a moment. 3-quarter time at Docklands, Dogs by 31. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Wimbledon 2024 on ABC Sport. Hear it live every night on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the tennis button.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country, hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Sherry taking it out of the ruck forward pocket for the Dogs. Comes to Richards. Off to Ugle-Hagan. Gets it onto the boot and kicks his second. And the Western Bulldogs start the second half with a goal.
It's got the mullet and the Mo combo. No signs of any sideburns whatsoever as the kick from Teagle is bang on. North's first goal since the opening term. Darcy palms it down. Sanders lays a big tackle. Ball spits out. The centre half forward for the Dogs. Vanderveer knocks it away to West. Hand pass to Liver. Fought through the tackle. Got it to Waitman. And the cheat code pops it through for the Dogs. Cody's second. And the Bulldogs climb to a new high water mark. It is 26 points the Dogs play.
In comes Liberatore. On that left. Drills it through the middle. And the dam wall is beginning to burst. Shields pinches it. Gives it off to Stevens, the sub into the game, and spots up Taylor inside 50 all alone. Should take full toll here. Starts it right, brings it back, gets it through. A much-needed goal for the North.
Tristan Sherry to make it back-to-back majors for the Roos. He does. Hooks it through. And they won't go quietly into the ninth, the Roos.
So Treloar will be marched to the goal line. And Will Phillips will be cursing again as Treloar pops through his second. And it's back out to 31 points.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there at the third quarter. The Roos threaten to make a push, but they're still 31 down at 3-quarter time. The Dogs in control, 10-10, leading North Melbourne 6-3. Meanwhile, 3-quarter time in Sydney, the Dockers by 12 points over the Swans there.
Tightening up.
Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, 3-quarter time at Docklands, Dogs by 31.
Well, Bally, again in that quarter, so North really were their own worst enemy. So the quarter's 5 goals 2 to 3 goals 2. But the late goal there to Waitman, with Aidan Core being undisciplined. So, but that's one part of it. The other part of it is, again, you go back to the first quarter, North's kick to handball ratio, 50 kicks, 43 handballs. North kick to handball ratio in that third quarter, 42 kicks, 40 handballs. But that's where they're getting themselves in trouble. They're getting themselves in trouble with this over handball. Now, okay, at times I know your forwards haven't reset. You can't just get the ball down there. But like the synergy between midfield and forward or back and midfield, so you can kick the ball, you can get it out of dangerous areas and know the ball's not coming back in. So I think that will be concerning Alistair Clarkson, because you look at his great Hawthorn teams, they were kicking teams. They were just brilliant field kicking teams where they'll slice you apart going back through the middle or just precision kicks along the boundary. So I think that's where North, it's not going to be a now thing. That's got to be a weeks and months thing where they can, it's more likely got to be 50 kicks and 20 handballs, sort of that's got to be sort of the ratio that they've got to be going at. So, and I know that will take time, and that takes personnel and finding the right personnel in right positions. But right now, that's why at times they're getting in trouble. The other part is The Bulldogs controlled the game in that third quarter with marks, 30 marks to 14. So they were able then to force North Melbourne to try to defend him. I thought Norton looked really good when he was pushing up the ground. I mentioned that at half time, but Norton took 4 marks up on the wings. And then that allowed the ball and space over the back and for the Bulldogs to score. The other one is, and I feel for Will Phillips here, like Treloar's had 4 possessions for the quarter, but kicked 2 goals, and the 2 goals were simply not his fault. So, I'd be disappointed if I was Will Phillips and my teammates.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. The kicking is a good one, you're right. We mentioned halfway through that quarter, their inability, North, to be able to pierce their way out of their back 50. And interesting now, look down, Sheasel's gone back. So it's almost as if Alistair's recognised that and thought we need to get someone who can kick the footy well and make good decisions out of our back 50.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport, final term underway. Richards first possession at the ball up, hand pass to the Bont, kicks out to the wing. Here's Treloar, reels in a one-hander. Kicked a couple of goals in that third term at the attention from Will Phillips as the tagger in the first half. Kicks into the forward 50 over the head of Norton, slides out of bounds. Boundary throw in 45 metres out from the Dogs' goal. North Melbourne today, Dersma not selected, so pick 4 obviously in last year's national draft, Zane Dersma. Wardlaw unavailable due to concussion. McKercher, who was pick 2, coming back from a foot complaint, has another week in the VFL on managed minutes. So a lot of high-end talent still to come back into this team. From the boundary throw-in, Sherry out to Scott and his hand pass and turnover. The Bont's got it again. Hand pass away towards Sanders. His handball close to the boundary line, and in the end Archer sees it out. Boundary throw-in forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Colby McKercher is one who can kick it and make good decisions, can't he? So you'd expect to see him back in before too. I mean, obviously first-year player, can't expect too much of him, but from what we did see at the start of the year, he's one who can kick the ball beautifully.
Bulldogs by 31. English laying it down, coming through. Sanders picks it up, gets a handball away to English. Dogs in their back pocket. Off to Bontempelli to Treloar. Tight roping the boundary line under pressure. Puffs it up. Sheasel knocks it down. Arriving Norton. Now picking it up there for the Roos is Dawson. Handball away towards Tucker. He'll squeeze a kick away and turn it over. And the mark taken by West, 45 metres out from his attacking goal on a 45-degree angle to the right.
Bond's had 3, by the way, in the first 90 seconds, so he's up to 31 for the game. Now, this is a guy that we weren't sure was going to play with back spasms. He's now played 132 of the last 133 games, so he's missed 1 in 133. So great more record. Often than not, he's always out there.
Yeah, great record, considering the load he carries too. Mind you, today he's had no one anywhere near him for the majority of the day.
West on the set shot. It goes right to the line. Darcy juggles it. Not paid. Swivels and snaps and hits the post.
Which I find remarkable. Sorry, Benny. Bond's the best player in the competition.
Yep.
You give that role to one of the younger players to go and learn. Yep. Just go and track him. Follow him around. Have your finger in his back pocket and learn.
Well, I would have given it to this guy here. And look, he has been opposed to him at times around clearance, but yeah, not enough attention paid to, as you said, one of the best player in the comp.
Davies Uniacke marks the kick out from Sheasel and then absolutely shanks one, puts it out on the full. Heading down the wing. Do you mean Sheasel or Davies Uniacke?
Davies Uniacke,
yep.
So I would have put Sheasel on him.
Well, and look, he spent a bit of time on him as well. But once the ball cleared into general play, he's had way too much space. Just watched him a few times, just run up and down the ground, completely unopposed.
Lobb takes the free, kicks to Richards, kicks to English, almost had a blooper but hangs on to it, looks into forward pocket and kicks it to his opposing ruckman. Sherry takes the intercept mark.
And the reason is, Harry, we know you can get the ball, but around stoppage, this is what the best players in the competition does. Go and follow it. Go and learn.
Sherry on the switch for North Melbourne and eventually off hands and out of play, trying to come. Bulldogs by 32 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Round 16 from the Docklands. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, called Middlemass. Myself, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster as well. Umpire brings it back in. Now forward here for the Dogs. English down to Bontempelli. Quick snap inside 50. Good mark, Comben. Just out points Darcy on that occasion and now kicks laterally across to the back pocket in the run of Core.
And nickname Apples goes long up to the wing. Coming across the front is Rory Lobb. The forward ruck come defender. Punches it out of play. Nice spoil. Big high fives on the way back into the defensive arc and a boundary throwing on the wing.
I fear you'll face stiffer opposition, but seen enough, haven't we, Rammer, to suggest that's worth persisting with for a month of footy, I think, the Bulldogs.
Yeah, well, Alex Keith is still at least a month away with that hamstring injury, so And they're not sure on O'Donnell just yet.
English wins it down to Scott. Hand pass away to Tucker. Former Docker kicks off a single step down the wing. Teakle wrestles for it along with O'Donnell. The ball slides all the way through to Dale. Hand pass under pressure for the Bulldogs to the redhead Richards. Goes short to the Bont, who takes the mark. Possession number 33. Coming up here for the Dogs superstar.
And usually what happens with the forward that goes back, their opponent dictates their work rate. And that's what's happening with Rory Lobb today. He's happy to follow his opponent. And he's doing a good job.
Bontempelli kicks to a pack off the hands Combin. He's wrapped up and they're in his back holding the ball.
Sorry, Benny. Kick that on his right foot, Bont. Interesting.
Free kick going to the Roos. They come away with it. It was Darcy at the bottom of the pack who was pinged. Tucker gives it off to Scott. Kicks around the boundary line and out of bounds on the full. Right at the elbow of the 50 in the boundary line. Dogs by 32.
Wasn't on the run or anything. It was just slow play and decided to go on the non-preferred.
Jones with the kick here for the Dogs. Up to the wing and the mark taken by Richards.
Good start to the game, Richards. Really good first quarter. Just drifted out of it a little bit. It's been pretty even, probably outside the Bont. Liberatore's had his moments. Treloar's kept trying, but it's been pretty even performance.
Gets it back here. Richards from Williams goes for a run down. Paul Curtis drags him down in the tackle, just gets rid of it, but he coughs it up. The Roos back in possession on the wing. Tucker running away from them. Kicks inside 50, looking for a marker. Larkey. Jones in from the side, coming through Zurha. Umpire lets them play and a free kick. No, nothing doing as O'Donnell comes away with it to Fraser, and now McRae for the Dogs on the wing.
The lefty down to half forward finds Vandermeer, who takes the mark right on the attacking arc. Stepped off his line-up, said play on. Shoots a hand pass inside to Riley West, who shakes away the tackle and then just dabs it short for Waitman. He marks right forward pocket. He's got a few free kicks today and he's copping the jeers from the North Melbourne fans. He's getting a few offside, isn't he, Cody Waitman? He's already upset the Bombers, and the North Melbourne faithful unhappy with the freeze he's been able to draw today.
Never out of the game for too long, though, is he? It's been a good battle, this one, but I just feel like he's going to learn a bit more from today, Jackson Archer. Yeah. He's got a steep learning curve. It's a tough position to play in a team that's struggling a bit. And this has been a real handful for him today, Cody Waitman.
Oh, that is artistry from Cody Waitman. Outside of the right boot, bends it through for his third. And if there was any doubt before, they'll be hard to catch now, the Dogs. 38 points their advantage, 7 gone, final term. 11-11-77. They lead North Melbourne 6-3-39. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Meanwhile, early stages, final term in Sydney. The Dockers by 12 over the Swans.
We're just watching the replay. We get the benefit of down-the-ground replay. So when Liam Jones spoils that ball inside North Melbourne's forward 50, you see the spread of the Bulldogs players offensively, but you see the spread of the North Melbourne midfielders defensively. And that's every North Melbourne player trailing their direct opponent. And that's what hurts, because it allows the ball to go up from one end of the ground to the other. So, the ball eventually gets to Vandermeer, who takes an uncontested mark on half forward. Riley West is all alone, little handball, little kick, goal.
On the footy in the middle, West with possession for the Dogs, gets it out towards Treloar, to Darcy, back to Treloar, puts it under the arm, runs away from them, delivers short for Norton, punched away by Sheasel. There McDonald for the Roos, picks it up, gets it off to Sheasel. Across their full-back line, the Kangaroos, handball away to Teakle. He now gives it off to Powell, running room for him. Shovels a handball over the top to Zurha. On the wing, he'll kick high inside 50. Larkey and Jones in a one-on-one. Larkey nearly marks it, doesn't quite. Paul Curtis goes and picks it up, off to Eddie Ford. He snaps on goal, gets the leg break, needed the top spinner, and it's rushed through. One a score. Very nearly.
He's great effort, Jones, again. Yeah. He's been just superb today. Hasn't been Nick Larkey's day. He had the sit there, he had him out of position. Just finds a way, doesn't he, Jones, just to get a hand in.
Well, Nick Larkey's had 5 possessions and not a shot at goal.
Oh, dangerous kick. Dogs trying to come back inboard, turn it over. Davies Uniacke, centre half forward, hand pass to Taylor, handball to Power, short kick forward. Takes the mark for North, centre half forward. 47 points the Bulldogs lead. If the Dogs win this, as they're projected to at this stage, 9 gone final term and a 37-point advantage, they will be 7th on the premiership table, albeit the Giants, the Cats and the Power are all still to play. So if they win, that is problematic for the Dogs. They could still end the round outside of the top 8. They haven't ended a week inside finals contention since round 6. That was the last time the Dogs were in the top 8. All right, Eddie Ford. He's having a look here. Set shot. Missed one earlier. Hang on. There's a whistle on the play, and there's a 50. I think the man on the marking, James O'Donnell, might have...
No, it's against Bailey Williams. I'm just watching the replay, and he must have got too close behind the mark.
Ford from point-blank range drives it through. And Eddie Ford, that makes a certainty of it. Dogs by 31, 10 gone final term. Bulldogs 11-11-77, North Melbourne 7-4-46. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
What'd you see, Rammer?
Well, so James O'Donnell's on the mark, and he's not moving, so it's certainly not against him. But the umpire then points to Bailey Williams when he's giving the 50-metre penalty away. So there it is. He simply just walked behind the mark. Oh, come on, Bully. That's what the 50-metre... There you go. He's pointing at Bailey Williams.
Saying that he walked
too close
into the protected area.
He's in the protected area.
I mean, it must be said. What was he doing? To be honest, though, what was Bailey Williams doing? He wasn't trying to put the kicker off. He's just having a dawdle, wasn't he? So almost 50 for being silly.
Liberatore steals the tap from Sherry, kicks inside 50, Archer marks. And the man with shin boner of the century DNA inside his defensive 50. Side down by 31 though. He'll kick out towards the wing. Ford comes up, takes a mark.
But those are the free kicks, the penalties that frustrate fans and players.
That's where it's by the letter of the law, but with no field.
No, correct.
Yeah. It's Corbyn's jaywalking.
It's like, isn't it like Bailey, get out of the space rather than just blowing the whistle and giving a 50-metre penalty? If he's in the space and doing something wrong, no worries.
Simpkin robes the pack on the wing, tumbles a kick into the forward pocket for the Roos. It'll bounce out in front of Pink. You had an opportunity to tour the arc and speak to the umpires about these things, didn't you, Corp?
Yeah, I asked them how much of them is it absolutely letter of the law by the book and how much of it is general field. I was told 80% by the book, 20% general field.
We need a little more of that 20%, I think.
The old 80-20 rule.
Yes. Boundary throw in forward pocket for North. Larkey palms it down to Dale, locked up by Zerha and a ball up. Fascinating scenes in Sydney, so 14 minutes to go there. Fremantle lead that game by 19 points, so high stakes. Dockers win, they'll be third.
Wow.
Lose, could be out of the 8 by the end of the weekend. So amazing how close this season is, and a fair bit to play out there, leading the ladder leaders, the Swans. Quick kick back inside 50 from the stoppage from the Roos. Punched away by English. Back to Simpkin. Kicks to full forward. Hand on it from O'Donnell. Spills down to Curtis. Got a hand pass away. O'Donnell a little slow to get up. To lob, though, of the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Bramble from the defensive goal square. Hits Vandermeer on the chest. Again leads a long way up the ground to present an option. He's got it at half back for the Doggies.
Yeah, he did, and they've done that well, the Dogs, and that's the difference. Like the ability to find that outlet, to take the pressure, release the pressure valve inside 50 there. It's been Vandermeer, it's been Waitman getting high up the ground. They've done that really well today, the Dogs, especially when they're leading to a Dale or a Bramble. Really good kicks to the footy.
Goes short to Baker. He kicks around the city wing. Norton, strong mark. He's lassoed down to ground after taking it. Not happy with Hayden Core either.
Yeah, fair enough too.
Free kick going to Norton, high up on the wing. Adam Ramanauskas wants him to do a little more work between the arcs. As Norton pokes a kick in the Ugle-Hagen direction behind Combin, and illegally impedes him from behind. Free kick going the way of the Roos in their back pocket. Bulldogs by 31, 13 minutes into this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, around 16 from Docklands.
Combin to Sheasel. And now to Core. Shields, rather, off the back flank, sorry. Kicks down to half back and finds Sherry. The headgear. 31-point advantage for the Bulldogs. 13.5 gone final term. Big day of footy still to come. Gold Coast, Collingwood next. And then different directions tonight, either the Crows and the Giants or Geelong, Essendon. Long kick from Sherry to a contest. Bontempelli taps it to the advantage of Dale. 1-2 with English. And now a little 1-2 with O'Donnell. Dale another touch. He's fourth in the chain. He goes back to Bramble. He marks the back pocket. She'll kick to Jones. He marks at centre half back for North Melbourne, for the Western Bulldogs. 14 gone final term. Halfway through this final term. Kicks up to English, marks on the wing, hand pass away to Treloar. Off his right boot, sends it down to Ugelhagen. Him and Norton again leap in the same pack. Falls down to Sanders. Hand pass to Vandermeer, trying to arch the back and evade Sheasel. Just got a hand pass away to Darcy. High up and under to the top of the goal square, and camped underneath it. Stevens, former Sydney player, takes the mark fullback. Just watching Lake Vandermeer, helped up by the trainer here, holding.
Might have rolled his ankle.
Yeah, his right ankle. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, hopefully just a garden variety rolled ankle for him. As kick from Stevens goes to Shields, half-back flank for the Roos, on to Teakle. Pass. He's got Larky out here forward, who's taken the mark. Doesn't get it to him quickly enough, and Jones recovers, goes short instead to Tucker. Wheels and comes infield with his kick, just for Sheasel. Right there with Sanders, gives it off to McDonald. Running by, attacking edge of the square, long into the pocket. Larky down there also with Taylor, and they spoil each other. And now Richards.
Well, they did spoil each other. Liam Jones, just 2-on-1 there. Terrific spoil, terrific coverage.
Well, they were both there.
Richards to Baker, fellow redhead. Rammer and Ben about to box on in the box over who scored and who didn't. As Baker goes on off the wing. Convin flies for it, no mark, falls down to Sheasel. North back with it. Hand pass to Davies Uniacke, runs into trouble. Hand pass inside to Big Bryn Teakle. He collects eventually. Hand pass to Shields, who's been aerial today. Kicks towards the top of the goal square. Pink clever. Spoils it down to Zurha, who tumbles through a goal. Cam Zurha with a couple. And Toby Pink, a couple of things he learnt down back. Just a big spoil into the path of his teammate. Dogs by 25 halfway through this final term. Bulldogs 11-11, 77. North Melbourne 8-4, 52. Jess Webster's on the boundary. Jess.
A couple of concerns on the Dogs bench down here. So Latham Vandermeer's just doing a couple of run-throughs along the boundary line, just trying to work out that rolled ankle. But James O'Donnell has headed down to the rooms with the doctor after that marking contest a few moments ago. Appears to be doing a HIA, so I'll keep an eye on that.
Well, 4 goals in 8 minutes, Rammer. I mean, it hasn't felt like North are any chance, but can they get one more just to make Luke Beveridge squirm in his seat a little bit? I mean, it's hard work for them. They're fighting, aren't they? They're making hard work of opportunities going forward. They really, I mean, Zurha's a man, isn't he? I mean, given the day that Larky's having, Zurha's a man that can possibly, him and Sheasel involved in that passenger play as well, but if they could just squeeze one out of the centre bounce here. What's happened here? I know, that's the warning, but yeah, if they can just get one out of the centre bounce here, you never know.
Restart in the middle. English wins the tap. Sheasel trying to apply the tackle on Liberatore, who wins it. Handball to English. Handball to West at half forward. Cedes possession with the handball to Tucker. Roos with it. Off to Powell, who gives it off to Scott. Moves it out to the wing. Simpkins got room to run. Takes a bounce. A second. Breaks the logo on the wing. Looks inside 50. Turns it over. Jones bobs up in front of Larky. Defensive mark, and he's been a wall down back for the Bulldogs all day. 25 points is the Doggies' advantage.
Has been kept Larky goalless, so 2 of the last 4 games, I think Larky hasn't kicked a goal leading in after kicking 1 in each of his previous 29. And still hasn't got one so far today, so it would be 3 and 5 if he can't get one in this last 7.5 minutes. Baker back to Lobb and now to Libber, centre half back. He's retreating back to Jones, and now we speak of has been excellent again today for the Doggies. To Baker. As we always say appropriately, in number 13, he goes long in front of the benches, and Tucker trying to spoil it away. Down to Treloar, he just hacks it forward off the deck. One bounce out of play. Down to throwing.
Oh no! Oh no!
He socketed that 50 metres downfield. It bounced and turned left sharply out of bounds.
I mean, he's a good player, Adam, but he's not that good, is he?
25 points is the Dogs' lead. North will get the footy at half-back. Meanwhile, in Sydney, it is a 7-point game. Fremantle by 7 points halfway through the final term. Call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the AFL Extra button. The Dockers win their 3rd. They lose. They could be out of the 8 by the end of the weekend. Amazing competition, Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Tucker with it on the logo. And the Roos mounts a late charge. Gives the handball to Core, off to Sheasel, back to Tucker, back to Sheasel. Forward of the wing, bouncing handball for Core. Gets around his man Fraser, dumps it on the boot, kicks it out on the full. Wants the push in the back and he'll get it. And gives the umpire the thumbs up as well. Trying to point that it's downfield. It won't be, it'll come back eventually.
Oh, he's paid the push. I mean, in a lot of ways here, the Kangaroos are attacking to avoid Liam Jones in a sense. But if I'm Nick Larkey, just go and stand next to him.
Just stand in the goal square. Don't move.
Short kick for Sheasel, who looks short for Curtis, and it's got him.
He's not going to play 50, is he?
45 out, 45-degree angle to the right. And this would just make it a little nervous for Luke Beveridge.
Yeah.
That's if Paul Curtis can finish. Looking for his 50th goal in AFL footy as well. The left foot kick is coming back and sneaking through. It's a goal. And the Roos are bounding towards the finish line. He's got a couple. It's just 19 points. We've played 19 minutes in the fourth. 11-11-77 plays 9-4-58. And they do it. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, we charged home last week, didn't they, the Roos? They're all over Melbourne. So maybe, just maybe, they can spark a little bit of confidence and belief. As we said, it's not fluent. It's hard work finding these goals. Sheasel's the man. They've got to get the ball in his hands. Davies Uniacke comes back onto the ground for this last 6 minutes, goes into the centre bounce. Simpkins having a good little patch. Centre bounces, as we know, becomes all important. You look down the Dogs, they recognise the moment. In goes Bontempelli, Treloar, Liberatore. Critical centre bounce, this one.
As their first choice unit at the centre bounce for the Western Bulldogs. 3 in a row for North. Something they haven't done all day until now, stringing goals together. 19 points the Dogs lead. Time on final term. At the bounce, neither ruck got a hand on it. Sherry sockers it forward. Curtis under pressure. Hand pass picked off. Libber for the Dogs. Handball away to Williams. Hand pass to Dale. Back edge of the centre square. Kicks long down to half forward. Caught in a tangle. Richards and Power. Ball slides out of bounds and a throw in. High half forward for the Dogs.
You just got to absorb the tackle. Curtis just need to absorb the tackle rather than trying to create this handball. Turns the ball over, and now it's in the Bulldogs' forward half.
Fremantle by 8 points with 8 minutes to go in Sydney. Call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the AFL Extra button. If you want to follow along live, we'll keep you updated. Still a bit to play out here. Sherry knocked it down to Simpkin. Got a kick away. Spills to Sheasel. Hand pass to Archer. Kick into the middle of the ground. Picked up by Gallagher, though, for the Dogs. Swings his kick out towards the wing, city side of the ground. Bounces, skids into the path of English. English loops a hand pass back. Got it to Williams of the Bulldogs.
Williams happy to kick it short to Treloar. Bulldogs by 19. 22 minutes played in the fourth. The Roos have kicked the last 3. Treloar for a little gallop. Now he kicks inside 50, looking for a marker through the hands of Hugo Hagen. Out the back paw. Handball to Davies Uniacke. Roos trying to work it up the middle. Spills to Sheasel. Back to Davies Uniacke. Goes for a run. Look out. Baker closing, just gets a kick away. Teakle tracking it back. Massive collision. Ball spills away. They're out after it. Zurha and West. Roos have the numbers. Stevens picks it up off to Simpkin.
Little fumble. Simpkin gathers the second time. Hand pass to Stevens. Threads it back through to Simpkin. Simpkin can kick North inside 50. Ford hugs it to his chest and takes the mark right half forward. He's not confident. He looks to centre half forward and links up with Scott, who takes the mark uncontested, back in the corridor, 40 metres out.
Wow, that was sort of car crash type stuff. 4 in the contest, 2 Bulldogs, 2 Kangaroos, and they just all come together. Liam Jones, Teakle, Larkey, O'Donnell I think was the other one, and just crashed into each other. Teakle's come off the worst for wear, but he's up and about now. Terrific contest by all 4 players.
4 and a bit minutes left on the game clock. North need 4 goals. This would help. Bailey Scott, right-footed drop punt. It's there. No, it's not. He misses out to the left. A behind. Not to be for Scott. 18 points, the Dogs lead. 23 gone, final turn.
It all had to go right. You feel like they needed that one. And O'Donnell spots up Vandermeer. Fraser, rather. So Vandermeer out on the wing. Kicks around it, looking for a marker, going up. Darcy brings it down. Doggies by 18 and in possession. Gives off the handball. Does Darcy to Baker running by. Kicks inside 50 for the Dogs. Norton there, course balls it down. Bontempelli roves off to Waitman. Off to Liberatore now. West in the pocket. pokes a kick towards full forward, bouncing ball, getting involved. Taylor low down. Waitman's got him high. And they'll get a chance again here. North Melbourne, they need to go quickly. They trail by 3 goals.
7 minutes to go in Sydney. 6 minutes to go in Sydney. Fremantle by 7 points.
Well, got to change the angle here.
Yeah.
No point just going down, kicking down the line.
Make a chance.
Dogs by 18. 3 minutes on the game clock. Combat marks at half-back. Long high bomb down the wing. Oh, big leap from Liam Jones. Rough landing. All his own doing as he hit the deck like he thought he was getting a free for an unrealistic attempt. The umps paid the mark in front, the lob. Lob across the ground to Fraser, who takes the mark. Out of corridor. Time ticking down. Seconds peeling off the clock a little too quickly for North's liking.
Yeah, you've got to find an opponent now. So you've got to go away from playing a zone defence, get an opponent, force the Bulldogs to kick down the line.
Short to Gallagher. Gallagher dangerous, trying to link up with Richards on the short kick. Tackled immediately by Archer. Ball comes out. North on the counter attack. Powell to Scott. Hand pass to Curtis. Hands a hand pass, doesn't give it. Now kicks to Zurhaar overhead. Climbs and takes the mark. Zurhaar centre half forward. Taps the kick. Ford in the right forward pocket marks.
Go quick.
He's about 15, 20 metres out. He doesn't look comfortable from that right forward pocket.
Well, the clock's ticking. Under 2 minutes now, so go quick.
Make a decision, yeah. Go back and kick it straight or kick it round the body. I thought Zurhaar maybe could have gone back and backed himself in there at a better angle. He's a closer shot here forward, but it's a tough angle.
Oh, he's taking far too much time.
We're inside the final 2 minutes. He does not look comfortable at all. He is a right foot against the fence. Now he's going to snap off the left. Tick, 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 tick. Seconds coming off. Left-footed snap. Far side misses.
So he would have wasted 40-odd seconds there.
Easy.
Just making the decision on what kick,
what to do.
Yeah, that's where experienced player, Corb, has to come over and say, righto, mate.
Go.
Dogs by 17, 90 seconds to go.
They bring it back in, the Bulldogs. Bramble to Bontempelli. Gives it back to Bramble. Kick up to the wing off the hands of the pack. Spills down to West. He gets it on the boot. Kicks towards half forward. Going after it, Darcy. He'll get a free kick. So high half forward here for the Western Bulldogs. They lead it by 17 points.
That's
Not a lot in it, Bawley.
That's a shocking call. That was just a genuine contest, marking contest.
Scores level at the SCG.
First to 100 there is on, Benny.
Dogs happy to just chip it around here.
Fourth draw of the year.
We couldn't, could we?
Still 4 minutes to go. We'll keep you updated.
It is. Well, it would be emblematic of what has been an incredibly close season. Bulldogs just chipping it around here. Sand slipping through the hourglass, Corby. Time running out for North.
We'll bring you the end of that game too, the Swans and the Dockers, so stand by for that. You won't miss anything. The final moments in either here in Melbourne or there in Sydney as the kick down towards English, who takes the mark, and that'll hurt North. And more seconds will fly off the clock here as Tim English will go back and have a look from about 55 out.
Yeah, it's just going to peter out this one, isn't it? Yeah. To a Dogs win. I must say, credit to North, the way they've kept at it. Just put a little bit of pressure on. They're probably never really in danger where they hasn't been inside 3-goal margin. So see if they can get one here to put some icing on the cake here, the Dogs.
As the seconds tick down, English took his full 30, lays it up to the top of the goal square, shields the intercept mark, and that'll do us. The Dogs take care of business. They are in the 8 as of right now. Somewhere they haven't been since round 6 as this fight back in season continues.
Red, white and blue. We come out snarling. Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs bite and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
Led again by Marcus Bontempelli. He pulled on the boots despite the back spasms during the week. Finished with 35 disposals, 20 of them contested, 7 inside 50s. And as a result, the Dogs skipper leads them to a 17-point win over North Melbourne. 11-11-77, North 9-6-60. 3 for Waitman, 2 for Trelaw and Ugelhagen. Norton also with a couple, 1 for Darcy and Liver. Meanwhile for North, 2 for Curtis, 2 for Zurhaar, 1 each for Cherry, for Ford and for Teagle. North, gallant but not to be, the Dogs by 17. The analysis from Rama and Bawley coming up. The Dogs by 17 over North. But let's get to Sydney. The Dockers by a point. 2 minutes to play against the Swans. ABC Sport. Mitch Turner, Daniel Garb, Joel Patfull and Callum Sinclair.
Dockers lead by a point. Ball tossed back up in the air. Brayshaw spins out of trouble. Snaps it. It ricochets off Blakey. Will it go through for a minor score? It hits the goalpost. It's a 2-point margin now. It's a handy point. The Swans will bring it back into play. The Dockers 15-9-99. The Swans 14-13-97.
26 minutes gone. Time against Sydney now. They have to go quickly. The margin is just 2 points. They work it out to the wing and with Warner, who ducks back inside around Frederick. Frederick says, how far did he run, umpire? Umpire says, play it on. Bouncing ball middle of the ground, picked up by Taylor Adams. Grubbery ball inside 50, goes straight to Luke Ryan. He turns around, back to Chapman. Freo in their own defensive 50. His kick smothered by Papley. We'll have a boundary throw in inside 50 for Sydney.
1 minute.
We're into the 27th minute. There is not much time left for the Swans. They trail by 2 points. Can Fremantle hang on?
No free kicks here if you're Freo. This is crucial. The umpires are hot on their whistle. Ball spun back in. Grundy gets the tap over the top, going without with Zomira. Players diving in. Clean possession by Adams. Flicks it back to Warner. Shakes one tackle. Gives it to Rowbottom. Running past is Florin. The kick on goal. He snaps it and bends it too far. It's a minor score. 44 seconds. They still trail by a point, and they've given Fremantle back possession. 14-14-98 the Swans. 15-9-99 the Dockers. 27 and a half played. Final term of the SCG, ABC Sport, Daniel Garb.
We're inside the final minute. Luke Ryan will bring it back in and just send it up the wing. Blakey will leap for it. Off hands. Fremantle need to win possession. They do. The handball from Brayshaw. Ooh. It fell the way of Banfield. He took it over the boundary line. It was almost an Alex Neil Bullen moment from Friday night. But it wasn't as deliberate according to the umpire. So a boundary throw in. Time ticking down. Grundy and Darcy. Dockers lead by a point. Blakey roves it and kicks to McDonald, who is marked and will have a shot from outside 50. 45-degree angle. A goal and you think Sydney wins. A behind and it could well be a draw.
Where did he come from, the Lizard?
I wish we had vision of that stoppage that we could share with the listeners. There was about 5 or 6 Swans players on the defensive side not manned up, and Lizard was the lucky one that came
through. Logan McDonald with a chance to win it for the Swans after the final siren. Sean Darcy and all the Dockers big men have gone down to the goal line because McDonald will kick from outside 50. Logan McDonald for the biggest moment of his Sydney Swans career.
No.
Oh, it might miss everything. It will.
Yeah.
Fremantle win. McDonald didn't make the distance. The Dockers win by a point. One of the great wins of the Justin Longmuir era. One of the great wins in Fremantle history in the home and away season. Sydney's 10-game winning streak is over.
What an ending in Sydney. Fremantle by 1. 15-9-99 defeating the Sydney Swans. 14-14-98. A shot after the siren from Logan McDonald to win the game if he'd kicked the goal. If he scored it behind, it would have been the 4th draw of the year. Instead, he didn't score at all. And as a result, Fremantle cling on to win by 1. The Dockers are 3rd on the premiership table as it sits at the moment. If they had have lost that game, there was a chance they'd be outside of the 8 completely at the end of the round. We just watched on our monitors in the box and hearing the call from Garby and Mitch Turner, Joel Powell and Callum Sinclair.
Amazing finish.
What an ending.
That last little passenger play by Nick Blakey through the contest and then hits McDonald. That was just outstanding. And then, yeah, look, that's what forwards get paid for.
Well, you need to go back and see his normal routine, whether he went away. To me, he didn't have enough momentum through the kick. When he had to kick at 52, 53, it was a 2-step and he got under it and nowhere near it, really. So late in the game, that's what pressure does. And look, I mean, we're obviously watching this game, but judging by the scoreline, you'd have to say that the Dockers very much deserve that win.
How did the lizard go through that contest? Flat out like a lizard drinking?
Oh, Betty. It's been a long day for Betty. Yeah.
He's been sitting there waiting to drop that out. We've got about 7 minutes before we're off to the Gold Coast. How good is footy? What an amazing year that we're living through, and how tight the ladder is. We talked about how much of a premiership favourite the Swans are and the gap they've got on the competition. Well, potentially that 3-game break might only be 2 if Carlton get up tomorrow. The Swans dropped just their 2nd game for the year. It's Fremantle by a point, full-time in Sydney.
Well, it's amazing because it was 2 or 3 weeks ago we sat here and watched the Bulldogs absolutely destroy the Dockers.
Yep.
Thought, well, maybe they are a bit pretendy, the Dockers. And, well, credit to the coach. He put it on them. He didn't mince his words after the game, did he? He let them know that...
All blokes worried about possessions.
Yeah, it was as strong as he's been. Yep. And what a response from them. So, fantastic. Good on them.
17-point win here for the Bulldogs over North Melbourne, so they're reviving their season too. Hoping to be in the 8 at the end of the weekend for the first time since round 6. One thing we know for sure, they are in the 8 as of present. They're currently in 7th spot. The teams behind them still all to play this weekend, including the Cats, the Giants and the Power. So they're the three teams that they'll sweat on the results there. We got a sharp 6 minutes. We'll get down to the rooms for the song with Jess Webster. Dogs by 17 points over North. After that, we'll get the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Just repeating, Fremantle by a point over Sydney. And here it was the Dogs by 17 over North Melbourne. Jess Webster is in the winners' rooms. Jess.
Yes, the players are making their way in now. There's plenty of people in the rooms looking at their phones, watching that incredible result up in Sydney as we wait for the players to come into the Dogs' rooms here and sing the song after what was a really hard-fought win against North Melbourne. They were led in by Marcus Bontempelli. Another impressive performance from him today. So they formed a circle in front of the family and friends. Let's have a listen to the song.
Signs of the West, woo! Red, white and blue, woo! We'll come out starting. Bulldogs through and through, we sing. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. But you can't be the boys of the Bulldog Creek for the team of the mighty West, woo!
Dogs by 17 over North Melbourne. We're hoping to get some reactions really shortly, Corb.
Very subdued.
It was, wasn't it? They spent a long time out on the ground.
Yeah, which is good.
Yep.
Like, that's it. You know what? Hey, we won the game. Sing the song. On to next week.
Yep.
That's
OTTNO, as they say in the classics. On to the next one. Port Adelaide, Saturday night for the Dogs in Adelaide. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, we've got them again next week, the Roo Boys. So looking forward to seeing how they go up against Gold Coast Saturday afternoon footy. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, Luke Ball.
We're going to give one vote to Tristan Cherry, the best big man on the ground. I thought he won that battle and just continues on his magnificent year. You'd think he'd be leading the Kangaroos best and fairest. What a pickup he's been with Todd Goldstein, obviously vacating the number 1 ruck seat there. 2 votes to Marcus Bontempelli.
2?
Yeah, just a 2. 35 possessions. If he kicks 3 points, if he kicks 3 goals with those 35,
he would have got all 6.
Yeah, I mean, the bar's pretty high, but I mean, he was terrific. As we said, not a lot of attention paid to him throughout the day, so he would have enjoyed, with a sore back, he would have enjoyed running around by himself without anyone putting an arm in that back or anything like that. But no, what a player he is. We know that. Not his very best game, but certainly a terrific game and very influential. 12 clearances, I think. We're going to give 3 to Liam Jones. We're going to go to the backman today.
I like this a lot.
His influence on the game, I mean, quite apart from keeping Nick Larkey to 5 possessions,
and
1 mark,
and not 1 shot at goal.
2 marks and no shots on goal. His ability to read the ball and intercept, and in the end, North were really just attacking wherever he wasn't or trying to avoid him. Was one of his best games for the year, I thought so. 3 votes to Liam Jones.
Who says it's a midfielders award?
Absolutely.
The ABC Footballer of the Year is a well-rounded judging panel, and that's why we've got a ruckman, a midfielder, and a defender, the key back as the 3 votes. 1 for Sherry, 2 for Bontempelli, 3 for Liam Jones. I like it. In the ABC Footballer of the Year, we got 3 minutes left. The Dogs are on the clock. Hopefully we can get some quick reaction from them. 27,005, the full-time attendance here. The Dogs by 17, the full-time score, 11-11-77 to North Melbourne, 9-6-60. So the Bulldogs victorious. They sit 7th on the premiership table at the moment. The Dockers currently 3rd on the premiership table after a spirited 1-point victory over Sydney. If you missed it moments ago, you missed a thrilling conclusion in which the Swans pegged their way back slowly, and eventually got within a single point. Mark right on the 50 on the final siren at left half forward from Logan McDonald. It faded out to the right, didn't score at all. He needed a goal to win the match. He needed a behind to make it a draw. In the end, Fremantle hung on to win by 1.
I saw a stat this week, and I actually took a photo of it and saved it on the phone. It's from the Swamp Thing. The sides that have gotten to 96.5 points, so let's say 97 points first, have a win rate of 96.5% this century.
Wow.
So by that, the Dockers have held up their end of the bargain. They got there first, and they hung on to win.
So we always say first to 100.
100, yeah.
Really
Let's dial it back to 97.
First to 97.
97's the number.
I like it. We'll follow that one closely as we go. Tonight, Ram, your Bombers up against the Cats.
Great test. Great test for the Bombers tonight. So we'll see what they're made of.
Are you confident?
Not against Geelong. What is it? Geelong have won 18 of the last 21 encounters. So it's a big ask, but if they're able to win tonight, it goes a long way to helping them play finals.
Feels like a prove-it kind of game,
Correct,
doesn't it?
Yep.
Adelaide and the Giants. Did I hear you were tipping the upset there?
I need to peg a few back, Corb, and this might be the round. Unfortunately, I didn't pick the Dockers. I think you did, Benny, didn't you?
Yeah,
maybe a little bit of purple running through your veins there. You picked that?
He was very happy about it.
Yeah,
too.
he was. Yeah, he was pumped. Yeah, I just think the Crows. Some good ins for the Giants. Sam Taylor's still out. I think it's going to be a bit wet. I think the Crows off a week off.
And
under the heat, I just think they can maybe just find a way in a low-scoring scrap to win.
Before all of that, it'll be the Gold Coast Suns up against the reigning champs, the Collingwood Football Club. That is on your radio next. Coming up, the Suns and the Pies as Saturday footy in round 16 continues. Thanks, Rammer. Thanks, Bally.
Looking forward to next week.
I'll see you then. Thanks to Stu Baker at the controls. Stu Hollywood Baker, that is, of course. Thanks to Ben Cameron, to Jess Webster downstairs, to Adam, the cult figure Jones, back in the studio for all his work as well. We are signing off. Saturday afternoon slot done, and gee, didn't it deliver. Here it was the Bulldogs by 17 over North Melbourne. They are 7th on the table, and the Dockers shoot all the way up to 3rd with a 1-point victory over the Sydney Swans. Let's get you up to the glitter strip, the Suns and the Pies.